not as like.
It was weird, but
It was like a little more convoluted.
like you wish it was.
We ready to start?
Please, a little more convoluted.
Excellent. All right. 2 seconds, please, Matt. Alrighty. Hey, folks. Welcome to Adventures in Alberon, where this group of morally questionable individuals has come together in search of adventure, and also because one person here wrecked the ship. So they're currently stranded on an island. Before we kind of get started for tonight, because this is the first official stream, if you will, I wanted to just kind of go over a little bit about the game and what we've done so far. So sort of the goals that we've had for Adventures in Alberon, and if any of you want to jump in, feel free to. We want to have a great story-driven 5th edition D&D campaign. That was something that we all talked about really early on. We just want this to be something where the characters are really driving it, not kind of like a hack and slash, just kind of sledging through one dungeon after the other. Although dungeons are fine.
All right.
Dragons are fine too.
Fair enough.
Uh-huh.
We want to be able to share our enthusiasm and our passion, very much for me, kind of passion about a game that is really cool. A lot of us have used it as tools to do some good. Currently, where I work, not here, I use it probably like 5 days a week now to do some therapeutic work, which is really cool. And we really just kind of wanted to create a platform to talk about the things that matter to us and also play D&D. So, with that said, is there anything anybody wants to say before we start with like a recap? I'm going to do kind of a brief one. Jesus.
You just want to yell?
No, you know what Matt wants to say.
What is it?
You know exactly what
Oh my
he
god.
says the
Yeah.
exact same
We're gonna
thing
save
every
it.
time. We're going to save it?
We're saving
Okay.
I was
We'll
like,
save it. We'll
what?
save it for
Tell
later.
us. I have no
Are you
idea.
expecting people to...
Spoiler alert.
Anyhow. So I'm going to do a recap of sort of what you guys have done so far.
Yo.
Just because this is the first official kind of deal that we're doing here. All right, let me figure out the best way to do this. Oh, you know what I just realized?
What? That there's an ad?
But also, I just realized that I didn't. Doesn't
Print?
matter. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
All right, so super brief recap. Our group met up, either summoned individually for a few of you, or answering a call for help or a posted bulletin looking for somebody to investigate some strange goings-ons in the town of Port Quinn. Bodies were going missing, most of them having previously been buried. You guys worked together about as often as you worked against each other to begin with. You didn't trust each other, immediately splitting the party in roughly 5 different directions, occasionally crossing paths as you worked separately. However, through some pretty heavy-handed investigation and just sheer force of effort, you guys did manage to infiltrate Dr. Twilightfoot's lair, kind of unearthing this cult, whereupon Dr. Twee had sort of, initially being a doctor, very famous for prosthetics and fairly renowned across Dominion, had kind of slipped into this strange madness and begun creating, sort of thinking, if I can fix people with broken limbs, why can't I bring back people from the dead? So you guys ended up fighting against a number of clockwork monstrosities, eventually vanquishing him. He is probably dead through the combined efforts of Guntir, and Guntir. Dismembering the body, burning it, and then sinking it to the bottom of a channel.
Might kill someone.
May.
Potentially.
That may, yeah.
Might.
Potentially.
Is often fatal. You didn't say it was non-lethal damage.
Non-lethal.
Can we retcon like 15 sessions ago?
15 sessions ago, he's just been sunken underwater.
And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, I'm alive again.
Probably dead now.
Non-lethal.
After completing that particular mission, your group caught on, after actually purchasing a store, which is now called Morwen's Miscellaneous. You guys promptly left it in the hands of a 14-year-old girl, stole a ship, and took off across the ocean.
As any self-respecting entrepreneur would do.
Absolutely. While aboard the Splendorous Voyage, you guys eventually made your way after fighting off a group of pirates and a nighttime raid from some strange creatures. You made your way to Biss, crashing the ship, not terribly at first,
Lost something too.
into the Bone Reef. You guys did
Or
lose a member of your
someone.
crew.
Yeah.
Something the Navigator. However, you guys eventually did make it to Biss. While in Biss, you guys have so far managed to anger roughly everybody. Baron Dodd, you guys sort of created a scene, decided it might be best to leave town, which brought you guys into the Canyon of the Harpies. There, you guys had mixed success. Several of you nearly plummeting into the canyon when the Harpies began to sing. Shae, you actually plummeted into the canyon.
Yeah.
Saved pretty much by being pierced through the leg by a rock. And then through the combined effort of Eluctai's healing lobster spirit and some rough rope work from your party, you were rescued. You guys continued on your journey, meeting a strange wood elf disguised as a cat. I think actually only Guntir and Morwen met Gria. You guys made your way into the nothing to the supposed desert, only to find a small oasis within the giant rib bones of an ancient creature. Within that oasis, you guys met Ortude, the druid of the sands.
Ortude's my dude.
Ortude is the dude. You conversed with him briefly. You spent the night there. He fed you guys and let you know a little bit more about the Croteggo, the creatures that you had met aboard that ship. He pleaded with you guys essentially to help him out, at which point you guys took off across the desert to this temple, finding the Croteggo sleeping. Very interesting battle, which is...
I smushed one.
You smushed one with a chandelier, a massive chandelier.
I smushed one.
Yeah. You did.
It was a week. That brings us to tonight. You guys have successfully, it seems, vanquished the Croteggo, at least that you can see.
On this floor.
At least that you can see.
On the first level.
You guys, I believe at this point, have looted the bodies. So that brings us into this kind of dark cavern. The only light that you would see is this torch that has been kind of flung off into the corner, somewhere closer to the corner that Matt's in, that Matt's sitting at. What do you guys want to do?
I want to immediately look for any points of egress from this room, any hallways, doors, staircases, whatever. Like, this is obviously not the only thing here in the middle of the desert. They wouldn't just put, like, a room with, like, 5 sleeping Croteggo.
Sure.
I think we're fine. We can just walk out.
Should we go back and tell them we did it?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm actually going to look around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make a
Scanning
perception.
the room.
Make a perception check.
Oh,
That was rough. I saw
it was
that
a 20
happen.
and then it went on a 2. And
It did like a
because-
little stunt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that's rough.
I think these dice don't like me. I don't use them that often. They're pretty bitter about it.
They're mad at you.
Yeah.
That makes
A
sense.
little bit.
All right, so that is just a 20. Oh, well, I guess whatever passive is 10, so I can't get below that.
Okay.
10.
Looking around, you do see the doors that you came in from. Not so much doors. It's a big, open, roughly 10 feet tall, large, carved entrance with that huge statue above it with the snake hair kind of twisting out. You also see forward and to the left and to the right, there are 2 staircases.
Good.
They both seem to descend.
Descend. They seem to.
That's what I said.
Okay.
What's under the chandelier? Like, what's that structure that the chandelier fell on?
You're going to get closer and take a look?
Yeah.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Where is my 8?
8. Okay. All right. You guys are doing pretty good. Looking down into the structure, it's a series of stone blocks about this big that have been set up into a circle, and then there's kind of like a mortar situation. And looking in, you could see pretty far down, maybe just the limits of your vision. It's some kind of well. The water's pretty murky and it's far, and given that it's fairly dark in here, you can't really make out too many details.
Where's the torch?
I want to drop something down it.
What do you want to drop down?
I say out
Fool
loud.
of a cat. While she's doing that, I'm gonna go get the torch and then bring it over
Okay,
to like aid in this.
fair enough.
All right, I'm gonna pull out one ball bearing.
A single ball bearing. Okay.
This one.
Uh huh.
And Are you coming over with the torch?
Yeah, so I'm like kind of standing like right next to you, kind of doing one of the lean in, like, yeah, do it. Boop.
Okay. Like a couple seconds go by, and you see as it impacts the water.
Yeah.
Very much just a well, it seems like.
Cute.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
that was exciting. And now I'm going to get away from it.
Okay. Fair
Okay.
enough.
All right. Unless anyone else has more to do in this room.
I'm bored.
All right, well, on we go then. I'm gonna just take point and go down to my leftmost, your rightmost staircase.
My rightmost staircase? Okay.
Yeah, that one over that way.
As you walk down the staircase, it only descends.
Cautiously, mind you.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
got-
just like they're all dead and just kind of walking straight down them.
I feel like I made a pretty reasonable assumption.
Yeah.
Looking, so you actually probably wouldn't go all the way down the stairs. When you get maybe like 6 steps down, it's only maybe a 10-foot long staircase. It's exactly 11 feet long, if that matters to you.
Man, yeah, I love 11-foot staircases.
11-foot
That's my
staircases are-
I
fucking
hate
thing.
odd numbers. I
It's-
don't like it.
It's the
That's my
class.
thing.
I really feel like it's the classic way to go about it.
Uh-huh.
However, going down, you would see it comes into a point, the floor.
Mm-hmm.
There are quite a number of things within this room. Could you roll a perception check real quick?
Y'all. Again, 10.
10?
Yeah.
Man, you guys are killing it.
I can really, if the darkness really, is looking for someone to hang out with, I can give it a good time, but I
darkness.
don't think that I can see through it very well.
Okay. Fair enough. Your printer prints things out in such a weird way.
Yeah. Well,
2 of 13.
Is what it is.
3 of 13. Okay. So, with just a 10, it's roughly 5 o'clock.
uh-huh.
And so at this point, you can see that there's this triangle of stone, like sandstone blocks, each about maybe like a foot by a foot cubed. And you would see that out going across, there are a number of these sort of stone, maybe like 3 foot across pillars. However, it seems like there's water that maybe about 20 feet below those. And it seems to be, you can hear it moving. And it doesn't sound like maybe like a stream or anything. It sounds like waves.
Okay.
And so you can kind of gather, and based on the smell, you can kind of begin to smell almost like a low tide kind of smell. It's probably salt water,
Uh-huh.
and it seems like the tide is coming in.
The tide, huh? The tide of an under-desert ocean.
You would remember, yeah.
Well, because he did say, there was this whole, like, these stones and everything were wet, and there's tying to that other plane, right? That you mentioned.
We're also not that far off from the ocean, as I remember.
I'm going to recall
Ah.
that this is probably the temple of Tisar, right? And
Do you recall that?
I recall that.
Okay.
And I think to myself, tide's coming in.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
And that's
So, again, this is-
All the way across these. Would it be
So
helpful
this
to have
is
a
like-
visual
Yeah, because
reference?
I'm,
Okay.
I'm like, it's just like
Always.
pillars. It's just like pillars with a lot of empty space.
I'm not explaining it as best I can because it is kind of a complicated room.
It's sort of like a room that we walk into and it looks like there's sort of running.
I'm also just to
I
make
don't
this. I'm gonna follow you.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Bye.
I think I'm going to stand at this top of the stairs and just kind of.
Oh no, I'm gonna get right up behind you, but I'm gonna be kind of sneaky. Like I want to sneak
You're
and
gonna
crawl up
try to
behind.
sneak like
You're gonna surprise me.
You're sneaking
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
miles. Okay.
Like I want you to kind of feel my presence, but like you're not gonna turn around yet. You know, like.
So go ahead and make a stealth check.
I'm super perceptive, so watch out.
You guys are all real perceptive.
11. I mean 20.
20?
20. Okay.
Yeah, unless I roll a natural 20, I'm not gonna see.
Well, you don't need to roll for it because it's your passive perception because you
Yeah,
have
I
no reason to
wasn't-
think like, all right,
Well, I don't know. She's
Morwen's
pretty
gonna-
sus.
I don't disagree.
Maybe now's the day.
Yeah, today's the
Today's
day.
the day she's gonna just stab me and steal our
We're all
shit.
just going to
Yeah.
die.
I knew she had a rogue in her. Or is
Not.
Excuse me?
I don't know. Not yet.
So this is where you
Okay,
can come
alright,
to.
so we're on like what seems to be a platform of triangular shape, and then
Yes.
platforms leading across.
And it does bring to mind a couple of things that you've seen before. You recall back in Twee's dungeon that there were a series of like moving platforms.
Yeah.
These definitely don't move. You can see that there are stone that descends down into the darkness.
Yeah, I was going to call it that tweet.
And yeah, and you do see that there is kind of bits of barnacles and things like that up these pillars. So clearly they stay when the tide comes in, stay when the tide goes out.
Okay. How long could I try to figure out if this is indeed the tide? How long it may be before it rises all the way?
Yeah, make a nature check.
Yeah, I am not good at that either, but I am proactive. So that is a 12.
Okay. You would know that in Port Quinn,
Which does not share a coast.
it does not share a coast, but you would know that it should be high tide right now.
Should be?
Yes.
Okay.
You are unsure of how helpful that is to you,
No, I don't know. I'm just curious.
but that's what you would know about the tide, given that it's. I mean, you've never been to Biss before.
Yeah. And then how far down before I see water?
About 20 feet.
20 feet down before I see water. Okay. Cool.
You would also see just barely across all the way.
Uh-huh.
There is
Where are we, anyways?
another platform.
We're coming in.
Yeah, we're like literally where are our figurines.
Oh.
Right here.
I just want to put myself here because
You can place yourself where you would like to be.
yeah.
Okay, but
but
remember, I'm right
This,
behind
you
you.
do see that there is a very large-looking stone chest. This particular chest is very different than any
I'm
of the other
assuming
stone that
chest.
you've seen.
This
it-
stone that this is all made of?
that the chest is made of. This
The chest.
all the other
On
stone
the other
in
side.
here
Okay.
is
Yep.
sandstone, just like you've seen throughout the temple. You don't see any of that kind of gray crumbly rock here.
Uh-huh.
What you do see is this. It looks like a chest that might be carved out of obsidian
Uh-huh.
or some kind of black stone.
I kinda like
notice
nudge-
this and
I was gonna
my
nudge
stone
you.
Cunning to
Yeah.
stone cunning this room.
Or yeah, go ahead and go ahead and make your stone cunning roll.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
stone cun all of.
I hate
I
that
was-
verb.
I was-
hate
that
verb.
stone.
All right.
Just con all over the stone, dude.
Fair.
Ooh, that's a toughie.
For the kids.
Right. We're PG.
We're 18 plus on the thing, so
Wonderful.
Oh, it's
if
So
kids
then I
are
can say
listening,
still a 10.
Thank you.
But
Wow.
yeah, that
Okay, I
was
guess-
a natural. 4.
What? You gonna swear?
So
Okay.
10 with my stone cunning.
obsidian is what the chest is made out of. The rest of it is made out of sandstone, which you, given your dwarvish background, know is made out of sand.
I'm also gonna intuit, just like walking into this room and being Guntir. I'm gonna just be like, "This is a trapped room."
You
You
would, you know
first?
what? Given that you do look at stone pretty carefully, you would notice that there is actually a faint glow emanating from the seams of this particular stone. And you, Guntir,
The
especially.
chest?
Yes.
Okay.
See that?
You, Guntir, would especially sort of get this sort of
Old eyes.
radiant scent from that energy.
Are the pillars level with what?
Yeah, so the pillars are level. I mean, they're the tops of them are pretty roughly hewn, so they're roughly level. They're not terribly even. Not so much that they would be difficult terrain, but they're clearly hand carved.
Okay. And not by master artisans.
No, definitely not. Whereas, actually, so a great point.
This is a temple for plebs.
Whereas lots of this temple I've seen kind of like maybe real old dwarven stuff. This doesn't seem dwarven.
Oh, right.
Are the
seems
is this
Croteggan.
stone or like the pillars? Are they a smooth rock? Like are they
Sandstone.
climbable?
It's sandstone, certainly climbable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Porous.
I'm gonna
Sandstone is
It's pretty
I'm gonna
rough
make
shit.
myself known to you by just being like, I want to climb that.
I don't fall off the
Didn't mean
edge.
to scare you.
Yeah, well,
What's
okay.
what's wrong? What's
Did you intend?
Do you come down? Are you in now?
I'm like yelling out.
Oh.
Sure.
I
I'm
mean,
not.
Uh,
Yeah.
It was
if I heard
Morwen.
you say that,
Oh,
I would tell you not to.
okay,
So I will not do so if I didn't hear you.
great.
She
I mean,
shocked
I
me.
I don't know. I was just saying it
What do
in
you
your ear,
see?
but I'm not necessarily whispering.
Welcome.
Okay,
I'll just.
Shae, it's a cool looking room. I think you might find exciting because you could jump around a lot.
I think I'm
We,
gonna
we've
climb
seen you do
it.
it, and
Cast enhance ability on myself.
I think
Alright.
Morwen's gonna be doing some stuff. So come
Oh.
on down.
Come
I'm
down.
gonna Use the one.
Check it out,
that's
dude.
me,
There's a huge chest on the other side.
Myself how best
Interesting.
to approach getting the treasure that is clearly in this room.
So you're adding cunning, or you're adding wisdom?
I think it's I'd be using wisdom, so probably the owl's wisdom.
Okay. So you're doing you make a we'll call it an investigation check because you're really trying to figure out how best to get across.
Okay.
What are you doing?
She's in the room now.
I'm in the room now.
Yeah. So there you are. All the same stuff is there.
What's the consensus? What are we thinking?
I want to climb those.
Okay.
So they're even, so you can kind of hop across them.
I forgot that we learned that we could jump last session.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah,
You can jump
right.
5 feet, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
That was.
Oh, it was great.
It was 2
I love
sessions
it.
ago.
I love
but
it.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see how deep the water is, though.
Okay.
So, I'm thinking if I tie a rope around myself and like give you the end, will you like pick me back up if I just like tap the water?
This is a very bad idea. I think we should get our resident dwarf who we've seen light things up to light one of your bearings up and just drop it in the water and see how far we can watch it. Seems a little safer.
Then I'll take back my rope and untie my.
Yeah. Unless we need to put ourselves in
just, like,
peril, I don't want to put
standing at
ourselves
the
in
edge.
peril.
Just like
What's that over there?
taking this whole time.
I'm
An
trying to
obsidian
find out. I can
chest.
hop over. Let's go.
You want to go?
As you guys
I kinda
are
do.
discussing this, you can see that Guntir is kind of just surveying the room. And Guntir, you're
What do you
keen-
see with your old eyes?
Your keen old eyes do, in fact, see a number of things. These platforms are not all equal. Whereas before they
You
seemed
said-
to be uneven because they were, pardon me?
Coffins?
These platforms.
Platform. It's like, holy shit,
No.
what just happened?
The dragon
If they were coffins, I'd still
Okay.
jump on them. I still feel the same way.
So, you notice that they're not all even. Whereas before it seemed like they were maybe roughly hewn, poor craftsmanship, that is not the case. The ones that are uneven as you look across in a fairly uniform way. Now you rolled a.
Really need an
is it a
ASMR
19?
mic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next session, one more mic. We'll have it. We'll have it all.
And this is how you're currently placed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've like kind of scooched up closer to the edge.
Okay.
As I'm
Just
inspecting.
dictate to me where what.
These three you're very clearly able to see. You get the sense that there is some kind of mechanical device put into those. You can't really make out beyond that because it is fairly dark. Even with dark vision, things kind of suit into gray tones and things like that. But you imagine that there's the unevenness is generated by a pressure plate that's been built underneath the sandstone. You would also notice that the pillar directly in front of you seems has some scorching to it. And realizing this, you're starting to think, wait, a lot of these are probably trapped. Your eyes, given the fact that you are very old, it's hard
given
for
their age.
Given their age,
Having stared so long, I'm forming like a little crust
absolutely,
on the
yeah.
side.
Oh, there's crust. There's crust.
Ew.
Yeah,
I go like,
yeah.
Are you making sandstone?
shut up.
So you, there seems to be a pattern to the way in which you might safely go across. For some reason, your mind is kind of brought
Advertise
to
Put one of mine in
like
there,
a
please.
map of some kind.
So that way I don't have to extract myself out of this situation. I don't even care which one. Just pick one, randomly.
I will do so.
And something about this layout looks familiar to something that you've seen recently, but it's just beyond your grasp. Maybe like a 1 beyond your grasp. It's an unfortunate thing to see.
I'm making this face at him.
Yes.
This is
It's both a Morwen and an
you
alley face.
all right, Guntir?
This trap reminds me of something I've seen recently.
Care to elaborate before I jump on him?
Do not jump on them. I go, look at this! I point to the one with the scorch marks.
Okay, and it's the one directly in front of Guntir?
Does that is
No.
this one?
That one. Okay.
Some of these are trapped. I think there's only one way across, but I can't remember. map. A map. I need a map. I'm sure if I saw it, it would.
I have a bag of maps. Can I just give him the bag and be like, these maps?
Yeah.
The one that you took.
Guntir, you realize
Guntir,
that
was this the map that we got from?
So thinking back, Guntir, you remember that you had inventoried your things after the shipwreck, and the only thing that you'd really been missing, there was 2 things that you were missing. It was a bag of maps, and there was some kind of a like a little charm. I can't remember exactly what it was, but the bag of maps is something that you had definitely noticed was missing.
Can you describe what I'm looking for if I jump? Well,
I'm looking
yes,
for
but
a
like
map.
in terms of
I found these in the shipwreck.
I need to see the map before I can find out the ones that are gonna kill us.
okay.
Take the maps.
You take this kind of satchel, and open it up. Within it, there is a copy of the trade map that you had previously found.
And some cat poop.
Throw that.
Looks a lot like that one.
Throw that to the ground.
I pull this out and I say, "Oh, this map." Because I have it from somewhere. I don't know why.
I like pull the map up and I'm like,
Okay. Make an investigation check.
ooh, that is a 21.
A 21. Okay. With a 21, you would definitely realize that it's none of these maps. And you start to realize it's not so much that it's a map as it is this concept of pathways. Something maybe a little bit more geometric than a map of the natural world.
I'm gonna pick up the maps that he's throwing.
Okay.
Just-
Every time he takes one and hucks it, you just see Morwen pick it up and kind of
Useless!
tuck it back in.
All of this useless.
Thank you, Dungeons and
So I
Dragons.
get all my maps back.
You get all your maps back, yeah. No problem. So you add those back, you put them in the satchel, kind of stow them
Something
away.
about the shapes and
Do you need assistance with this? Is there something that we
No.
Shae, what are you doing while Guntir is having his moment?
That's.
They like your old person voice acting, by the way.
Just wait till you hear it up close and in your ear
Guntir.
tubes.
If I can describe to you
Sure,
what the
I see
platforms look like, can you tell me if they're trapped or not?
Perhaps.
What about the one right in front of us? Right in front of Heinreich.
Make an investigation check.
That's an 11.
11. Okay. Seems safe.
Well, over you go. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna throw him.
I'm gonna be like, the hell that. Oh, no, that's not gonna.
You know what?
You know what?
I'm gonna cast Find Trap. I'm gonna be like, nah.
Okay.
Wait, so wait a minute.
I didn't realize you had Find Trap. That's great.
I guess saving a
Oh, right.
spell slot, yeah.
Fair enough. That's awesome. So, one thing I will say, anything that would inflict a sudden or unexplained effect you consider harmful or undesirable. Thus, it would sense an area affected, but not reveal a natural weakness.
Will that make
It reveals the trap is
traps
present.
we're
You don't learn. Okay.
undesirable?
Probably.
You don't learn the location of each trap, but you do learn the general nature of the danger posed by a trap you sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Fire.
So I'm gonna.
It's me and my 6
and then
boobs.
like refocus on the
thought-
one that
okay.
No, I know. It's just
Okay.
funny.
is
to
looking
think I
at to
have
see
6
if I can
boobs.
like look at each one and kind of tell what's going on there.
There's a small problem with that. As you cast Detect Traps, the room just kind of lights up. And there are a variety of signatures. You see things that are evocative of fire, of acid, of bursts of plant life. You see something that seems like it would be mechanical in nature and maybe slam you into a wall. There seems to be elements of the wall, now that you're kind of looking at it, that seem trapped as well. You actually, looking up, can see these 4 faint white glows that seem like perhaps some kind of conjuration magic. You would also notice that across the way, that chest does not appear to be trapped.
Wow.
What you would notice, however, the floor around it does. And the floor is certainly some kind of mechanical, something's going to open up when you step on it.
There's bodies in these waters.
There's bodies in these waters.
Feel it.
Alright.
Probably. I don't
Shae,
know.
as you're kind of watching this, you don't see very very much.
I
This
don't
is
see very
dark.
much needs.
So you don't have dark vision.
I don't.
I have the torch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
I
you can
haven't,
see.
I haven't held on to
I didn't realize that.
this.
So
So,
you can see
yeah.
kind of like the 6 platforms directly in front of you, and then dimly the ones around that, and then everything else is dark.
So, here's what I'm thinking. Most of these are going to kill us. There's something on the tip of my tongue that would get us across, but I can't think of it.
Cat got
Well,
your
that's not
tongue.
useful whatsoever.
The tobacco.
I want to try something. I'm gonna
I'm
I'm
gonna
going
ask you
to,
for the torch.
find something very light. Like I'm gonna tear a piece of
Your bandages.
a piece of paper from my
Parchment.
parchment.
Okay.
My forgery kit.
Sure.
I'm just gonna like go up to the edge of the water and sort of like
Okay.
just let it.
It just kind of drifts every now and then, kind of
I'm gonna
changing
look
direction
over.
in the current. Takes a
I'll
second to
watch
get down,
this.
and you see it just kind of, and as the waves go in, it moves with them before it's just kind of pulled under. And seems to sink as it takes on water.
What are you thinking, Guntir?
I'm thinking we don't want to touch these unless we know for sure that they're not going to kill us. But
How many ball bearings do you have?
perhaps we could
After the one that I just
walk.
chalked, I have 998.
Do you think we could try just tossing one on each of them, and or is that dangerous? Do you think it would be?
I can't tell, but we might die just by being in the room.
That's kind of what I was
I
worried
don't
about.
want to take that chance. So
I like your idea of water walking though, and Morwen would get to climb.
Climbing.
Well, up at least at the chest at the end there.
I'm
She's
gonna,
quite
like,
nimble. If you haven't noticed, if she needs to
very
get out of the way, I'm sure she
carefully
could.
and cautiously, like, dip my pinky finger into the water.
20
Why
feet
is that
down.
20
It's 20
feet
feet
down?
down.
I'm just
So you're
gonna, like,
diving
go-
off?
You're gonna dive out, pinky first.
I'm going up to the edge and sort of. Wait, it's 20 feet below us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's 20 feet of air between the edge of the platform and the
See,
surface
I
of the
want
water.
to. If this is like climbable, and if I can get like a grip because I'm good at climbing, I want to scoot down and just like boop, and then come back up. Is that what you're
I'm
trying
saying.
to do?
That's what I'm saying. Water walk
Yeah.
it for her to
Yeah.
go all the way down, walk
Okay.
just all the way around the room, and climb up.
I
if you
said
need
that
to.
before when I had my little tie belt on and you rejected it.
No, this
Well, I
is
forgot
good.
about water
This is
walking.
good.
I don't want you to
Because,
sink.
like,
Well, if you can holster me up, I won't sink.
I'm gonna look.
I couldn't
at
follow
the
you around the
edge
whole way.
and
though.
see sort
Yeah, but
of,
I can
like,
see if the water's
Do I
dangerous.
sense any traps on the sides, like going down the edges?
How long does that last for? Duration instantaneous. Would you like to cast it again?
Can we just look for traps?
You could.
I'd
I'm
just
gonna,
rather
yeah, I'm
do
just
that.
gonna make a
Don't burn a
visual,
spell on
an
it.
ocular pat down of the walls.
Yeah, roll for that ocular pat down. We'll call it
Cunning and-
investigation.
Ooh,
Eye pats,
Eye pats.
That's a 9.
family friendly
It
Guntir.
looks like sandstone.
The walls seem climbable. They seem relatively safe.
Yeah, we are killing it with our rolls.
We're on fire tonight. It's great.
I'd say action. Let's do the water walk and let her down and
Okay, I'm not going climbing down.
yeah.
Come here, kitty.
So what are you casting?
I'm gonna. I think it's touch. I need to touch or be.
I believe it is. I don't think it's touch because I think you can cast on 6
or
people.
the water walk is.
Oh, if it could be all of us, that would be handy.
Yeah,
Just in
I'm
case we
gonna,
need to
like-
go down and help.
Cast it on everyone.
I'm thinking. You know what? I'm thinking of breathe water. Is
I
definitely
think I
what I'm thinking
can
of.
cast
Good
it
to see you.
a
Good to see you
number of
guys.
people, but I'm gonna be focusing it on Morwen since she only needs it right now.
Okay.
Everyone will be implicitly water walk.
I can look up water walk if
I'll
you
simultaneously do
I have
it.
it
I got the
somewhere.
compendium right here.
If you're going to have to touch me, can you scratch behind my left ear? Can I do like a little like? I
Target
guess
creature.
that's more
creature.
dog then.
Target creature. No way to overcharge it either.
But it is 1 hour. That's nice.
It's an hour. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So you touch Morwen and give her the ability to walk on water.
Yeah. I'm like, okay.
And it's 30 feet range if you needed that. For whatever it's
It
worth.
means you could, somebody who's sinking underwater, you could cast it and it would shoot up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or
Should
if
be
someone
pretty
was diving down to chase you, you could water walk them as they're almost at the bottom of the waterfall. And
Great
then
point. Yeah, I didn't even
60
think about
feet
that.
of bludgeoning damage
Yeah.
and they're hurt.
Yeah.
Broken
So
arms.
you don't feel any different, especially, but Guntir has now told you that you can walk on water.
Cool. All right, I'm
Alright,
gonna go to
rope.
the edge.
Now,
Do you want to rope down or do you want to just
down.
climb?
I'll just climb.
Okay, just climb.
Okay.
see if you
Make
can
it
go across.
Make an athletics or acrobatics check, your choice.
Don't touch
Acrobatics.
the platform if you get over there, because that's like definitely trapped.
This one?
The
This
big,
one?
the big one.
That one.
The one with
Okay.
the chest that I want.
Do you want me to go all the way there?
I don't want you to go halfway and just say, "Oh, wait."
I thought
we
I was
got
just
them."
testing the walk waters. Okay.
Well, test it,
Well,
and
this-
then if it works, go.
All right. So
We've seen this spell work
25.
before. I'm sure it's fine.
25?
Yes.
Okay. You kind of hook in with your claws, and with your claws, you find that the sandstone is super. It just kind of fades in, and your claws sink in. It's wet,
Climb up.
and so it's
Over
almost
the
like
wall.
mud, and it's
And without
really
touching the
easy
platform,
going.
just-
For you, no problem. You kind of scamper down, and as you do, you notice that the smell of salt water gets stronger. You want to go down. You just want to what do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna go down, and then once I get right above the water, I'm gonna give like a little 1 foot pat
Okay.
for to see how stable it'll be.
It's again that kind of weird sensation where it's almost like you're standing on the world's thinnest waterbed, and it just kind of shifts. And as the water comes in, your foot moves with it. Doesn't sink below the waves.
All right, then I'll drop my other foot
Okay.
and full body weight on the water,
Okay.
and
Morwen, you alright?
it's pretty cool. And I'm gonna bounce a little bit.
All right, great. Go get the chest, but don't touch the platform. So, do that thing.
All
Do
right.
it.
All right. I'm
Do
gonna,
it.
Gee. I didn't even
I'm
mind
gonna
you.
cautiously start making my way downtown.
Okay. As you walk across, you make your way through all these towering stone pillars, and for a minute, it's kind of like you're in this extremely dark forest almost. Each pillar forming kind of a trunk of a tree. Without too much of an issue, you make it to the other side. Looming
Okay.
before you is about 18 feet of wall. It's a little shorter on this side than the other side. What do you want to do?
Morwen, are you alright?
Yeah, this is actually pretty fun. I don't know what you guys were so scared about.
Could you climb up to the
Scared
chest?
of.
I'm thaumaturgying to give instructions.
Okay.
Can I thaumaturgy his voice quieter and cancel the effect? Hold on, I actually don't even know. Oh my god.
What do you say?
I'm just gonna look and see if that's even possible. I doubt it.
I'm going to say for the moment, it's probably not.
30 feet? No, I can't do it though.
Yeah.
Don't touch the platform. There's some. Yep.
Climb
It'll
the
set off a trap.
What do you
How do we get up
climb
there?
the wall and stay on the wall as you try to open the chest. Don't put your feet down on the platform. I'm yelling.
I believe in you.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
I don't think I
So
can.
I'm gonna climb up the wall instead of the platform.
She's a cat, not
Okay.
a spider.
Make an athletics check.
If only we had a spider.
25 again.
25.
Well, I
Yeah,
have a +8 on acrobatics, so.
athletics check. 'Cause this time
athletics.
you can't really
I'm sorry. That's
parkour
what you
your way
said.
down. Yeah.
17.
17, still fine. You claw your way back up. Using the wall this time, it's a little harder. And there are moments where you kind of feel your claws kind of give a couple inches. But again, wet sandstone, not the hardest stuff. You make your way up until your head is about level with the ground. And now that you've kind of popped up, there's definitely light moving from within this chest. You see a little keyhole. However, you see light streaming out of it, which in your experience would indicate that it's not locked.
Okay.
What do you want to do? And are any of you guys doing anything while this happens?
Holding my breath.
I'm gonna yell over and say it doesn't look locked.
I think you can land on the platform. I mean, not the platform, the chest. The chest will land on the platform.
How do I open it if I land on the chest? All right. You know what I'm gonna do?
It's a big chest.
You know
It's
what?
like 5 feet long.
Is the chest secured to the ground?
Open it and then stand on the ledge, like the rim of the chest.
Like open it like.
Like open it and then like stand
You're
on
a
like
cat person.
the
Just
lip.
But how
be
do
agile.
I just don't see if I. I'm sorry. I have
You could also just step on the platform.
Don't step on the platform. Do
Can I-
not step on the platform.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to
Echoes
like.
through the chamber.
I'm gonna shimmy up. How tall?
And
How
to the
high up can I
apartment.
go? Or how high up
If
is
you
it?
want to go up to the
Neighborhood.
ceiling raises in this room probably about 25, 26 feet up from like the level of the platforms.
Okay.
So you could go in further 20 feet if you want to.
All right. I'm gonna climb up maybe another 15.
Okay. You get close to the ceiling, and getting closer to the ceiling, you see up there are these sort of tiles. And now from where you are, you can see some of them come down to a point like this. And like it's almost like a checkerboard. Every other one goes down like this, and the other ones form kind of a smooth cup. And it's this kind of alternating, almost wave pattern ceiling.
That's not nice.
Hey, Matt. Different Matt.
All right. So, can I hold my balance and like try to take out a ball bearing with one hand? Like,
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to-
Without two, you given
Okay.
the rolls that you've
I'm
had.
not dropping
climbing
it, but
up-
that's what I want to do.
Sure.
I'm gonna tell them this. I'm gonna drop something on the platform and see if anything happens.
Okay, but don't stand over it.
No, I'm not.
You
I'm
can
on the
see-
side up high.
Yeah, you can see her. She's up, and she's kind of fading into the darkness up there, even for you. But you can see her. She's up pretty high.
Nice butt.
I purr
Oh, yeah,
in
you
my
still
tail.
don't have any pants.
Yeah.
So it's just
This-
a little pink puckery
Man, this has
thing.
been
that-
This
Pants
is
quest.
Adventures in Alberon.
Slash
You know-
Pants quest.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna say, yeah. So I'm gonna drop something on this, and if there's pants in this chest, they're mine. Okay, so then
Everything else is mine.
I take out a ball bearing,
Okay.
and I am gonna chuck it onto the platform and see what happens.
Sounds good.
Did I? Wait, yeah. So I'm not. I'm on this. I'm up high and to the side of the platform. Just to be clear.
Okay.
Like I'm not. Like
Yeah,
if I fall, it's not.
you're not
on it.
right over the platform.
Yeah.
You're over the water.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And what'd you roll? Or sorry, you don't have to roll. You're just dropping it?
Yeah.
Okay. You drop it, and it just kind of tumbles for a second, and then kind of rolls to a stop up against the chest.
Probably doesn't weigh enough. Drop a bunch.
I drop 10.
Okay. They all kind of roll in different directions, going into the seams of the different sandstone, coming to rest there. Typically, 3 of them rest up against the chest. It doesn't seem to really do anything.
All right. So then I'm gonna start climbing down, but over
Okay.
the platform.
Sure.
And I want to lower myself enough that I can maybe tap it with my tail.
The platform?
The platform?
Okay. You lower yourself,
Oh, be careful.
and now you see her kind of gently coming down, and now into your guys' vision. You still cannot quite make your way all the way across. As your eyes adjust, you are able to see just the faintest bit of light coming from out in the darkness. You get down to about, call it 3 feet off the ground, and your tail just kind of goes up and just brushes it lightly. Nothing seems to happen.
I touched it.
Go for the chest, not the platform.
All right, then I'll.
Okay.
And then do the
edge your
same.
way
And
over.
then now I'm gonna do a with my tail on
To the
chest.
chest? Okay.
Yeah.
Without too much trouble. Again.
A nice sweep. Yeah.
Okay, and you do see there's bits of dust, and this chest has been here for a long time. As you go away, you could tell it was obsidian, but you couldn't quite tell from before because the dust had kind of muddled the sheen. As you brush off, there's just this cloud of dust that emerges comes off the chest. Nothing else happens.
All right, now pick up the
I'm
chest
gonna knock on it.
and
with
bring
my
it
tail.
over here.
Okay, your tail doesn't weigh very
No.
much, so it is kind of like a.
Hello.
There is no response from this obsidian 5-foot treasure chest.
Pick it up and bring it over here.
It's probably heavy, Guntir.
All right. Okay. You know what? Fuck this. Fuck this. I'm gonna start lowering onto the platform.
Okay. As you lower your...
I'm doing this. I'm testing it like I was testing the waters. Like
move.
1 foot down, like toe, then full pad,
Okay.
then full pressure.
So just gently, as
Doing everything but what the
incrementally as
advice
you
was
can.
that we gave you.
How am I supposed to stand on this and bring it to you?
No, you're supposed to open it from above it without...
Pull out the innards.
With
and
my
then-
tail?
Yeah, and
Like-
collect the inner... No, with your feet and then stand on the edge of the
Oh, I
chest.
wanted the chest.
Never mind, whatever. You're standing on the platform.
I just don't understand how I can do that.
Then you can't do it. It's fine. Just stand on the platform and see what happens.
You stand on the platform.
move it forward.
See what happens.
I'm tired of this timid shit.
Yeah.
Even Heinrich's getting impatient. Do something.
Why don't you guys get over here? Anyway.
Anyways. Would you...
And I'm gonna mumble to myself, being like, doing them all this favor, and all they do is bitch and fucking. While I'm leaning on, while I'm trying to step fucking people. I'm
Is that
grateful.
like it's 60 feet now?
Yeah. 65-ish.
Okay. So, as you do this, your toes touch, pad goes down. There's a moment where there is almost a slip. Bottom of your foot touches. And you realize it's just bits of kind of crumbling sandstone. Nobody's been to this platform in a very long time. You put your full weight down. Nothing seems to happen.
Oh my god!
Second foot.
Without too much problem, again, put your second foot down. And you're kind of waiting. Your whole body tenses up. You can feel the fur on the back of your neck standing up. You wait. Everybody make a perception check.
10. Just 10.
21.
Okay.
But I can't see shit, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, so no lower than passive, right?
Yeah.
So 10.
Okay. Nothing seems to happen. Shae,
Oh, I don't
you hear
like that.
somewhere up, maybe near the ceiling,
I don't like that nothing happens.
just this sort of...
Fuck.
Cool.
There was something up in the ceiling. Something.
I'm gonna
What?
look up at the ceiling.
Okay.
See if I can see anything.
Okay, you have...
Where
dark
she
vision.
would have probably pointed, right?
Okay.
Did you point, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Echolocation?
Your head kind of jerks up and looking up. You are, now that you're actually looking up, you see this kind of dappled pattern on the ceiling. It's such that these kind of shallow grooves form maybe a 2-foot drop in the ceiling or a 2-foot incline.
Yeah.
And so as you get further away, there's just pockets of darkness.
Yeah.
You don't see anything up there.
Yeah.
Morwen, you are now fully on the platform.
All right.
Watch out!
For what?
The thing! Up in the...
What thing? What are you talking about?
Are you going to look up?
What'd you
Yeah.
see?
Okay. Make an investigation check.
I'm pulling out my giant sword.
20.
I'm putting away my jerky
20?
bag.
Yes.
Okay.
And pulling out my sword.
An unnatural 20.
Guntir, does this first platform look safe?
Ish.
You're
There is this
Overflowing
sort
with
of
confidence.
brief moment where you see...
Roll a 9.
It's hard to tell. And at first, you're almost not sure that you are seeing something. Oh, thanks, Matt. You actually should probably thank Miles for most of that work. He did a lot of the audio today.
Oh.
I'm
Tried.
saying it sounds very good.
Oh, good. I'm
Okay.
glad. Sorry about the literal open window effect because all of the windows are open in
It's
this
really
room.
hot in here if we don't do that. So
We're working with what we got.
Yeah, it's steaming.
Dungeons
We're
are
all
pretty
gonna die.
huge.
It's fine.
We're really getting into the atmosphere.
really getting into the atmosphere, you said?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I guess it'd be pretty
Oh,
steamy in
look
here.
at-
It's
It would be.
swampy.
It is. I mean, it's humid in
Moist.
here because of the water coming up, and you're in a
Yeah.
desert, so the heat kind of penetrates through the stone. It is hot.
Oh,
Chill.
I
I
just
mean,
like
not.
that I don't show sweat.
You just get
Brr.
damp. You don't sweat. You just get damp.
There is a brief moment where you do kind of see almost like the vanishing of like a foot up into one of the recesses. Given how far away it is, you can't really make out color. You can't really make out what kind of foot. You just see the end of some toes. Humanoid in appearance, just kind of drift up into maybe like a recess. It seems like one of those dips. Every couple one of those dips seems to have almost like a hook to it, and you see that they form tunnels.
How big is this foot?
Humanoid, looks like it could belong to a person.
For some reason, I was picturing like just a big ass. But
No.
like,
Watch out, there.
Like a Monty
like a
Python
toe
style.
like this big.
Just a foot. Yeah.
Just a regular old foot.
That's what the traps were.
It's like the Zelda
Just
hand,
giant
but
feet.
it's a foot.
Crushing you. Yeah. That'd be sick.
It doesn't pick you up. It's just like.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna yell this across and say, I think we have company.
Get the shit and get out.
Get the shit.
Get the shit and get out. Open the chest, or else it's all for naught.
All right, I'm doing it. I'm opening the chest
Okay.
carefully.
You pull the chest open, and as you do, I mean, it's a pretty heavy chest. You're able to push it open, but as you do, there is this kind of burst of radiant light that emerges from this chest. And there's a number of things that you see inside. As you actually have to squint against the light because it is so dark in here.
Does this help Shae see the...
Yeah, Shae, at this point, the entire room will be considered dimly lit.
As I was still looking up when this happened,
yeah.
do I see anything?
You now can see that some of these
yeah, you don't
dips
have dark
form
vision, right?
tunnels in the actual ceiling.
Tunnels.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, great.
So I'm holding on to my tail.
Morwen, inside this chest, there's a decent number of gold pieces. Gathering them up at a quick count, roughly 200. There is one bottle. It's spherical, leading to a tapered tip. There's a cork in it, and it appears full of this kind of reddish liquid. And as you shake it, it seems to shimmer. The most interesting thing that you see within this space, there is a length of very thick chain. This is the source of the light. And each one of these chains links appears to be made out of almost like a silvery material. With all of the time that's passed, doesn't show any kind of wear, any kind of rust, any oxidization. Doesn't seem in any way tarnished. Squinting and looking, you can see there is like almost minute bits of writing on the inside of each link. What do you want to do? I would say probably all of you. I mean, you're all aware that this chest opened because the light level changed pretty drastically.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I do is I feel like an idiot for not giving you the bag that you could have just thrown everything into.
I was just thinking that.
Oh, shit.
All right, I'm going to look around. I'm going to see if I see that foot.
Okay.
Or anything, not specifically the foot, but I'm looking for
Make a perception check then, just like a general
sketchy
perception
shit.
check.
Yeah.
And does this give me a clear indication of like
I
what
think we should
the
get out of
pillars
here.
look like?
Of what?
What the pillars look like? What this
Yeah,
pathway is?
sure. I mean, they look like sandstone pillars.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I rolled, well, 1, but 10.
Okay. So 10 in total?
No, that's just my passive.
Okay, got you. So that's your passive. Cool. Nope.
Grab it and let's get out
All right,
of here.
I'm gonna YOLO. I'm just gonna shove everything as
Grab
quickly
it
as I
and
can
go!
and
Okay.
jump down and fucking book it.
Okay, so you grab it all, scoop everything into a
I'm
bag,
gonna
get all
shut
the
the.
coins,
Well, I'm gonna shut it
everything in
too,
there.
and then fucking
Sure.
yeah.
You get it all in, and as you shut it, you can, those of you still on the platform, turn around. This huge pillar of stone has shut the door behind you.
Ah, shit!
There is
Yeah. Don't stand on the platform!
all of you,
I don't think that's...
No, I'm
including Shae
running
at this
but
point.
Whenever, yeah.
Now begin to see mist, little tendrils of it begin to creep out of some of the tunnels that are up on the ceiling. This is different than some of the mist that you've encountered before. It has this strange greenish cast to it. And it seems like the tendrils begin to drift down and hold purchase, and kind of bigger bits of steam kind of come out, or mist, or whatever it is. It sneaks along, goes along the ceiling and onto the walls. It seems to kind of hold purchase, almost like vines. And all at once, the fog just spreads out,
Ah, hold on a second. I'm
beginning to
dispelling
fill the
magic.
space. You want to try to do spell magic?
Oh, yeah. I'm like, oh, pressure.
Wait, before
See
you
where
do
this is
that,
heading.
we're wearing the necklaces, right? So is the fog. I'm wearing necklace.
You are wearing the
Yeah.
Oh, I believe you guys
all
are
are.
wearing
We
it?
all
think we
are,
all
yeah.
are.
We
Also-
made a point. We made a point.
Sorry, just
to-
before you do,
necklaces?
just
Thanks.
how
The
Good
silver
luck.
scale,
Good
the
luck.
silver scale necklaces. Yeah.
Thanks. Good luck
Okay.
there.
Fair enough. So,
I like my jewelry.
Yeah.
somewhere along the cavernous bricks that make up this wall and the ceiling, you hear the sound that you guys at this point are fairly familiar with. It's the sound of these black kind of protrusions from the Croteggo scraping on stone. But it's odd because it seems like it's climbing. Somewhere in the ceiling, somewhere on the wall, somewhere within these tunnels. And whatever it is, it's moving fast. I need everybody to roll initiative.
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah.
What'd you roll?
My first 20.
Oh, natural 20 for initiative.
Yeah,
Jeez.
I'm no longer going dead last. I'm going 22.
That's 11.
11?
I think that's probably my best initiative so far.
Oh, you're old.
Use her for now.
Guntir's happy with that. As
All
long as he
right.
doesn't die.
Yeah. I do have my sword at the ready.
But Guntir's pretty angry right now. He's grumping hard.
Why is he grumping? All right.
Because he was like, I don't stand on the platform. Just fucking stand on the platform.
I don't think it's the platform. I'm pretty sure it's because I just looted all the booty.
And then close the chest.
The platform
Slam
was
it down!
fine
All
before
right.
I opened the chest.
Anybody natural 20?
22.
Natural 20 always goes to the top.
Oh, so you crit. Okay, interesting.
Only for that, with a couple of exceptions. There's a few creatures that I've been working on that have some real cool movement abilities.
Priority
You know. Anyhow, 25 to 20.
I'm going to use my rakish audacity to boost me to 25.
All right.
Yeah, giant foot comes down.
15 to 20.
Just big black toenails.
10
Ew.
to 15.
11.
11.
I'm sorry, what?
Oof.
Shae, what do you got?
8.
What?
What?
No!
Shae going
Wicked low. I
last.
rolled wicked low.
You
That's
liked it.
amazing. All right. So,
Swap your dice out.
I did.
Ah,
No shit.
Swap them out again.
Miles, what do you want to do?
well, I mean, shit. I don't know, man. I
As
think I'll
far
just
as
look up and
you can tell, it appears to be coming from the ceiling, from these
Yeah.
tunnels. You can't visualize the creature yet.
yeah. I mean, all right. Well then, shit. I hold ready in
Single
action.
digits for sure.
I mean, ready. Yeah, and roll first initiative. Yeah, but like, what am I gonna? I guess in the meantime, while we have some time, I'm gonna investigate the door and see how
You
can
do
maybe
have
get it
time,
back
but-
open.
Use your action. So yeah, you can move up the stairs because the stairs are only about 11 feet, so you can move like halfway up if you want, just to like, take a look.
So the
then-
door up
The doors
here
are
Go to
all
shut?
the
the
top
way-
of the stairs.
Yeah, at the top
Oh,
of the
okay.
stairs.
Okay.
As I am doing that, I shout to Morwen, "Open the chest again, see if it helps," and then I run up just to check out the door.
Okay, make an investigation check.
All right. That is 19.
19. All right.
What's up?
Looking at this,
I'll just be like up here because that's the stairs.
There you go.
sure. Looking at the door, it looks like one of these, and you saw in the other room, if you recall, the ceiling was a little different. It was just straight bricks, these big, cubes, foot by foot, or I think they're actually
In
5
the
by 5
previous
in the
room.
previous room.
Okay.
5 by 5 foot cubes up on the wall,
Yeah.
up on the ceiling that were
Yeah.
making up the ceiling. It's one of those that has just descended to block the door.
Oh. No mechanisms or anything. It just like it fell.
It seems like there's probably a mechanism up top to like a
Released it.
and you thinking about the fact that this is a dwarven ruin of some kind, probably maybe some kind of steam piston, something like that, but something is moving it up and down straight. It doesn't appear to be on a lever or anything like that.
Right.
It's pretty massive.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna
Yeah,
bother.
so I'm pretty sure that the things are all pressure sensitive.
And you cannot say that because you're in initiative order.
Ah!
Is that your turn?
think to
yeah, I mean,
myself,
was that
I'm
the
like, I
action?
should've
Does
That was
That
yeah.
was
Action
a minute
investigation rolls an action and initiative.
Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, no,
Fair enough.
that's pretty much it.
Morwen.
I'm going to open the chest.
Okay. Opens up.
I'm going to take out the chain and put it back down and see what happens.
Okay, so as you take out the chain, holding the chain directly, there is this burst of kind of energy, and you realize that part of the glowing may have something to do with this creature that is going about. Because as you pull it out and you get it closer to the ceiling, there is a moment where it kind of flares a little bit. This is a magical item. You can feel the magic radiating off of it.
What controls it?
Pass it here!
Yeah, throw it the 80 feet.
Throw it here!
It's like 65, isn't it?
Okay.
Well, I was originally thinking I was
Well,
just gonna
carry
drop.
on your
I wanted to
legacy.
drop it in the chest to see if that opens the door for some fucking reason.
So you want to drop it back in the chest?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do, and I want to
You
look
let
around
go.
and see what happens about it.
You let go, and all of you just hear this, and it does. There's a moment where it gets brighter in the room, then it gets a little darker. That's all that seems to happen.
Damn it.
The door doesn't open.
No,
Pick
but
it back
you,
up and
now
keep
that
it
you
out.
now that the chain is there and kind of lighting it up, you do see a broken and ancient, frayed, broken piece of twine.
Cool. Well, that can't be fixed.
Is that your turn?
Unless someone has mending.
I think I'm gonna.
Oh!
Can I
But
pick
you
it
gotta
back
get
up?
all the way over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna pick it back
I
up,
can
Okay.
get it.
and I'm going to start.
I mean, I
Running
could
to
probably
them.
also get
Okay.
over there. But
When you pick it up,
pick it up
what
again.
part are you picking it up by? This is roughly, it's a length of thick silver chains, or chain links, that can be, it's maybe about 10 feet long.
Tackle. Wear it.
Like bling.
Yeah, just big ol' like bandito.
Drop it down the side.
What is it? What's it called?
Bandolier.
Bandolier.
yeah.
Thank you.
You loop it around and kind of tie it off a little bit. I mean, it grants
I was
you...
Bandolier.
thinking more like a
Band of horses.
like scarf kind of.
Okay. Yeah, so you kind of you put it around like a
But not around my neck.
No,
Like, I don't
like
wanna
a
be like-
like a stoat or a stole or whatever those things are called. All right.
Picture hero tying the
right. Yep,
thing.
that. Mhm.
Yeah.
While you are wearing this, it feels like you're going to have bright light within 10 feet of you.
How does that feel?
I will say, you know what?
Lovely.
Make a
Radiant.
dexterity roll just to see.
Oh, that's probably pretty heavy.
Ew, 13.
Cool. So you put it over, no problem. That will be your turn, however.
Any movement?
Oh, can I not move?
You can move.
Okay, I'm gonna get off this platform. And I'm gonna start heading towards them.
So you can move. You won't really be able to like jump and cling to something. If you wanted to move and like jump from platform to platform, you could certainly do that.
Or just
Well, no,
jump
'cause I
straight
can walk
down?
on the water.
Yeah.
So I'm
Jump
thinking
straight
I
down
want
the
to
water.
kind of like skid down the side and get on the water and
Okay.
make as much distance as I can.
I'm gonna say for that, go ahead and make a acrobatics or athletics check.
Acrobatics, please.
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
the old cat on the side of the tree, just
17.
17. No problem. You just jump and all the way down to the bottom.
Ow.
Not a great sound.
That's
That
just
is
like I
going
hate nails
to
bending
bring
backwards. That is one of my biggest pet peeves.
So I assume I'm right there.
Sure.
Oh shit.
Drifting
There's
down.
a new mini.
I also I will.
Oh, you weren't. you
This is
weren't
probably
far
gonna
off.
affect me, so I'm gonna.
Is that what I think it is? Is that just a big old hand?
It's a ghost.
It's a ghost.
Is that a big old hand? No, it's a person.
It's the master hand.
The
It's a whole being.
The hair of it from this
So.
angle looks like it's just a hand.
Amazing.
As this creature descends, you can see a slightly different version of the Croteggo that you've seen before. Whereas before they had this sort of bluish color to them, these purple bulging veins, these black bulbous eyes, the black hair kind of almost ring-like in how it descends over the face. This creature is a little bit more green in cast. And as it looks, who is it closest to? It would be closest to Guntir. Guntir, you see this creature, its head just kind of...
I just see this like
You see
anime
this-
zoom in on your face. Just waiting for it. Continue.
This creature's head just
That made me have to pee. I'll be right
tilts up
back.
to
There you
you,
go.
and you see it just kind of look, and for the first time you actually hear it speak. And this creature, it's maybe like 50 feet from you,
Okay.
just looks at you and says, "Oh, one of me. You'll taste of home." And suddenly it seems to lift off of the platform and fly 10, 20, 30, 40. Have them stop right here.
Taste
you can go
these
50.
nuts.
Right up to you.
Pull out.
Alright, it's not lined up. Here you go. Thank you.
It's not even.
I know, Nani, right?
Not even.
Thank you for everybody who just tuned in.
It is not even.
It just kind of
There you go.
bursts towards you in a huge jet of this mist, which you guys can actually see through. You would get the sense that were you not wearing these necklaces, it would be pretty hard to see it. It just suddenly bursts in front of you, and as it does so, it is going to...
Fuck my shit up.
Yeah. So actually, it's going to go ahead and use its very special multi-attack. So you see it just has these black sort of protrusions that you've seen in the other Croteggo. It strikes them across your chest. That is going to be a 23 to hit.
Oh, I think I'm definitely hit.
All right. So as it rakes across and parts of your bandage split and kind of tear away, just this red begins to sink in as you take 10 slashing damage. Suddenly, it disappears.
Oh my god!
Moves 5 feet. Reappears right in front of you, Shae, and it's going to make another attack on you.
On me.
That is going to be a 15 to hit.
Does not.
All right. As it kind of disappears and then reforms into the solid thing, just swinging down at you, you are fast enough, and now that you can actually see with the torch, to kind of move out of the way, and you feel it kind of go over top, and you actually kind of get this sort of dampness as it does so, the seawater striking your face.
Gross.
It has to go, and then as soon as it misses, it disappears again, and it's going to reappear 5 feet over in this direction.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
You do not.
Damn it.
So what you notice actually, because this is a time where you would normally just strike them, as you go to strike it as it moves, you strike nothing, and you realize that when this creature moves, it is considered incorporeal.
Well, there you go.
That is its turn. That brings us to Guntir.
I'm gonna try to dispel some magic on this motherfucker.
All right, yeah, go for it.
I'm choosing this one creature
Has
in
no
front of
physical
me
form.
that fucked my shit up.
This is
And I'm
a
gonna...
corpus, corporeal.
Ah!
In
Okay, so you go ahead and you cast Dispel
So
Magic.
this right here
What level are you casting it at?
is a body.
I'm casting it at...
Thank you for noticing. I grew it myself.
this right here is a body.
If you were to exist without the
each
body,
spell
you would be incorporeal.
of 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check.
Are you saying I'm just a body to you?
Ability.
Yes.
Wow.
10 plus the spell level, so
Go ahead.
13.
Or do I make that check?
It's just hard to
I
hear.
think
because
you
of the
make-
mic
okay.
on.
Yeah.
13?
Yeah.
Well, he's also not being
Any
Guntir right now,
spells
so.
3rd level or lower, just
Sure.
10.
So as this streak of kind of like a pale, milky white, almost tinged with blue energy comes out of Gunter's hand, it strikes this creature. And Shae, you being right next to it, you see it kind of hit, and you see the skin kind of turn this almost brighter color and then just fade. Nothing seems to happen.
That was Dispel Magic?
That was.
Okay.
No effect. Splash in the face by monster water, what it's like to chew 5 gum.
I'm gonna...
There you go. There you go.
I'm gonna...
Now we know.
Monster water.
Is that a trademark? Can we...
It's not very good.
That was very
I'm
helpful, Guntir.
gonna, get the fudge out of there.
Okay.
And I'm gonna also maybe use a bonus action. Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action first
Okay.
to give myself +2 AC. And
With,
then, with Shield of Faith.
okay.
And then
Is Shield of Faith a cantrip?
Shana
Shield of Faith
Divinity.
is a 1st level spell.
So if you already cast a 3rd level spell, you cannot
yeah,
cast a 1st level spell. It's got to be a
That's
cantrip.
the thing that, Yep.
Do you just want to move?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna run away.
Where are you going to hurt yourself?
You can run away 10 feet in any direction,
Um,
including up the stairs.
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, you could jump onto the platforms.
I will do everything in my power to not do that.
I'm not the boss of you, you know.
Can I use a bonus action to make a quick ocular pat down of the one that Shae had pointed out before, and be like, I'm taking that chance.
It's an action.
I'm taking that chance, and I'm hopping onto the first.
So you're just jumping onto the first one. All right, go ahead. You
Ah!
kind of hear Gunter as his cloak just goes out behind him, and he makes this terrible noise and just lands. You hear as his knees kind of crack. But other than that, there does not seem to be an effect.
Good.
That is your turn. I did not say boneless action.
Boneless action.
We are going to go to Shae. What are you doing?
So, I'm gonna, in one, drop the torch and yell for Heinreich.
Okay.
'Cause he's up the stairs.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known any of this is happening. I'm just like, this fucking door.
Yeah, right now you're just looking at this kind of. Huh.
Did it work?
We're in trouble. Get your butt back down here. And I'm gonna try to hit it.
Okay,
I don't think
go
I
for it.
can, but I'm gonna try.
Okay.
13.
13 unfortunately misses. As you go to strike it, you can see part of its body kind of turns into mist, and your fist just goes right through.
I've got a second one though.
There it is.
Much better.
How's a 23?
23 sounds like a hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
8.
Okay. So as you go, the first punch just kind of fades away and your hand goes straight through it. As it kind of forms back, you see its head turn, and as it begins to almost smile, you just deck it in the face. And you see just part of it, and you feel, it's a very, very interesting sensation because you can feel elements of it shifting into mist as it kind of notices you going. It can't quite change in time, and so you're able to hit it. And it's this really strange, it's like hitting a pillow that also kind of drifts around your arm, and you feel
Ew.
elements of its skin kind of trickling up. And as it kind of reforms, because it takes that hit, you just have like little skin flaps, just specks of it that are now on your arm.
Flappy.
Yeah, not terribly great. All right, is that your turn? What are you gonna do, Shae?
Yeah, that's it. I'm done.
All right, that brings us to the top of initiative, which is Miles.
Yeah, so I heard Shae
It's Heinreich.
call. It's not Heinreich.
Sorry, Heinrich.
I kind of, as I'm like looking at the door, my face just hear, like I hear the get back down here, and just kind of like, okay, and I just like turn around, great sword in hand, running down, and get here. Is it easy enough to figure out what's going on as I re-enter the
you
room?
see this Croteggo-looking creature, different than the ones that you've seen. Kind of like leering over Shae. It seems to kind of have its head back at a weird angle.
Okay.
But yeah, you definitely know it's a Croteggo.
Okay, cool. I kind of round from here. I can't attack.
Yes, you can.
Okay, cool. Using Blade of Decay in case it tries to like run away.
Okay.
Which, hold on a sec. I just want to make sure that. Yeah, so until my next turn, it would take damage by moving again.
Yep.
But I still get to do the attack. And because I'm level 5, it's boosted. So, a big ol'... How does that wonderful... Oh god, this is pretty bad. It's not even going to hit, I'm sure. Like, I think it's somewhere in the ballpark.
Have
Like
more
12,
faith.
12 or 11 or something like
12
that.
or 11?
Yeah.
Something like that definitely does it.
Yeah,
As you
exactly.
swing, it's a very narrow angle to get by Shae with this like sword that has built-in chainsaws.
Yeah.
You're being very mindful not to hit Shae.
I appreciate that.
It's more or less it, yeah.
And so you do miss mostly because of that?
Now with that, the Thirsting Blade, whenever I attack, I can attack twice. But that, I cast Booming Blade.
Correct.
Does that count
An
as the attack?
Attack is an attack
It's
action.
just the attack. Okay,
So you
cool.
can-
So
you
that
can
was
attack.
it.
No, you can attack again.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because when you attack, you're taking the attack action, which
Right.
means that you can attack twice because it doesn't use your action to cast
Right.
Booming Blade as a bonus action.
Oh, right. No.
It's a cantrip.
Or sorry.
Well, it's a cantrip, yes.
Blade
but,
of Decay, as long as it's a bonus
right,
action.
Booming Blade, same thing. It is an action.
Okay, so then you would not be able to
Attack, again, because the
Correct.
attack action would have been. Yeah.
Correct.
Booming Blade forces the weapon attack.
Right. So it's not you taking the attack action, it's
Right.
that it forces the attack. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, unfortunately, that's it.
Okay.
Fucking miss.
Morwen.
Yes.
God damn it. Roll 3.
Morwen.
Shitty dice. I know, right?
Could you pass me one of the coffees over there?
Yeah.
A straw.
What?
All right, I'm going
Another
to
turtle.
draw my
Okay.
blades.
Give me another
I'm
one
going
of
to draw
those.
pus and
Count
butts,
them.
Okay.
and I'm going to dash
Okay.
here.
Go ahead. And you can move yourself over there.
I mean, obviously 5 feet each, right?
I can move there.
Hmm?
So that is
So I have 30 to 60 feet.
50, 55, 60.
Actually, hold on, give me 1 second, because I know that, let's see, I might not actually have to use that.
Took coffee to the DM site.
Oh, so good.
Sorry, I am very sorry. Oh, my stupid tabaxi didn't print.
What are you trying to do
Oh,
there?
the racial traits? What are you trying to...
Fleeting fancy? No, that's not it, obviously.
Fancy.
No, I think it's my feline agility that I'm able to double my speed as a bonus
You
action
can
as
use it
long
once
as
per long. I think it's once per long rest.
And that's once until
No.
you don't move for a full turn.
Right. Excellent. Yeah. You can do that.
Well, I don't have an action anyway. Other
Yeah,
than
that's
that.
what it uses, just-
And it doubles your movement.
No, actually, no. I'm going to use my feline agility,
Okay.
but I'm going to ready an action if this pops up to Puss and Butts.
So you're going to use feline agility to get 60 feet. Because if you take the dash action, you can't ready the action. Because the
Right. No,
dash
I'm
is your
thinking.
action.
Right. I'm thinking of doing the feline agility so I can ready an action.
Okay, so that would get you to there, but then you could ready an action.
Unless you feel agility and dash, and then you can move 120 feet.
Right.
Oh, that's true. All right.
So you could put yourself anywhere up on that platform if you like, because it gives you
I would
the
like
ability.
to,
Yeah,
and
go for it.
I can't Puss and Butts yet, but I'm weapons drawn
Sure. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
to get up.
Yeah.
Beers are here.
Okay. You can put yourself back down
What
at the
its
bottom.
count? It's a 9.
That's great. You can put yourself down at the
For
bottom.
what it counts.
As you kind of run up, you like
rolled a 1.
seeing what's happening up there. You push yourself even further, kind of beyond your normal physical boundaries, and you just accelerate. And you get up to the wall, and you leap. And as you sink your claws in, they just slide through the wet sandstone. And as the tide is rising, you can see it gets significantly more muddy. It doesn't flake off per se, but it's harder to climb for sure.
Right.
That is your turn. That is going to bring us to it. All right, given where it is. Oh, right. Okay, so at the beginning of its turn, any creature within a 5-foot radius is going to take 1d4 acid damage. So that would be Guntir and...
No, I'm not 5.
Oh, sorry, not Guntir.
I'm
Shae and Heinreich.
I'm getting out of there.
I'm out.
Okay, you guys are going to take 1 acid damage each.
Fuck, I'm dead!
So
Oh,
you
no.
can see elements of the mist that is drifting off
not
of this
funny.
creature's body settle down into what?
No, I just what the hell? You have
What?
so much health.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Settles down
I'm
onto
totally
your
fine.
skin. The two of you onto your skin. You feel bits of the mist kind of begin to burn, almost like they're corrosive.
Okay, well, I'm gonna Hellish Rebuke it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
It needs to make a dex saving throw against my DC of 16.
Dex save.
Yeah.
Sick. How does a?
Yeah, so if it's
True
above
sound.
16... Oh. Yeah, well, it fails. So
Okay.
it takes...
Yeah, fuck you. Yeah.
So,
a big buttload of damage.
so it takes...
Lots and lots of damage. Oh.
23 fire damage.
20
What is up?
fire damage with
Yeah,
Hellish
a
Rebuke?
3, an 8, and a 10. I cast it at second level. It's a tiefling. It's a tiefling race trait.
Sick. All right.
Nice.
That is dirty.
3d10. What is up? And I rolled an 8, a 3, and a 10.
Hellish Rebuke is
Sorry,
21.
21, not 23, 21. Hellish Rebuke is
Oh, well,
point your
never
finger at a
mind.
creature that
Yeah,
damaged
yeah.
you, momentarily surrounded by hellish flames. Creature must make a dexterity saving throw, taking 2d10 fire damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful one. When cast at higher levels, you increase it by 1d10 per. As a racial trait, I cast it at second level for free
That's-
once per day.
Dirty.
So 21
Nice.
fucking fire damage. Yeah.
Okay, so
So that's it for until I long rest.
as the mist kind of creeps over and just begins to sear at your skin, you turn and you say something to it in Infernal, this deep, demonic sounding speech. And as you do that, what kind of damage does it do?
This is fire damage.
Fire damage? Okay.
Yeah.
As you do that, your eyes flare,
Yeah.
bits of flame actually licking out at the sockets.
Yeah.
You can see for a moment your
Kind of
your
like
kind of
I would,
muddy
it
skin.
would trace my antlers too, probably.
Yeah, your muddy
Like,
skin, you see kind of just kind of almost seem to crack and with fire in the actual cracks. And bits of the fire
like
kind of
Geralt after like 30 potions.
never played The Witcher.
That's okay, don't worry about it.
Creeps up and then just kind of also begins to circle and just up through the antlers. Hellish Rebuke is awesome. It kind of just grunts and looking at you very, very strangely.
That's for 1 point of damage. Imagine if you had dealt me 2.
It looks at you and says, I wonder if the infernal blood adds to the flavor. Its attention is very much focused on you.
That's fine.
As it does
That
that,
tastes good.
yeah, it is going to use, oh, yes it is. Okay, I need for Heinrich and I need for Shae to make dexterity saving.
That was a 10.
Doesn't sound great.
It's alright. I ain't too nimbly bimbly.
14?
14, also not that great. As you guys are standing there, as he completes his sentence, you notice bits of this kind of mist that are drifting off of its body seem to kind of harden and coalesce into these large tendrils. Two of them strike out. One of them wraps around you.
Ew.
One of them wraps around you.
Ew.
You are both considered grappled. You can
Sorry,
attempt
I
to make a
wasn't
strength
trying to go
saving throw at the beginning of your turn to break free.
Yeah.
However, because you are first grappled, you are going to take...
Load of damage.
Nope. You are going to take
2 damage.
4 damage. 4 acid damage. And as this damage kind of... And you feel as these tendrils wrap around you, it begins to just sort of... elements of your skin kind of start to turn red and just flake off into the mist. And you notice, Shae, where you had impacted it in the face before, you see elements of that just kind of begin to fluff back out, almost as if it's regaining the health that it just took from you. That is going to end its turn and bring us to Guntir.
We can deal more damage than it is dealing us.
Wait, it doesn't bring it to me?
Matt, you're getting fans.
Thanks,
I mean, it's all about that
I
voice.
thought it was after... Oh, no. I mean, you would know.
It shifted over to Heinrich because Heinrich just dealt a shit ton of damage to him. And this, you guys are now noticing, this is... Whereas before the Croteggo just kind of like mindlessly followed whoever
This one's
most
talking.
recently heard it. This one's talking. This one's moving very quickly.
of its own.
It seems to have some semblance of consciousness, if not actual consciousness.
So I think
Matt, you have to read the chat later. There's another guy named Matt, and he says that you are super grumpy, and he loves you and supports you.
Grumpy Gunty.
Super grumpy.
You're super gunty.
What? Okay.
So, speaking of which, Guntir, what are you doing?
I'm gonna channel my divinity to destroy / turn this undead.
Okay.
And I don't know if it stacks with my other channel divinity, preserve life, because it was questionable in the text.
Doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna just use destroy / turn undead. So each undead that I can see or hear within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
I'm gonna hope that this is an undead creature.
Sure. And you said it's turn undead?
If the creature, yeah.
Okay.
Isn't it like a CR level?
The abilities
CR,
turn.
yeah, I think it's like CR 1.5
Something like that.
is like
Insta death.
insta death, yeah.
Like fuck you,
So I'm
skellies.
guessing this will just turn it unless it's like
Fuck you,
a
skellies.
particularly difficult CR.
You reach out, and as you cast turn undead, nothing
Skelly.
seems to happen.
Or it's not
And with
undead.
that,
Damn it,
you
Skelly.
get the sense that it's probably not an undead creature. This is very much whatever process turns the Croteggo into Croteggo. They are not dead.
Alright,
That's good to know for me. Shit.
I'll be like, well, I've done all I can do.
Time to jump off and die.
and I'm gonna
Like the meme. Guess I'll
I'll
die.
Guess I'll-
287 years. That's enough.
Had our fun.
Met my match. Tried one spell, didn't work. I'm dead.
well, screw it. I'm gonna I guess just I'm gonna just be ready so to turn and watch and be like,
You got this, everyone.
And you, is that, are you, okay. Is that your turn?
yeah. Oh, I guess how's everyone doing health-wise besides me? I could heal.
I am not. Well, I'm
To
damaged.
rate it
The
on a
potatoes will be
scale.
good too.
I'm the most injured right now, so I might just heal myself a little.
I'm feeling like 1/10 of my health down. I'm okay.
I'm like a third.
90%.
On a scale out of 50, I would say I'm at a 45.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just gonna just healing word myself.
Give yourself a little pep
Oh, I
talk.
can't do it. Never mind.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Unfortunate. All
Moving
right.
on.
That brings us
I'm
to
thinking, like,
Shae.
My secondary reactions, but they're not.
So I'm grappled. Are my hands still free or no?
Your hands are still free, yes. It's wrapped around your torso.
Great. I'm just gonna smack it.
Okay. Your attacks are, I believe, give me 1 second because I have this little thing here. Your... Nope, you're good.
Yeah, rules is written. I think grapple's just 0
Yeah,
speed.
just 0 speed. That's all you got, really. There's a couple of things, but...
19 to hit.
19 to hit. Yeah, that definitely hits.
10.
10. 10 for damage?
Yeah.
Jesus. All right, yeah.
You
You go ahead.
A single boxcar.
And as you strike it, you're pounding on this tendril, and you're carving bits of it away. As you hit it, it does pass through more like jello than anything. However, instead of these kind of chunks coming down, as you hit it, it just bursts into mist. It definitely is still doing damage to it.
I'm like crying because this is disgusting.
It's not great.
Oh, that misses. Never mind.
Pretty dice, though.
Well, thanks. I'm up and down today.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. What was it?
It was a 10.
Yeah, that definitely misses. So the first one, after the second one, you do see that it kind of begins to twist this sort of tendril away from your hands, just trying to get it out of the way. And so it's now kind of holding you off of the back. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. That is going to bring us back to Heinrich.
Can I attack the tendril itself, trying to sever it?
You could certainly try.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking do that with a great sword.
The way that I'm going to rule that is that I'm just going to add...
I don't know.
So my turn wasn't my turn. It was.
Oh, I understand. Right,
Yeah.
I remember that. Okay.
My thinking is I'm going to add a little bit to the AC for that because it's a smaller target.
Okay.
But yeah, you can certainly make the attempt.
Cool. With the attack action,
Okay.
trying to sever it with this chainsaw greatsword thing, or greatsword that can chainsaw if high enough rolled. That is a 27.
27 certainly hits. Yeah, that hits. And as you strike down, from the hilt of this sword, you kind of see these 4 blades, almost like buzzsaws, just emerge and begin to tear into this this mist. Go ahead and roll damage on that. You can roll the damage that comes with those blades.
Yeah, so it's a D12 and a D6.
Yes, sir.
What is up? That's pretty bad.
That's what's up.
Well, at least the D6 did me well, so that is a total of 12.
12 in total?
No, sorry, 13 because it's... No, it is 12. Sorry, it's just 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you carve through
Slashing.
the blades.
And magical if it counts because it's being...
The blades emerging from the hilt and just shredding through. And as you do, you're targeting just the tendril?
Yeah, just to like not be grappled, but also hopefully transfer the damage to it. I don't know if that's going to do it, but...
Okay. You carve through, and you see the whole tendril actually split for a second. The mist kind of coming apart, but then coalescing back together. It does a fair amount of damage. It's just unfortunate that the creature is made out of mist. Very technically, it is kind of like a spectral creature, and so severing parts of it will be very difficult.
Alright, well then I'll just bring it around and go for the neck.
Okay.
With my second attack, Thirsting
yeah.
Blade, for an 18.
An 18? 18 hits.
Okay, but no chainsaw effect, or does
No
it carry
chainsaw
over?
effect,
Because it's
no,
the same
unfortunately.
action.
Unfortunately.
It's the same action.
The way that the actual text is written, it's
Per hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, that carries over a lot nicer. It's actually more damage than the first time.
Okay.
For 14.
14.
Slashing.
Nice.
And magical if it matters.
It does not. As you carve back the first time, you see that whole tendril just kind of separates, and you do see this creature scowl at you. The thing reforms, and so you're like, all right, you swing it around and just carve straight through its torso.
Kind of like a down motion or up and around, and like continue the momentum.
Yeah, and it carves from like this shoulder straight down across, and you see the whole top of its body separate. And as it does, it is this kind of
Oh, that's scary.
and it comes back together.
Sounds
but
like a
it's
chainsaw.
pissed.
Oh, yeah.
It's looking real hurt, and you can see now elements of the mist are dripping onto the floor, and as they do, they land and are just flesh.
Yeah. Pulling it back to real life.
It seems to becoming much more corporeal as it's
Bringing it
damaged.
back to life.
Is that your turn?
I'm just double checking. I believe.
Wait,
No.
yes.
You know it. No, that's it. Yeah, that's all I got.
Morwen.
Meow. All right. So I assume that, or I'm asking if I can fit on this platform in this area.
Can you move your finger for just 1 second? You could certainly try.
Probably not.
I don't think I can.
It's, I mean, physically, yeah, you can do it. It's going to be a balancing act, and it's going to be balancing on your toes.
Like half climbing on the wall.
Fuck it.
There you go. Go ahead and make a dexterity check.
I don't know why I should try.
I'll call it acrobatics. You can add your acrobatics to it.
Oh. Is that all? 27.
So you guys watch, and you see all of a sudden just these kind of claws creep up over the wall, and then Morwen just pops up. Pus in one hand, butts in the other, ready to go.
Sneak attack.
Yes, certainly a sneak
Yeah,
attack.
I mean, there's tons of advantage for this.
And yeah, you're rolling at advantage too.
16
Get
or
that 20.
10.
Okay.
So 16. Alright, so it is 24.
24 hits. Go ahead and roll damage, and with surprise attack.
Let's see what we get.
Like
I believe it's
cold
2d6s.
guillotine.
That 3d6s.
Yeah, you're level 6 now.
So 7 plus 4, so 11, 15.
The
19.
fours are coming back. Oh my god.
But it's good this time.
19 in total.
Oh no, sorry, plus 5, so it's 24.
Okay.
24. You know what's
24.
better than 24?
What's up? High damage dealer. Jesus. Now use your other sword.
Looking at this creature, you kind of carve through with one, and as you do, you catch it like right across the face. You carve a part of the jaw off.
I am
And
shocked.
as it does,
I am
you
shocked.
hear,
as
you
this is
hear,
happening.
yeah, because you kind of.
I don't see her appearing out of
through,
nowhere.
through the thing. You see like the
I've been
mist
doing that a lot to
swirl.
you.
You see
Yeah.
the movement of mist. But then all of a sudden, you see the bottom part of its jaw just become flesh as it falls to the ground. You hear teeth hit the ground.
Yay.
It looks up at
still,
you,
like,
its tongue
crying,
rolling
like-
out. And you see the tongue is long and black. And it kind of turns to you, and you hear it say, you cannot really make out what it's saying because you have removed most of its mouth.
Grab his tongue, pull it off the ledge.
It is hurt. And at this moment, you see bits of the mist kind of and become skin,
Repel with its
break
tongue.
out into mist again. It's having a hard time keeping its form in either the mist or the sod. It seems to be breaking apart. It's really hurt. However, it is also its turn.
Wait, I'm going to butts.
Butts. All right, go ahead.
So while it's doing that, I'm gonna go.
It's looming over you. Its tongue is like stretched out, and it's like very much like drawing into you.
Touch him with your butt.
I'm gonna go butts
Okay.
for 18.
18. Butts, as you thrust your sword forward, tell us how it happens.
Yes.
Should I
Skewer
roll
right
for
through.
damage?
No,
Butt
'cause
into
it
butt.
had 1 health point, so I imagine you'll roll more than 2.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mimic it to its face, but then like put in a bunch of like butts in the mimic.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like how?
butts, butts.
Okay. So you just kind of go
That's
up,
the weirdest way to kill something.
and as it
Butts.
begins to talk, you come up to it and you just go, butts, and you just stab it and pierce through. And as you do, the area around the blade hardens around it, and you just kind of see the mist. And all of a sudden, this creature is now like entirely impaled in your blade. The blade comes out probably about this far away from you.
Yeah.
So I mean, all of a sudden, the creature is there. The mist kind of drops.
I'm assuming its tentacle thing goes slack, right?
It breaks off, and
Okay.
there's just a painting, a spatter of blood on the floor where it was.
I stagger back a bit
Yeah,
because
I
this entire
dance
time I
away,
think
like,
I've been.
Ooh, ew, ooh.
This entire time I've been like kind of pushing it, like pulling against it. So I imagine I stagger back like maybe 5 feet or
I'm
something.
over here.
It looks up at you as it's kind of, and you see its eyes different than the other Croteggo, not black and bulbous. You can see elements of maybe almost humanity in it. And it just kind of, as its eyes kind of begin to glaze over, it just says, "So hungry," and just into this kind of goo. Very ectoplasm. You guys are now out of initiative order.
Wonderful.
Well, for good measure, I'm gonna take the chain and go.
As
You're
you,
welcome.
so you take the end of the chain like that?
I think I'm just gonna kind of slap it. I wasn't really thinking about it. Like your scarf, like how you just like
Yeah.
You know
like
what I
grab
mean?
like towards the end and just like.
of the
Yeah.
Okay. As you grab the end, something happens.
I'm sure.
I investigate the button.
Okay.
The
Give me one
button?
sec. As you grab it,
I'm still just
you realize that you're
dysregulated,
holding
like,
the end of it almost as you would like a hammer or something, and as you have that thought, the chain suddenly up erect 10 feet up into the air, shrinks down, and suddenly you are now holding this mace. It seems to be crafted, the handle, out of those silver chain links, but the chains have kind of formed almost like a Mjolnir type hammer, and you are now holding this sort of silvery hammer with dwarven runes, microscopic almost, just kind of drifting along the chains.
All right, so I guess in mid motion when I'm like, "You're welcome," I'm just gonna be like, "That was unexpected."
Gunter's freaking out.
Yeah, this and
Frothing at the mouth over there.
Gunter, make a history check.
I'm still freaking out, but for separate
That's-
reasons. Ugh.
That's even less than that. That's an 11.
Hunter, you can make a history check as well because you do read a lot.
Yeah.
11.
11.
Okay.
Oh, sis. I got a 19, I think, 19.
19.
Oh,
Why don't you just take
Wait a second.
Okay.
the thing off?
15.
So it doesn't-
Because
You don't have to keep
as long as it
opening it.
hasn't been an hour,
Okay.
my enhanceability is still.
Yeah, this makes no
With a
sense.
15 and your background, Gunter, you recognize that, I mean, there is dwarvish runes. They're so small. They're hard to even see. Yeah, they're
running around the ruins.
They're quite small. It seems like they're almost prayers that are inscribed, though. You recognize the structure of them as being maybe like psalms or something, but they're old, very old. Miles or Heinrich with a 19.
Yeah.
You seem to recall something. You vaguely recall there is an item created sometime during the beginning of the Third Age known as the Righteous Chain. It was created for an order of mages that are known as, I want to say the Mystic Court, but give me 1 second. It is of the Divine Court. So it was created for the Divine
Righteous
Court.
chain
The Righteous Chain.
of the divine.
It was created by the dwarves for the Divine Court, which is an order somewhere maybe in Everest, but it's an elvish order of magic users. You don't know much about them, but you recall this artifact, and it definitely seems to match what you're looking at, or what Morwen is holding.
At this very moment, Gunter goes and pulls out the old Bis blueprint of the fire pillars.
Of what?
Okay.
Okay.
Which is what I think
Sure.
has. And then I look at it and I do.
No real similarity.
Useless.
Useless. Rolls it back up. And
Shitty
scratches
mouse. I relay this information to,
Gunter?
be like,
Okay.
do you know what this is?
I know it's
Gunter,
not-
make another history check. We'll consider this the advantage to your previous one now that he's alerted you to this.
Cool. It's still a 15.
Are you drunk, Gunter?
Without
Have you
actually
been
looking,
sneaking pipe leaf?
I think he's
you
out of
you
pipe
imagine
leaf.
that really examining some
Maybe
of
that's why.
these runes, given like an hour or so, you might be able to discern some of the script. But just here, with everything that's just gone on, it's a lot.
The light's too dim, I can't see it.
As he stares at this radiating
Yeah, I was gonna
chain,
say.
just this glowing light washing over you. It
I
radiates.
can't read what it says.
It radiates light for 5 feet and dim light for 10 feet, so long as there are no Croteggo around.
I'm bringing it upstairs.
So,
Try to like
Okay.
grab it from more.
I'm assuming you'll.
Morwen, do you want to give this to Gunter?
I've hopped over at this point.
No.
Okay. Make an athletics check, and you can go ahead and make an athletics check. What are you doing?
Trying to do a little quick sketch
Okay.
and transcribe any runes that I see as best as I
Make a
can.
performance check. We'll say at advantage because this is something that you do.
Yeah.
Morwen, would you roll?
12.
Okay. I'll get back to that 1 second.
17.
I pull it so hard. It's gonna-
Okay. Yeah, very, very.
You got the center
just
that hits my head when it
faithful
goes limp.
The runes themselves, you don't speak Dwarvish, and so it's an element of it being a foreign language, very, very small.
I'm going for the shape, not the letter.
Sure. But the shape moves.
Okay.
And so as you're trying to sketch, you'll do a little part of the ruin, and you kind of look to your sketch, keep doing it, look back up, and it's different. These marks seem to dance and move across the metal. You do as it's a very good drawing, and you do get some of the symbols. You manage.
I couldn't show it to someone and be like, "Can you read this?"
Yeah, you could show Guntir that.
Well,
I mean,
I'm assuming that with like the whatever. Okay.
If you want to put
What's
some
that?
music on that's free to use, feel free. I just
I don't
forgot.
think
That's what I
that's
forgot. I
free.
forgot Siren's
That's
Kid.
why-
I know. I was just about to. As I'm listening here, I'm like, "There's a lot of dead."
It would be
space.
great if we had music, but I forgot.
That's totally fine. Yeah.
You know,
Well,
we
I
had
can
to set
play
this up.
Spotify
That
or
was a lot of
something.
shit.
It just needs to be something that,
Literally nothing on Spotify.
yeah,
would
it
be.
wouldn't be Spotify.
It'd be
You
okay
need
to
to
play.
find like a
Okay.
free to use thing on YouTube.
Oh, right,
probably.
right.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
And it actually would actively filter it out of this, like they wouldn't hear it.
I'm gonna hum.
Anyways,
I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna.
thank you. Anyways, you want to show Guntir the writing that you've transcribed?
Well, I mean, was he looking at it already, or he just couldn't figure it out?
I was squinting at it and then I went to grab it.
I can't imagine what a transcription of something that is physically in front of him, how much better that would be. Then.
Sure. Yeah.
So I'm not gonna
Fair enough. So you
just add it
guys
to my scrapbook.
are now out of combat. At this moment, you do hear this kind of, and looking up the stairs, you see that pillar has returned to the ceiling.
Cool. Can I pretend? Can I proceed to just check the ectoplasm leftover remains and see if there's anything?
Make an investigation check. Make a medicine check.
Medicine.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
How's it? Oh,
Okay.
I'm gonna hold my pose. Natural 20.
Natural 20. All right.
I'm really familiar with death.
You found
I like causing
50
it.
platinum pieces.
Yeah, right.
So
I found a
you-
dungeon inside of a chest cavity.
You bend down. There's a couple things that you can kind of tell from your investigation.
Yeah.
And this is coming from just you read a lot, you journal a lot, you're constantly just writing things down. And
Maybe
so
other unspoken shit too.
possibly. But you definitely you get a couple things out of this. So the first thing that you realize is that this is organic matter.
Okay.
As you kind of poke it around, maybe just kind of visualize it. It has the consistency of kind of you wouldn't really. It has a consistency of flesh that sat in acid for a very long time.
Yeah, okay.
But it would need to be a fairly low.
So kind of like slow cooked pork,
Yes.
like
That's a-
flaky skin that's also moist and gross.
Yes.
Okay.
Very, very good. But it's almost
interjecting,
translucent.
I picked up the torch and got up the stairs. So I was just,
It is vaguely translucent.
Pork?
And, just like you put a fork in it and there's meat, but it's also like flaky and gross, but also delicious.
Sure.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not gonna eat it though.
A couple other things. So you do see. There are 10 black, maybe about this long. They almost look like cylinders of some kind of mineral. And
It's
so
like
you kind of,
uniform cylinder, or is it like?
well, as you pick it up, you realize it's one of those protrusions that have been coming out of the fingertips. Those don't seem to
Okay.
decay with the flesh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just
And this
gonna-
is
Oh,
also
yeah. I'm
this is
not
also
gonna
not
investigate.
it's not like a perfectly cylindrical shape. or
No,
whatever,
it's
right?
like
It's
all
claw
jagged
kinda.
and
just, like,
strange
so,
looking.
like,
Looks kind of like a Cheeto, but black and almost like onyx. You hello everybody.
I had my fists in it.
The
Anyways,
intellectual
it.
property belonging
Intellectual
to a
property.
company who has
no idea what you're talking about. Outside of that, though, there's not.
like
It's
monsters.
it's just kind of gelatin almost at this point. It's not a lot to tell.
Gross.
Looking for any items, you remember that it can turn into mist, and so any items that it would have carried at any point would
Right,
just drop
probably
at
just
that point.
Yeah.
So
okay.
you don't really find any items. Per se.
6 of these things though.
10.
10.
Those things
just
Oh, okay, cool.
out of each finger.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep them to myself.
Okay, you could
like,
add
starts,
10. They would be called.
knuckle bones.
No, you can just mark them as Croteggo protrusions at the moment.
That sounds awesome.
The finger game.
I was about to say that sounds awesome, dude. I'm not kidding. We are called the Finger Gang. It is a fucking thing.
Yeah, we kind of are.
You know,
So-
this is like an actual episode that people are actually watching. So if you call yourselves the Finger Gang, people are going to call you the.
We're
Finger
called the
Gang.
Finger
Well,
Gang
now-
because at one
No!
point or another, and all of us at some point or another have carried
Not
fingers
I.
on our person.
Not I.
Except for
Me
Shae.
neither.
Not
Alright.
I.
I think I did find kind of finger.
I
did.
don't
We have all at one point or another
Not
carried
I.
fingers.
Yeah.
Anyways, whatever.
I
Let's not
have
go
not
further.
ever
They
had a
say,
finger.
I heard the party of the show is called the Finger Gang.
Yeah, well,
I'll allow it.
Yeah, good. All right,
Um,
so 10x Croteggo protrusions.
Protrusions.
Okay, I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Lauren?
Those are some nice
So,
looking protrusions
just as a
you've
note,
got.
because
You should see that
you said, well,
erect change.
no, I'll wait till I'm alone
I
actually to
do.
inspect the other things that I took today.
Okay, fair enough.
Do I have the?
Oh yeah, did we do a dexterity
So,
check?
sorry, yeah. So
Did we
as a
ever
result,
end up doing that?
We did.
We did. I
As a
rolled it,
result
he
of
took it from
that,
me.
so while you're doing all of that,
It turns back.
there's a
into
moment
shape
where
of
you're
the
kind of
light
like looking at
changes.
this sick hammer that suddenly is in your hand, and all of a sudden you hear a very familiar sound of, and just Guntir lunges out and snatches it out of your hands. Surprisingly strong.
All
You
right, I
are now
hiss.
holding this hammer. Yeah, you certainly do.
It's a hammer still. It didn't change back into a chain.
Oh Jesus! Please don't put that on Twitter. The Finger Gang is going on Twitter. Go ahead.
Hey, I mean, whatever.
Don't look at me like that.
So it's
after
still a
that,
hammer.
no,
All right, I'm gonna like really
No.
inspect it
Protrusions.
now.
no.
As you really inspect this hammer,
Oh, I'm also gonna start walking up the
Protrusions.
stairs with it.
Miles, do you have an easy access pair of scissors?
Yeah,
Yes,
literally
behind
right
you.
behind the chair.
Yes.
Like no joke, literally right behind the chair. It's what I was using to
Turn
cut out
around
the no, like on. You can see it,
They've
man, right?
been here all along.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. This apartment comes fully equipped with the
Scissors.
things that are normally in apartments.
Nice.
Just fortunately at arm's length.
That's the real thing, is whether or not it was at arm's length.
Yeah.
With a careful
I'm walking
investigation
away. I'm walking
and all of the
away
work that you have put into this,
to snatch it like a scumbag.
you can notice a couple of different words. You can kind of see that there are actually some instructions for how to use it.
So all I want to ask at the very end of this all is there another section of rope from the thing that was the other end of the trap door, or was it somehow mystically keeping the pillar down?
The broken rope, the piece of twine.
So yeah, so like
of
how
twine was in the
is
chest.
it how is it exactly that as soon as we defeated this thing, the pillar knew to raise up? Can I kind of figure that somehow? Is there a way to?
It's the twine.
You can certainly try.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you.
No. After we killed this thing, how did the pillar?
Oh,
Is this structure sentient aware of our presence as like a structure?
It could be. Do me a favor for that. Roll an intelligence check.
Yeah, just straight.
Straight intelligence.
Okay, well, it's just a straight. I can tell you right now, I know this is a building.
Okay.
It's a 4.
4. Given that roll,
There's mechanisms,
there
machinery.
maybe or maybe not. You really can't tell. I mean,
Okay.
having seen just the face of the door and then having it back up, you didn't actually get to see it move up.
Right.
Unclear as to how.
Fair enough. That's all. Figured I'd throw a weird question that doesn't
It's a
often
good
get asked.
question. It's a good question.
You're
It-
trapped in a room. You beat the monster. The door goes up. Why?
Trust me, it's something I thought about a lot.
Good.
All right, so you guys now are free to leave if you want. You are out of initiative order. You have now snatched this hammer.
I'm like,
What do you guys want to do?
Yeah,
Take the map off. Go back up the
already
stairs. I'm
left.
assuming.
I've
Yeah,
got
you're
up the
up on the
stairs.
top.
Like, yeah.
Alright.
Yep,
Here's your
'cause
wonderful mini.
I'm trying to walk off the
Holding this.
disgusted feeling I feel.
Yeah.
I'm like,
the disgusting feeling I feel.
I'm not relishing in
Jesus.
the fact that this
Right.
thing was disgusting and I killed or helped kill it.
So you.
I'm also very
going
impressed
upstairs.
by you, and
Yep.
I take note of your prowess.
Not a
in
lot has
battle.
changed. It is getting a little darker out. Probably close to 6:30 at night, maybe.
Didn't think
Given the
that's what
time
you
of
were
year,
gonna
it's
say.
not terribly dark though. You definitely.
Staring at my tail. You're probably staring at my butt.
Oh, yeah, true.
Every time
I
it
have no
flicks, you
pants.
just get the
little
pink.
pink asterisk. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
It's not great.
Yeah.
And my
wait,
muscular
wouldn't
cat butt cheeks. Yes.
it would be a much darker. It wouldn't be pink. It would be
we don't have to go too far into this.
just.
Get it?
for all those folks at home. who
Anyways.
18 plus. Let's
detailed
move on.
description of cat anus.
I would really appreciate if you guys didn't talk about my butthole this way.
Sorry.
It's not my fault
It is
that
not
we
yours.
haven't found pants.
This is true.
It's a okay.
It's not for lack of
Shae,
trying.
you
All of the enemies
being up there,
have
aside from it
cat
being a little bit
anus.
darker, coming from that door, it's very dark. You have. The
I have
purpose?
picked up the torch,
Okay.
so
Maybe
Um,
that's the problem.
There is the other doorway, the other stairway that you guys have not gone down.
I don't
Make an
think
intelligence check now that you're
pants.
back up here.
Better than no pants.
I don't know.
That's a 5.
Okay. Not much has changed. What are you guys doing?
I'm gonna look down the well again.
Okay. You get up to the top and you kind of peek into the well. Seems welly. Seems well enough.
Is that the same water that was down there?
Does it smell?
Doesn't it? You one thing that you
Wait, that wouldn't make sense.
Why
No,
would you
maybe
have a
it would.
saltwater water? Like, what? Why would you have a saltwater well? That makes
make
no
an
sense.
intelligence check. Are you're asking that as Shae?
Sure.
Make an intelligence check.
I would respond in
3.
kind as Heinreich, being like, well, these things just
Why
use
wouldn't-
water as like a form of cover and stuff. It doesn't probably matter where it
But
comes
why
from.
would you make a well that's
Heinrich,
salt
make an
water?
intelligence check.
Everyone's so smart over here.
That's not true, Matt. That's definitely not true. What was it?
I mean, I just posit the question. I don't have an answer with a 2.
I'm gonna pause.
It's a rhetorical
that was
question.
less
Yeah.
than me.
It's more like we've
He
seen
has
them
posited
use
such
salt water.
questions.
This all seems to be
I'm gonna
tied
think, like,
together
Why
to some
would
saltwater
this
dimension.
But this
Such
doesn't
the way that
necessarily
it
seem
is.
like
And as you ask yourself internally that question, there
There's
is a
Built by
moment
them.
and it's
home
quiet
places.
after
I'm also
they
gonna
say that.
think back to
I mean, maybe it
the
is, but
weird.
You're back up
Again,
on the top.
Yeah, I
Make
mean,
an
why would you
intelligence check?
create a
walking up,
well
looking at the hammer.
that's
Make an
salt
intelligence
water?
check. So as you guys, as you pause that question, there's that brief awkward silence for that rather awkward question. Guntir is kind of considering and thinking, and Guntir, you as you think,
17?
okay,
Or 16. No, 17.
17. As in your head, you sort of think and consider, and in that awkward moment of silence, you hear the trickling of all those different fountains that were in this room, and you recognize that probably they don't need this well for cover because there is so many sources of water in here. That being said, you look now that you've come up here and you are hit with this moment of just.
Should have had a V8.
Yeah, that's a good engine size. That is a very good engine
Excellent, my
size.
favorite engine and my
The way you just
my
said that too
favorite
was, like,
extra
the
large
cutest,
battleship
just like-
thing. Matt, or Gunter, you look and you kind of notice, hey, these tall shelves that Morwen had climbed on previously, that you had climbed on previously, they're very geometric.
The what?
You love geometry.
This is the trap!
Are you cunning right now?
Very.
I just cummed right through all of the traps that we had just not avoided by stepping on the platform. But now I see.
I see.
Oh!
What do you see? Do you see P?
ICP.
This is probably the
Whoop,
same
whoop.
path we should have taken to not have the trap activate.
Well, we don't need to worry about that anymore, unless the next
You're
room I
welcome.
say as I walk down the other set of stairs.
Okay.
I'm just moving this right
So you
along
see
here.
Heinrich is just like, unless in the next
Wait,
room, seeing
wait,
if
and then I
there's-
stop at the top of the stairs with like one foot hanging over, about to take a step down, kind of like turn around on my heel, and then as best
Hi.
as I can sketch the pattern so that I can recall
Okay.
it. Just in case we need it again.
We'll say it's a very easy pattern because it's just lines.
Yeah.
So you very easily recreate the
Right,
pattern.
just like-
without too much of an issue.
I'm
Sure,
gonna
you have
also
something you
like
want to do?
meta take a picture just in case we
I'm
need it, or is it
following.
okay?
Okay. Yeah, you can take a picture.
Well, what do we need it, or would you allow me to recall the drawing and know that this would be
Well,
the
you
next
drew
one?
it.
Take a picture so you have it, so we don't need to take it out if you need to see it again. So, with that, you descend the stairs.
I don't know. Well, shit. The orientation is what's the question here, though. But
It is, isn't it?
no, I think the big square is the platform that the chest was on, though. So I think we're ready.
No,
Really? I think it's
Either way, it's a straight shot, so it's fine.
I think
At least.
no.
this is the treasure chest.
Oh, cool.
That's what I was thinking.
That's a good look. So
Yeah.
then the last platform would have been. Well, we'll find out.
Because I stepped there.
So Heinrich,
Relatively, if
Good,
that
good.
was a triangle.
Good shot.
spot.
What up?
you're going down the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay. These stairs are a little deeper. And as you go down them, they sort of twist and wind and become sort of a spiral staircase.
There is more than just
Goes
two
about
rooms out of this room.
20 feet down, 25 feet down.
Hmm.
It's very dark, and Shae's following you, so there's the flickering of light from back there.
But with the dark vision.
Guntir is still holding the hammer, correct? So at the very back of your group, there is a very bright light.
Yeah.
But other than that,
I mean, that's
because of the winding, you don't get a lot of that. But you do get to the bottom, and you see as they kind of comes to a interesting looking hallway that kind of goes forward, and then it seems to enter a very long. Would a visual be helpful?
Yeah. Maps
Always.
are great. I mean, you
Great.
took the time to draw them.
But-
I would argue that's the best use of a map,
Fair enough.
to show it.
Joe,
Yeah.
while we're descending, can I be stealthy again? But I'm gonna be creeping behind him.
Make a stealth check.
So 28.
Okay. Guntir, you are in
You
back. of the
melt
wall.
into the light and just.
I feel like I don't even notice anyway because I'm like staring at this thing trying to read all the inscriptions.
Sure. Yeah. So you're
And
very
it's like
distracted.
shining off of my face, and it's like
One may or may not say you're trying to attune to the energies of this.
Directly in front of you,
Yeah.
as you
What
look
was
down this
once
hallway,
lost?
Yes.
you see the form of a Croteggo.
Yes.
Was found.
Pallid, slumped against the wall.
Yes. Excuse me, crosstalk.
He started it.
Well, you should both stop it. So there's the form of a Croteggo, similar to the ones that we've seen so far.
Ahead, you see what looks like the pallid body of a Croteggo.
Yes.
Similar to what you've seen so far. However, as you really kind of bend in and you look, it's slumped over, it's way too thin, haggard. You see elements of the skin are kind of torn, but the skin looks like dried almost, like it's been here for a while.
Yeah. Haven't seen much action lately.
And now that you're looking, you can see that there is this kind of heavy chain that's bolted into the stone behind it, that kind of goes across its chest and is bolted into the stone behind it on the other side.
Okay.
The chain seems like pretty oxidized, almost green with the amount of moisture that's down here. It is very humid.
Uh-huh.
You now also see that the stone down here has changed, and somewhere up in the staircase it had transitioned into that gray stone.
Uh-huh.
So all the stone is kind of crumbly, and you see elements of
Is it
almost
wet as well?
It is, yes.
Yeah, so it's like
unnaturally wet.
it's moist stone.
It is very moist.
I'm kind of visibly disgusted.
Same.
The
Same,
tunnel seems to
girl.
wrap in
Same.
either direction around.
This is why Guntir
Oh,
does
no.
not have a mic.
Oh.
I'm glad that's a cardioid and does not pick that detail up.
I'm so glad I didn't have the headphones on when you did that.
sure
do it again.
check out
I do not want
I'm
that.
all
ASMR
set.
channel.
Yeah, Guntir is going to have an offshoot ASMR. It's going to air on Wednesdays at 11 p.m.
Oh yeah, you're
One
right.
solid hour
Ask
of
Gunty.
his mastication and little grunt noises. It's going to be great.
We're going to premiere August 32nd.
It'll be called
August, what,
Grunts and Gobbles.
32nd? Oh, perfect. I
And
love it.
gobbles?
Yeah, because I'm gonna be gobbling stuff.
Oh.
I'll get some actual beef jerky and I'll just be like.
That's really just
No, you
unpleasant.
gotta do pickles.
Conceptually, it's unpleasant.
Pickles for the
Like
crunch.
that stuff. They're like, hey,
I want to
ASMR
initiate a
is
poll
relaxing.
for whoever's watching. I want to initiate a poll. How many people actually enjoy ASMR? Because I find it incredibly
think it's
disturbing and like
weird.
off-putting.
Yeah.
But I don't want to kink shame or anything, so that's fine too.
Fair
But
enough.
in general,
I guess
why do people like it?
I actually really
Please
hate
explain.
it, but also love listening to it.
Please explain.
Okay, so I
So-
might have to question
Like
you
it's
later.
a weird. I like it.
And be sure
I
to
like
like
it.
and subscribe. to Grunts and Gobbles.
We see this right here. I'm assuming is the
I'm so mad at that.
and that's the first time you broke out your catchphrase tonight. What the hell, dude?
1:50.
Guns and gobbles. Holy shit.
1 hour 58 minutes. I'm gonna clip that.
Yeah.
If one of you guys actually, there's plenty of you guys watching. If one of
Just-
you wants to do it, please.
Just a wonderful boop while he describes it.
No. So you can actually like make a highlight,
Difficulties.
which like you clip out like 10 seconds, and you can just like replay just the clips.
So like
Oh.
if the Super Bowl thing happens with
The boob.
the breast, you can like
No. So you can just watch that part. Like it
Oh, so
basically
you
creates a
highlight
highlight
it.
reel. So anytime something really funny happens,
So it's the opposite
community
of
could
what you're
create it.
talking
I can do it
about.
later. Not a big deal. However,
Describe this. I do have to use the bathroom too, so I would
okay. What do you? I mean, I did. It twists around
Okay.
to the right and to the left. It seems to hook around
You see-
something. There
You
is.
see Heinrich kind
This-
of turn and face the wall and undo. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Face
You will see though above that Croteggo, this thing that it's tied to. It
Yeah.
does now that you're a little bit further
Here.
forward in the room.
Descending.
You can see it.
Creeping real hard.
It definitely there's a top to it. Like you could probably get up on top of whatever it's chained
That
to.
thing. So like
it rises
like
about
a
10
column,
feet.
like a super wide column.
It's about a 10-foot column.
Okay.
The ceiling in this room is about 15 feet high. So if you did get on top, you'd need to bend, especially you with your antlers.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the body.
Okay.
I'm not actually gonna Eldritch Blast the body. I'm totally kidding. I do not run and gun. I am not that careless.
All right.
I'm
Despite
going
my
to-
11
oh,
intelligence and or wisdom, I am not that dumb.
I'm going to say in Guntir's ear, but not necessarily whispering, but he doesn't know I'm there, being like, should we free it?
Actually scared me. All right.
What?
I want to undo that chain.
No. What? Why?
I don't know, it looks kind of fun.
If I told you to do it, would you not?
Nah, I think I'm going to do it.
Sure, go for it. Do. Yeah, okay.
I'm going to walk towards it.
Okay.
I want to stand right in front of it
As you do.
and check this shit out.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Excuse me, showing my butthole.
I'm gonna be like, you got this.
Tail up.
I'm gonna.
Okay, so you
Butthole
bend down
out.
just straight
I'm
there.
guidancing. I'm gonna be like, you got this.
But I'm also, since I'm searching or I'm looking, my tail's going to be in a question mark.
Fair enough.
Anyway.
You see as Morwen bends down, her tail straight up and then kind of drifts into the shape of a question mark, with the butthole being the little period on the bottom.
I don't notice the other stuff.
Just
I
the
didn't
butthole.
realize that my butt could be. That's perfect.
There you go.
It
Perfect.
shines
I didn't
brighter
purr.
than the
All
chin,
right.
actually.
Investigation, you said?
Yes.
Okay. That's a 9.
Guidance.
Okay.
Guidance.
Oh, right. That's a 1d4?
Plus
Okay.
Okay.
1d4.
So, 11.
11.
So it was a 10.
It's a body.
Touch the chain.
There's this kind of rattle as the metal moves, and little bits of green flake away. It's been a long time. Nothing seems to happen. But you do notice it's bolted in. Like somebody drove metal spikes into the stone to hold. This chain was meant to stay there. It seems like.
Can I, sorry.
I was just.
You're just making noises? Alright.
Shae, you want to do anything?
I kind of want to climb up. I think I'm going to.
Okay.
I support this mentally.
Where
Okay.
where are you climbing up? Just next to the Croteggo thing?
Yeah, onto that space that's available.
Okay.
What,
Yeah. Go ahead.
what are you
Make
doing over there?
make an athletics or acrobatics check. Your choice.
19?
19. Okay. You, with no trouble whatsoever, kind of go and the stone is so gritty that you realize you can use your fingers and kind of scoop parts away to make handholds, and you climb up no problem. Getting to the top. There is a ladder that's leading to the other side of this platform. It appears to not be moving. You climb up and it doesn't attack you.
Okay.
There is
That's good.
Corteggo's not dead, just sleeping.
Appears non-living.
there is a lever. It is a metal lever set into a metal sort of gearbox. It's all the way to one side right now. You see on the other side there is another sort of less, even less together than the other one. It's actually mostly bone. There's another Croteggo corpse that has been bolted to the. It's actually. When you really look at it, it appears to have been skewered by something into the wall. Some kind of long metal pole. It also appears to be very old. Touch it.
Oh, I'm up. I'm not over there.
Don't touch it.
Cool.
I'm gonna touch it.
I relay
touch
all
it?
of this to the group. I don't touch anything.
Okay. So you just kind of say what you're seeing.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you leave things untouched. Anybody else doing anything?
Yeah.
Closer look at the
You can.
Croteggo to see if it's like in its stasis form like the other ones were.
Okay.
And just like maybe potentially fatigued or starving or something.
Roll an investigation check.
22.
22. You get really close to it. You kind of
Careful
look
not
at
to
it.
like touch or maybe even give it moisture
Sure.
from my breath.
looking to the left, you notice that its arm at the elbow is off, and just on the ground is just a skeletal bone. Little bits of black.
It took a
almost-
22 to notice its arm is missing.
Well, you actually came up
Just
to
kidding.
it, so you can actually see it now. And again, it's not so much that you could really see the arms in the first place because they are kind of like at its body.
Yeah, sure.
And also one of them is missing. Right at the elbow, not the whole thing. And you can see there are the bones of that kind of next to it.
Uh-huh.
Probably not stasis.
Yeah, probably like totally deceased.
Seems like it.
Is that?
You know what?
Sorry.
While you don't necessarily notice anything,
Uh-huh.
it's weird to chain a body to
Oh,
a
yeah.
wall.
Oh, absolutely. And like this wall that seems made from different materials than the rest of the room. Was that?
Are you gonna look at the floor? The
Yeah, I mean, I'm like going like it's kind of like a visual scan of like why is it is it alive? Okay, no, then why is it chained here, and then what is it chained to? All in like kind of a look close,
Sure.
step back, kind of see what's going on.
As you kind of look and you're looking at the floor, you're looking at the walls, you notice that the walls, as you get into this cavern,
Mm-hmm.
become more natural stone.
Okay,
Still
so the
that
walls
kind of gray,
surround on the outside of the room.
still the gray crumbly stuff, but it's not bricks of it. It appears that if it's here, like actually here, it seems like it formed here. Still crumbly and gray and weird looking, kind of strange. The floors, it's that stone, but you're recognizing that it almost looks like paved stones have been put down. And then getting very close, there are thin strips of metal that kind of travel between some of them, not all of them.
Mm-hmm. Thin strips of metal that travel between some, but not all.
Like they're set into the actual ground, like where the mortar might be normally.
Uh-huh.
There are just little strips of metal.
Okay, and then this central column circular bit is made of the same material?
Yeah, that crumbly gray stone, but
Okay.
it's perfectly carved flat on the top.
Right, okay, so I think this is some kind of mechanism, this thing chained on here, don't know why, but
Likely.
this thing may even move for some reason. I get that sense, I don't know why. Rotate or something.
I want to reach for the hand.
Okay.
And stick it up its nose.
Okay, you pick up the bones. And as you do, they just crumble apart, so each individual bone kind of
Here,
comes
and I
off.
hand you a Croteggo protrusion to put in its nose.
There's another hand. I mean, there's another
There's
arm
that's attached to it, yeah. You gonna take it? Okay.
around the
I have 10.
around the chain.
So you take it around the chain,
I have
and you
rich
kind of use the chain to
protrusions.
balance the arm, and you take the chain and kind of put it under the elbow to keep it positioned in its nose. And so now it's just sitting there like this. It's as you kind of push it up, its mouth does hang open, and the jaw just falls off and kind of tumbles across the ground.
All right, I'm gonna be like. Anyway, I want to climb up too.
Okay. Now that Shae has made these handholds, no problem. You just kind of climb up. You join Shae. You have to duck. It's maybe about here is where the ceiling is for you. You're about what 5'4" or something like that? 5'2". Yeah. So you just barely have to bend. You can't quite stand up all the way. But if you kind of like slouch, you're fine. You see a lever, metal, set into a metal gearbox. You see another Croteggo body that's been like speared by something into a wall on the other side of this column.
All right, I'm going to look at the lever. I'm gonna get on all fours. Gonna get real cat-like.
Shae, you see all of a sudden Morwen just kind of just drops and back arches the tail, becomes much more cat-like all of a sudden.
Don't touch it.
Yeah.
And then you can go to them.
Okay. What are you guys doing?
We have been whispering to each other as we've been standing in the back here.
Yeah, I looked
I-
up and was like,
What's going on?
And I turned over to Guntir and I'm like, this thing was chained here. Why was it chained here?
The thing that we killed, I think it was a dwarf at some point in its life.
And this thing, what?
Some dark magic appears to be turning people into
Pigs.
pigs and Croteggas.
You remember,
Croteggas.
Hey,
hey, the Croteggas!
I could take it.
You do recall that, or two did say something about the pools, the conversion pools.
Are we deep enough that we'd be beneath the tide? The water level?
Of where you guys have been previously?
Of the other room where we
Yes.
saw. So we would be underneath that.
Correct.
Is there a way?
You maybe not underneath, maybe like next to it, but below, yeah.
Yeah. So
I believe we have entered the subaquatic conversion pools.
I like kind
Lot
of
of
cringe at
vocabulary
your
then.
very mouthy, saliva covered enunciations. But I agree.
The worst.
Wasn't it my favorite orc whose name I will never remember?
Or Tood.
Ortude Dude. That's how I have to remember now.
Or Tood.
Didn't Ortude mention something about some other plane that these things come from?
The veil, the abyssal mist.
That was it.
He said, I wrote down 2 things that he said, and I wrote down his name, but it was wrong, so.
You are old. Is there a way that
you
we
get
could
to be
sense?
287 years old. You need to start writing things down, or else you wake up and you don't remember what. What?
Is there a way we could check to see if we're still in like the plane that we were just in before? I don't know how the hell we would do that,
You
but
need to tell me how you would like to try.
I know this is like what I'm
gonna just,
thinking.
Like, think really hard.
Okay. You
Guntir,
think
is
really hard
is
about it.
like connection to deity something that gets shaped by being in different dimensions? Is there deity? You
What?
you wield lots of clerical energies.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, don't you have a god?
Oh, now we're having this conversation.
Kind of.
Awkward.
Kind
This had to happen at some point.
Yes.
Awkward.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, do you talk to this god often?
No, I'd rather not.
Well, then that won't be of much help.
Quite tedious.
I suppose then I respect that. It might be something that would help. But if you don't want to,
Probably
then
not.
maybe we would figure it out as we go along.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn to
Yeah.
Shae and be like,
I'm gonna.
what the fuck are they bickering about?
I think.
Men
I
stuff?
feel like there's a thing I should be able
Blaze.
to do here that can do a thing that will be useful for this thing that we're doing.
Gunter's just kind of weird.
3rd degree thing. It's the 3rd degree thing that he's
He's
looking
old.
for.
Matt Damon? Kevin Bacon?
No, Kevin Damon.
Kevin Damon?
Oh yes.
I hope you need.
Huh.
I hope yeah right.
Yes. Because thaumaturgy and just starting. Yeah.
Of course.
Where are you, God?
A louder Gunter is a more helpful Gunter.
Yes.
Always.
No.
Always.
Okay. So you guys.
You know, give it some thought. I didn't mean to pry. I apologize.
No, it's just it's a whole to-do, you know, I don't...
I'm familiar with to-dos and
It's,
things
it's
you'd rather
just
forget.
too much of a hassle. I'd rather just... I'm here, so we might as well, right? Fine.
I'm gonna like focus on this and sort of make an attempt to be like,
Guide me, oh magic spirit.
Okay. While Gunter is just kind of making a weird pose, is anybody else doing anything?
I'm gonna give
Yeah.
him his space because I sense that this is something he's really uncomfortable with.
Okay.
And I try to be
I'm
nice.
up here with you.
I try to be good, maybe of the lawful variety, and just kind of give them
That's
the
what I
space
figured. Let's
that
get more
I've seen
surveillance
clerics
here.
observe.
Give him
But
more space.
also keeping
But I'm
an
gonna
eye
be-
back on the room.
Looking at that lever.
Looking where
So
you
you
are
don't
currently standing,
touch
you
it.
can see a little further.
Not necessarily
You
gonna
see
go
the
for
leg
it,
of
but
Croteggo
you can
kind
see
of
in my
sticking out
eyes
of the cavern,
curiosity.
going off in that direction.
burning.
There's another hallway that
I
goes
will kick
that
you
way.
off this ledge.
Well, I will land on my feet. That's fine. That's
I
fine.
hear them talking
touch
up
it.
there, and let them talk. What are you guys doing up there?
We're creeping to
Talking
the
about
other
girl
edge.
stuff.
And talking about girl
The
stuff.
microphone picks up quite a bit. They're equal levels of volume.
No, so there's none. No, so like that for now. Although you can see the rest of that room.
I'm still gonna just be on all fours.
Okay.
What is this thing? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What is
It's
this
a
little
lever.
A metal
It's a lever?
lever that's protruding from the ground.
Yeah, and no one's touched it, right?
Nope.
Good.
So as you guys travel forward, you do see there's an element of raised rock over here and here. There's a massive gate. I'll get to that in a second. You see down here what looks like the torso and head, but it's only a skull of maybe a Croteggo chained to the ground. You see some kind of like little metal, looks like a drainage pipe of some kind. Set back about 3 feet, there are metal bars that go up, although one of them
Really
is
don't
broken.
touch that lever.
Um,
We're not up there with you.
The gate is very interesting. You also do see there are 2 Croteggo that are chained or in other ways attached to the walls. The gate is really interesting. So much so that I have to actually read a little bit of a description. So the door itself, it's this massive 10-foot long door. It's the image of 2 islands. It has these massive stone letters above both. From this distance, it's a little hard to make out, but they're so big you can read the first word above one of the islands as Abyssal, and over the other island it says Mistvale. There appears to be set up into the stone ceiling 3 stone tablets. You can't read them because they are set up. You see the bottoms of them though. They seem like probably they descend somehow. In fact, from where you are, you see hooked into the bottom of each one, there are 2 chains that then go up and vanish into the stone. You, based on that, can imagine that probably they lower to unlock the door somehow. Although from where you are, difficult to kind of maybe understand the machinations of it.
All right, I'm looking at the door. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the lever.
Don't you
Don't like this.
You can't see this from where you are.
Curiosity killed everyone but the cat.
You hear the conversation suddenly go very quiet.
I like.
You touch it.
I'm
I
gonna
like
make
doing
eye
the-
contact and back up a little bit.
I do one of
Towards
those
the
like
lever.
I'm
jump.
keeping myself between you and the lever.
I'm gonna jump up and grab the edge of the ledge and just be like, "What are you doing
It's a,
up there?"
okay, make an athletics check because it is a 10-foot. Okay.
So yeah.
So you hear
22.
You hear all of a sudden as you are backing up and Shae kind of maneuvers herself between. Suddenly you, because it's behind Shae, see first antlers kind of, and then 4 red fingertips just onto the edge, and then Heinreich just lifts himself up.
What you guys talking about?
You see
Well,
Shae looking kind of tense, standing between, like in front of a lever,
Uh-huh.
and then you see Morwen on all 4s, just kind of slowly creeping towards it.
So my like ha 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 just turns to fuck, and
So
then I try to like clamber up to interpose myself as well.
Okay, yeah,
Alright.
you managed to get up to the edge.
Okay, so I'm not up.
my reaction to this is I am now going to go to the ladder and just like direct eye contact, just like
There's a ladder.
Okay, so you walk to
Wait.
the other side. You just kind of circle around to
I
the
was
periphery,
thinking about
and you just kind of lower yourself the first couple rungs, hold on to the edge, look at them, and just what do you do? You purr as you go down. You guys hear her fingertips hitting each rung as the purr goes. It's a great sound, actually. You manage to get to the bottom of this ladder. No problem. There's a Croteggo chained at your feet. Only the torso and that skull, really.
oh, there's no hands to stick a finger up the nose.
No hands, no legs. Thought about it.
I still got
I
all
take
10.
the skull in my hand and I'm
Okay. You pop the skull off of the actual vertebrae and kind of maneuver your hand in. And it's hard. I mean, actual anatomy of a skull, it doesn't really work like that. And so as you kind of do it, you kind of go, and the jaw pops off. But it's still on your finger, so you're still able to do kind of a puppety thing.
alright, I'm gonna check out the other bodies.
Okay. You guys kind of check out the other bodies. Looking down, seems very similar to what you've seen so far. These really emaciated kind of corpses of Croteggo.
If there are fingers to stick up noses, I do so.
Okay. You travel down the path.
Finger and nose, and
This
this
one
finger
kind
and
of
nose.
laying down, slumped against
With
the
my-
wall. Only has one hand, but you take that hand and just kind of bend it along and stick it in behind the skull. Keep going.
I made a little friend, guys.
Chaos after chaos.
Right?
All right. You manage to make it there. You stick that one's finger in its nose. And you... Oh, yeah. You would also see Very similar, another 10-foot high pillar. You see just the form of the shoulders and black hair of a Croteggo kind of slumped forward up on top of the platform. That's all you see. While you were walking, kind of sticking the fingers in each of their noses, what are the three of you guys doing?
Keeping an eye, so as she proceeds down there, do I see anything on it, like in this other room, kind of?
Nope.
From the
Loving your
vantage point,
detail
nothing?
on this, by the way.
Thank you. I had more time.
I'm gonna go up to the door over there and
Okay.
closer look, kind of deal.
Drop down the ladder, kind of walk over here. Choose this door.
Paper. Any more?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. Cool.
Would you roll?
6.
Cool.
It's the same as what you described. That's fine.
The only difference thing
Don't tell
that
him.
you would notice is that there really isn't.
Do it.
You don't really notice the chains. You do see that there are these stone tablets, and you see the stone door, but not really sure what to do with
And
that.
these things in the ground right here are those.
So they are these outcroppings of rock that kind of rise up, and they seem to have been formed by. It is very humid, and occasionally there are just drips of water that will come down, and so you imagine because of
Stalagmites.
the basically.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Stalagmites.
Yeah. I kind of cautiously back away from the door
Okay.
and just proceed to head towards where Morwen is and where she's going.
Okay, so you follow Morwen. Guntir, you've been considering things in the back there for some time. You would see Morwen disappear off the platform. You would see Heinreich kind of just drop off the other side. Shae is kind of standing up there now.
I think I'm gonna sort of like start moving when I see the group moving forward,
Okay.
but I'm still gonna just kind of be behind, just like, you know, always helping me out, never helping.
So behind and grumpy.
Yeah, like, kind of like shake my fist up in like the general sky.
Fair enough.
Come on, give me a sign or something.
As you say that,
Cursing your own god.
Shae, what are you doing up there?
Touch the lever.
I'm gonna sit on the edge.
I sit on the lever.
Not on the lever.
Just ease.
Not on
You
the
just
lever.
like-
Hold on. Did you
It's
recently,
like a 3-foot tall.
did you guys recently
Not
see
on
that
the
picture
lever.
of at a certain theme park where they may have a sword in a stone kind of thing? There's a
Mhm.
picture
Yeah,
of this
yeah.
girl sitting on the stone. It says the sword in the stone, but she's sitting on the center of it, and there's just
Yeah.
okay. The end.
I don't.
Separatory. Sitting on the
Pretty
edge.
Awful.
What place are you talking about?
Between the group that moved off. Yep.
Okay.
I'm watching.
Your legs dangle over
Yep.
the edge, and you just kind of wait.
I mean, I think I kind of already know what goes on here and how this works, but I don't know how Heinrich would know that.
What do you guys want to do?
That
Um,
door is
I
terrible and
assume I
terrifying.
hear
There's
him
something
behind
awful
me.
on the other side.
You hear Heinrich kind of following you. Even in the distance, kind of hear Guntir making gunty noises in the back.
So then, with my back facing Heimlich,
Okay.
I'm gonna take my puppet and be like, "Hello."
Just kind of like recoil. Oh, sorry. Was not trying to sneak on you.
That's okay.
So you don't
I'm gonna-
hear Morwen, but you see every now and then just kind of the skull just turn around and kind of chatter.
I'm going to climb up this.
Okay. Without too much trouble, this pillar is a little bit more broken down than the last one, so there's a lot of handholds. You can make it to the top.
Wait, actually, just in all fairness of the rules, do I have to take my skull hand off?
No.
My hand skull?
I mean, I assume that you kind of just pop it off, put it under
Alright,
your
it's
arm,
weird.
climb up, and then put
I
it back.
balance it on my tail.
Okay. Make a dexterity check.
For 14.
Would you roll?
9.
9, okay.
Well, it's a 14
It
though.
tumbles off your tail at some point. You're trying to balance a skull on your tail as you climb something. It tumbles off, and you
Goodbye,
do
Frank. I'll
see
get you
as
later.
it just kind of tumbles and rolls up and comes to rest against the pillar. The jaw scatters somewhere in the darkness. But you make it to the top, no problem. You see this Croteggo kind of slumped over, sitting cross-legged, but clearly dead.
No chain.
No, from what you can tell.
Is that a straight jacket?
I mean, if you want to go around and look at it from the front, you can. You can see that its hands are chained, but it is not chained to the ground.
So I can't pick its nose.
I mean, you could. The hands are chained. You could still move the arms.
Gonna do it.
Expert maneuver, double pick.
Cross fist.
Cross pick nose.
Do you do that?
Yeah.
Morwen, you take a couple minutes to really just kind of intertwine them, and it takes a while. You have to kind of find ways to prop the elbows up against the body, and you find a way to kind of like bend one of the ribs out to put up against the thing, so it is kind of just stuck like that. You're still working on the second one though. What are the three of you guys
I'm gonna
do?
laugh purr and be like, Heinreich, you gotta see this.
Wait.
Let me maneuver my way up there.
Okay.
No one.
Still waiting.
Fucking really? All right.
Do you want to scale that pillar as well? You can
What's
see there's
funny
a
about
ladder off to the
maneuver?
right.
Heimlich maneuver? Do I have to really just do that? No.
Yeah.
I was gonna ignore it because.
Heinrich, as
Yeah.
you
I
head,
think that's probably better. I shouldn't have even said
You
that.
should.
as you head
I
around.
apologize.
No, you shouldn't have.
Apologize.
You made me drop Frank.
I come up and I see what she's doing.
Okay. As you maneuver around, before you start to climb, you do kind of cast a glance to your right because there is a tunnel going down there. There are two Croteggo kind of chained up on the wall, making like a 2-foot space between them. That to continue down the path. You also, as you climb the ladder, would just get the glimpse of a body of a Croteggo kind of slumped over, jammed into one of those drainage drains. Drains.
Drains. Do the
Just call-
drainage
just-
action.
Just call them drains, I guess.
Drainage.
But you climb up to the top, and you can now see right as Morwen kind of sticks the other one in, stands back and just kind of laughs and starts purring.
Yeah. I nod in acceptance of her
Yes.
character.
Yeah.
I check out. I'm assuming what would be another lever that looks like the same kind of
Identical, yeah.
Yeah, identical.
And you would notice it is in the same position as the other one.
Okay, so both pointing the same way. All right, cool. I look and try to see through that gap between the two Croteggo through to the other room.
Okay. Make a perception check. Okay.
Thanks for touching the map and pretending.
It
It was a 1, everyone. Just so you know, I rolled a
Peering
1.
through-
It's really a 10 though,
because of those two-
passive. It's a 10.
even with the 10. I mean, you really
I rolled
just
a
kinda,
1,
you
it's
just see. Well, beyond just the one, it's a 10. You see that there's this stone thing. It's difficult because again, the hallways kind of vanish,
All right.
so you can't physically visualize that much.
Yeah, I get
I will say you see the end of a drain right there.
Yeah.
Outside of that, not a whole lot.
Okay, I get impatient and I kind of like walk down, climb down rather.
Okay.
And how are these things attached to the walls? How are these Croteggo? Are they like chain wrists up kind of deal, whatever?
So one of them has a chain around its neck,
Mhm.
and you can see that its skull is supporting the entire body on the chain.
Yeah.
The other one has chains that go from over the shoulders under the armpits,
Mhm.
and so it's kind of leaning forward a little bit to create even more of like a narrow space.
Okay. I'm gonna try to like elbow up the head to dislodge it and let the body fall.
Easy enough, just and the
Body.
whole thing just
Body
and
hits
just
the floor.
bones scatter
Body's hitting
across
the
the
floor?
bone.
Yeah. And then the other one, I kind of like
This is
pop
gonna
up,
be more of a
try to
Well,
just clear the way. I'm just
Okay.
clearing the way, but like
You hit it a little
accurately,
bit.
nimbly.
You kind of hit it a little bit, and parts of the bones fall off.
Yeah.
It's easy enough. It's like
Yeah.
a dead body. You just pull it out.
Okay. Is there anything on these bodies as I'm doing this?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. Because no one's checked out what's up with
Are
it.
you picking up the body with the double picked nose?
No.
You went to the top and went
It's a 5.
and then left. Okay.
I would say that based on the way that I'm doing this, that would probably carry through. I'll just pull the bones out of the way.
You just spread them all apart.
Just kind of like, just like scatter them behind me so that it's like there's a clear path and I'm not going to trip over anything.
On one of them, you find torn kind of bits of cloth, maybe clothing. There is a vague pattern, but it's so faded, and given your role, it's really hard to make out what that pattern might be.
I take it.
Okay. You can add you just tear like the strip with the pattern on it.
Yeah. I like art.
Sure. You can add a strip of patterned cloth to your
Okay.
inventory.
Strip of patterned cloth. Is there anything magical about it?
No, doesn't seem magical in any way.
And I got a mark from
Pattern.
Croteggo.
Nothing.
As I'm holding it, is there anything that stands out about it? Language, writing, symbols, anything?
Make a straight intelligence check.
9.
Okay.
9.
This is
Okay.
pattern.
Cool. I continue walking through.
As far as you can tell, you've never seen this pattern.
Yeah. All right.
Just so you guys know, because I just got passed this note, we do have a thing here where you can just pass notes if you want to say something that you don't necessarily want the other players to hear, as everybody here does have a pretty detailed background.
And we all don't trust each other.
You guys have gotten way better. But
Hey, I tried to break the ice right now,
You
Guntir.
Yeah.
That was a pretty big moment.
Just guys.
10.
Okay.
So
Moving through the gap.
moving through the gap.
Ooh.
Everything there.
Can I have my paper back?
I
though,
think
when you
all
get
the
a second?
internet just got motion sickness.
Stay tuned till next week when we have 4D.
You meant
Hey.
in 10, right?
We're gonna
Mhm.
inject smells.
You kind of walk in, you peer around the other side, you see another drain kind of going over here. There's another ladder over there, there's another lever right there.
Yep.
Outside of that, just more of the crumbly gray stone that form the cavern walls.
Okay. Can I just go around, keeping an eye out for
Sure.
anything that might be dangerous?
I'm gonna
Okay.
be honest.
Huh?
Did you just leave me alone with a lever?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Heinreich
I mean,
doesn't
I
seem
did.
to remember that.
No, I mean, no,
But
I did, but I also,
Oopsie poopsies on your part.
So,
yeah. Are you actually gonna
make
kill
your
all
way
of us?
around. You get to
I'm
here.
gonna do this part so you can't see that.
You were not.
I'm curious.
As you walk around here through this thing,
Yeah.
you hear bits of sound.
Yeah.
You kind of peer in and you
Yeah.
realize that this kind of comes out right here. You see a little bit of like a more of this kind of rock stuff that's over here.
Yep.
You can see past that kind of gateway.
Heinreich left me alone.
There are kind of stairs that seem to go to a ledge.
Mm-hmm.
And up on that ledge, you can kind of see this weird, skulking little purple creature. And there's a moment where it's kind of like looking over, and you can see it's kind of gazing at Shae, who is sitting. You remember that she's sitting over there.
Wait, it's
standing
looking
over-
through the gate?
No, so yes, it appears to be looking through the gate. And you can imagine it seems like its eyes trained on something.
But this was solid, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
it's just staring into this wall, kind of.
okay. I
I
do not proceed all the way in.
I know, and you're not trying to be particularly stealthy, correct?
I suppose by being cautious, I was trying to
Okay,
not.
make a stealth check.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's an 8.
Okay.
That also follows through. I
It's
suppose.
about a foot and a half tall.
Yeah.
And as it kind of turns its head, there's this looming green eye that kind of looks at you.
Singular.
One singular eye,
Okay.
and it
'Cause I'm
blinks.
Stuck to
And
it?
it looks at you, and it just
Like,
kind of
I'm
says,
A little damp.
Yeah,
But
like
it's
I'm,
So what?
it's not even
Not
feeling
yet?
anymore.
No,
It's
it's
just
puff of smoke,
Not yet.
It's just a puddle.
gone.
moist.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
I think I've slowly.
I take that
so
all in.
instead
I
of
don't
looking
know.
up at anything, made my way.
What's happened?
However far I would have made in this time.
I feel like at this point I would quickly back out and I would run back.
Yeah, so
Maybe
you
even,
probably
like, in-
get
maybe
to
even,
some
like-
pile of bones. You probably would just walk right over
So
them.
sort of muttering to myself.
Yeah.
I feel like I would have turned and just like tried to briskly walk back and
Okay.
like run into Guntir at that
Yeah, you see
point.
Guntir just kind of like self-dialogue.
Oh, Guntir, there's something here with us.
What?
There was a little purple creature with one eye, and
You mean Morwen?
no, are you? And I kind of like are you? What color is my skin?
Red?
Okay.
Or is it crimson?
Tanish.
I thought you were gonna
Okay.
sniff it and be like, definitely red.
Not-
Definitely red.
Not Morwen. There was a creature on the other side of that gate.
Shae?
There's a pipe that leads to the room behind the gate. And there was a creature that seemed to be paying attention to Shae through the door, but it could see through the door, and it saw me, and it said not yet and vanished.
So we can't get the jump on it, huh?
I know, yeah. What? But sorry, what were you doing?
I was thinking about stuff, trying to get stuff to happen.
Oh, just thinking about God. You know.
You know.
Morwen, you are alone on a platform with a lever.
Sure am.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Creeping towards it.
Okay. You kind of get closer.
Gonna be a whole like.
Wow.
This is how we die.
Just tap it. It kind of moves ever so slightly forward.
Achoo.
Nothing seems to happen.
Did I move it all the way?
You did.
Do we hear that?
Make a perception. Passive perception. What's your passive perception?
17.
What?
What?
10 plus.
Plus wisdom plus if you're proficient in it.
Are you proficient in?
Wisdom?
Perception.
In passive.
Is your perception
I think
like?
I'm proficient. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's 14.
Yeah, 14 sounds right to me.
It's
I
10
do-
plus the wisdom
Yeah.
Either
modifier
way.
plus if you're proficient
Yeah.
in perception, the proficiency
I
bonus.
think it was a miss.
Okay, 14, which sounds fairly reasonable and
Yeah.
is enough.
Wait.
You
can
do.
you say that one more time?
10 plus wisdom modifier plus if you're proficient in wisdom,
Oh, in
the
wisdom.
proficiency
in,
bonus.
in
No,
perception.
Perception,
Oh,
sorry.
so then mine should
sorry,
be
sorry.
13.
Okay. So yeah,
By the way, guys.
Guntir, you do hear the sound of metal creaking, not necessarily where it's from or what it is. I don't know if you not hear it. What is your passive perception? Actually, no, from where you are, you see. Because you have the torch,
Yep.
you can see Morwen just kind of,
Here's something.
and just hit the whole lever forward,
It was a sneeze.
Damn it!
But nothing happened.
but nothing seems to have happened.
Seems to.
Is that space large enough to crawl through?
Yeah, I mean, it's for you. It would be very difficult with your antlers.
All right.
You could do it. You would need to keep your head like facing the ground pretty much the whole time, but you could do it.
Yeah, no.
Warp side?
All right,
Guntir would
everyone.
have not a lot of problems. Actually, nobody else would have any problems with it. You would
Just because of the head.
just because
shape
you
of
can
head.
still do it. It's just going to be kind of a tight. It's going to be
Awkward.
uncomfortable.
Hit your antler against.
You imagine
So I
it's
would
going
have
to be like moving a weirdly shaped thing where like you have to just kind of
Yeah.
and just kind of maneuver your way
moving
through.
a couch upstairs.
Very much like that.
Yeah. So I look over
Yeah.
Gunter's head because I'm taller than a crouched
Mm-hmm.
dwarf, and I take a look at Morwen. Do what I see from
What the?
this point, like what Morwen's doing.
Morwen, what are you doing? You said you hit it and just kind of walked away.
No. So it went down and nothing happened?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anything's happened.
Went down. It didn't
Or,
work.
yeah, what is the... It was up and then I knocked
Yep.
it
Wait,
down,
explain
right?
to me this
So it
lever.
was all
is
the
this
way-
a lever that does this?
It's a lever that goes from a position like this to a position like this. So
Okay.
you moved
So I
it
smacked
from
it
like
down.
this
Yeah.
to like this.
And nothing
Okay.
happened.
Nothing happened.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm kind of disappointed. So... You know what? I'm going to climb down and grab Frank again.
Okay, you go and you get the head of Frank. You roll on, just a quick perception check.
5.
Well, so
You
then
can't
you're
find his
passive.
jaw. You get the top of his skull and everything, but you don't get the bottom part, so you can't fully make your puppet. You can just kind of wiggle your thumb if you want to be the bottom of the mouth. But cool.
All
We
right.
need to get past this door, I think, if we're gonna keep going in.
What dog?
As a
The
to
one
Gunter.
over-
The big one that said the
Huh?
Abyssal Mist Veil. Thank you.
Ah! That's
Alternatively,
probably
we could
where
also-
the purple thing went.
That's where it was. It was on the other side of that door. It said not yet, which I don't know what that would mean. My suspicion with you and I's conversation, possibly we aren't quote unquote ready to be converted into Croteggo or something. Maybe this thing has something to do with
I'm
that.
not ready, so I guess he's right. I don't want to be one
I
of
mean, neither
those.
do I. These levers seem to have something to do with it. Maybe if we all pull them at the same time in the same direction, it might open the door.
I'm gonna for
Did
the
I
first
hear
time look at what these cylinder vatty looking things are.
They're raised pillars of stone that go up about 10 feet in the air. With the levers are on each one. There's solid stone pillars attached to the floor.
Dude, con those.
I'm gonna stone cunning these.
Okay, go
Maybe
ahead.
there's machination or machinery inside of them or something.
Machination?
Yeah, machinations, but that's not the right use of the word.
How long has it been since
You do not have the, yeah.
it has been?
The what?
It's been longer than an hour, yeah.
So that's gonna be 9.
Okay. Best you can tell, these are stone pillars that were designed
Why
to,
are you still wearing headphones?
should this space fill with water as it occasionally
He's
seems to,
monitoring our audio output.
you would still be able to access it.
I feel like he's just not listening to us.
Doesn't seem
Which
to.
is funny
But
because
it's
it's literally
surround
the
sound.
exact opposite.
It's surround sound.
So ironically, I can hear you better than I can hear them, which means everyone can hear you better than you can hear them.
Which is good to know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean, point of fact and note and everything
Yeah,
that
yeah.
if you would like to convey something of great import, you must speak into the microphone.
Fair. Unless you're Gunter yelling.
Unless you're Gunter yelling and you can hear anything.
I have thoughts!
Joe,
Yeah.
We're all
I
gonna
would
die.
like to be hidden.
Okay.
I
Roll a
get
stealth check.
Poof. Whoa. Actually.
Oops, it was an 18.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw.
Sorry, I fumbled
that.
it, but
Total?
okay.
No.
So it's a 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Shae, as you kind of watch, you
She's
see
got
all that
plus
happen,
11
and you're like,
first.
God damn it! And all of a sudden, you kind of see Morwen. You see just the glimpse of her eyes, and you see just her eyes, just kind of in the dark, and then they shut, and
I've got
she's
Frank
gone.
too.
It's this brief Cheshire Cat moment, and then just gone.
Yeah.
That's not disturbing.
No,
It's
yeah.
fine.
Everyone.
Because it is 11:10,
Yeah.
I think this is a great place to take a break.
Okay.
So that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
We're gonna take a quick, call it like a 15-minute break,
15, 20.
15-20 minute break.
How long are you guys feeling? Be sure to comment in things
I
below.
mean, I just have to feed Hopkins.
I feel you.
We'll
Yeah.
wait for
Alright.
20 minutes until you tell us if we should.
Our
15 to
pet
20
rabbit,
minutes.
Hopkins, Anthony Hopkins. He plays Hannah Bun Lecter in Hannah Bun.
So while she entertains you with
I'm
this story,
looking at the
I'm gonna
mic
go to
like
break.
that's the camera.
The cameras are the ones that have the.
Do they see me?
Are we here?
Why aren't you looking back?
I gotta turn it towards me, right? So they can see my face.
We need
Or
some
does
like
it- where's
some
the
classy
button to make
lounge
it
jazz
selfie?
to like play in between during the breaks.
Ready?
Okay. Oh fuck. Woo! But also, like, that's just nice. Isn't that smooth?
And we're back. Yeah.
That's smooth?
No,
I don't know what
no,
you're
it's
talking
not.
about.
I don't know. It's pretty good. It's pretty easy. That's like probably the easiest mezcal that I have ever.
Tastes like campfire.
Yeah.
still have- campfire.
I still have to
Campfire
finish-
and a
I
little
still have
bit of
to finish
citrus and a little. We
mine.
just
Wait,
took a shot of
am I even
mezcal,
allowed
everyone.
to do that?
Mezcal is quite delicious.
Not with
Do
that
it,
bottle.
do it.
The shape
What
isn't-
bottle?
You see nothing.
My hand
It's
bottle?
fine.
Whatever you're doing, just finish it. All right. We are back, as you can probably tell.
Substances.
In the course of our break, a rabbit was fed,
Yep.
stomachs were satisfied, bladders were relieved, and we are back.
Mm-hmm.
That is all that happened.
A shot was had.
And a shot apparently was had. So,
Oh, come on. Apparently.
getting us back into this game. You guys are now back up. Guntir and Heinrich pushed all the way forward into this kind of back chamber. Morwen, you dropped down. And I think you had just dropped down right at the end, right? You had just kind of gotten to the bottom.
I picture.
All right, you had faded away and then
Nice.
dropped down to the floor.
Interesting.
Shae, the last thing that you saw is this Cheshire cat moment, and then just
I have Frank, though.
Morwen disappeared. You do have Frank without his jaw. What do you want to do?
Gotta wait.
Can I yell through the pipes? Because I'm assuming that they connect.
You can, yeah, you can yell at the pipes.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just yelling in general.
Yeah, you can
Be
do it.
like, all right, everyone,
Okay.
I have a theory.
Tina, you hear Heinrich's voice coming from that drainage pipe kind of below you. Morwen, you would just hear it straight from the hallway. That is like a pile of bones in the hallway. Some chains dangling from the wall. But you hear Heinrich's voice from inside the other room.
I'm going to
Why are we still talking?
go this way.
Okay, so as you go that way, what are you saying?
I have a theory about these switches and that gate. If we all flip them the same way, it'll open and we can proceed if we want to.
I'm thinking internally not.
Okay. You think internally.
As
How does that feel?
outwardly thinking.
It's called talking.
I mean, that's fine. I'll flip mine last, so that way you guys have a chance to get back over here.
Well, I'll be up if the water does. Well, if there is water. That's my guess. That this is a turning point for a lot of creatures.
Oh my god, Shae doesn't have dark vision.
Nope.
Hell yeah.
I feel like
I also have the torch,
making
though,
my
so-
You do have
way.
a torch.
Okay.
Downtown.
I get the
Quietly,
sense
you
that
pick your way through.
these somehow like something like where water it's like
Yeah, you totally
Yeah, I'll
like
stop eating.
like hydraulic hydraulic. I think these are hydraulic.
I'm Heinrich.
I thought you were Hendrik.
Jimmy?
Shae,
No, I'm just kidding.
make a perception check at disadvantage. As it is dark outside of your little sphere of light.
Yes.
24?
As you hear this and you turn your attention to the drainage ditch, your eyes kind of brush across the door really quick and you notice it's changed. That middle stone tablet has descended. From this distance, you can't make out what is on it, but it covers the whole middle portion of that door, of that gate.
Mm-hmm.
Should we? Well, I don't know that. I can't say that.
May I keep making my way?
I'm gonna go and
Downtown?
I'm gonna go and move this lever that I'm near.
Walking.
I'm like
Stuck.
holding my breath.
I'm gonna consider why these things might have been chained up or otherwise attacked, and consider.
Okay, make a history
I'm gonna
check.
feel like I have a lot of hit points left and not have to worry about that.
Very, very brave of you.
Okay.
I'm cocky as fuck right now. I don't know why.
No idea
I
why.
have no idea why. I don't know where this
said a 7?
liquid courage may have come from.
7? Maybe just to scare people. I mean, bodies chained up to
read a lot
walls.
of mine,
You've
guys.
seen bodies in your travels. When you really think about it, actually in Dungannon, or not in Dungannon, in Darkmoor. You've never been to Darkmoor. You have no idea. I mean, people. You could see people doing this as a
Point on this map where you've touched.
I mean, you've touched the whole map, right?
Where you've been touched.
We're right here, by the way.
Where on this? Oh, that's not
I
a
don't
funny.
think that's
I don't think
But
so.
it can
I'm
be.
certain
Guntir hasn't
you haven't.
traveled that far.
I don't think
to the
any
east.
of us have. Well, maybe not, but
You would recall
I
that a
have not.
Luktai comes from Sunrest.
right. But
That's why
fuck
he's
him
so tan.
and fuck his legs.
You don't know what's going on with a Luktai. You know, last you saw, he dove down a cavern. So
You know what? No one saw that.
He also blacked
No,
out
that's a
and
good point.
screamed
We saw
the whole
him
time.
jump up.
Where are we? Where are we?
We have a very wonderful half-orc who blacks out and jumps off cliffs.
at the end of the summer, hopefully,
Once every blue moon.
as long as you guys are still with us, you will get to witness both a Luktai and hopefully Ariadne. We'll see.
We'll see.
But we'll have at least one.
It's a different form of entertainment than this.
It's very different.
Yep.
Anywho,
Equally great, but very different.
right. So what I'm going to do is run around to the ladder that I would have seen, I'm
Okay.
assuming.
Yep.
Climb up it and just flip the lever and be like, Shae, what happened to the door?
You flip the letter, and silently on these chains, very well oiled perhaps, this tablet descends. And you see the middle tablet, and then the tablet all the way to the right. Very interestingly.
All the way to my right or all the way?
Here and here.
Okay. So, yeah, to my
And
right.
now that the second one has come down, you can see a little bit more detail on that one. So that tablet that sinks down, there is writing on it. It's too far to really see. Yeah, from where you are, you really can't make out any other details, unfortunately.
Shae, what happened?
There's now 2 tablets hanging in front of the door.
What do you mean 2 tablets? What tablets?
Just come back.
I'm gonna go see what's all the commotion.
I'm gonna keep creeping.
Yeah, keep grouping. You can move yourself. That's your paper, by the way.
That's for you.
I know, but
I will also
what's
join.
this?
Okay,
No,
so
no,
you guys-
no.
Okay, so you get to there. So you're,
So you're
you're
still-
yeah, you're hidden. You're based on
Okay,
your stealth roll.
I'm
you're-
just gonna tell you my goal right
Okay,
now. I
sure.
am sneaking up to this lever and
yeah,
pulling
I
it.
know what
Well,
your goal is.
Yeah,
But no one knows that she's there, so.
This is a 28 to
but you also,
passive perception.
in all fairness, though, I
Shae,
don't know the
will let
timing.
you, if you would
want
like,
to.
I will let you make a perception check because you saw Morwen disappear and you already kind of knew what she was doing. Make a perception check. Got to roll.
For the benefit of the group, I
real high.
wonder if. Oh! Is that your 20?
It's 19.
I thought it was a 10, huh?
Okay.
Do you want me to roll against that or anything?
No, you doesn't see anything.
You're snuck as fuck.
Snuck AF. So, Morwen, from where you are,
Yes, sir.
you don't have dark vision. You do
I
have
do.
dark vision. Okay.
I'm
so
the one who doesn't.
in dim light, from where you are, no, you can't see it either. However, Heinreich and Guntir, as you guys round the corner, and you see the door, you see that 2 large tablets have descended, covering the middle and right portions of the door entirely.
Okay.
The one in the middle, the one on the right, you can see it is this sort of tablet of almost mist. The island, you can see just very, very vague outlines of this island.
This is a depiction on a tablet?
Yes.
It's not literally made of mist.
So whereas
Okay.
before there was just an island, what has descended is an island in the mist.
Huh.
Still an island. The middle tablet that has dropped down, which is the one that actually just dropped down. I made a mistake previously.
I don't feel so good about this guy.
In the middle, where there was just kind of a blank ocean, there is the face that you guys saw in the front of the temple. Very serene, beautiful, and smiling, but the 2 very large eyes are dead. There's no kind of wrinkles around them. It's not a real smile. You see the snakes kind of coming down from her head.
Do I recognize this?
You recognize her as Tassada, Queen of the Mists. You would also notice that there's a very, very thin line of light underneath the door. It's constant, though. It's not flickering. and then all at once, it's kind of like a vague green, goes out.
I'm gonna.
So I'm flipping
going
this
to-
last lever? Yes? Question mark?
Not yet. Please wait. I'm gonna run back and go all the way. Wait until I'm on the other side of the door. I say,
Okay.
and I run around and I crawl through the tunnel into the other side of the door.
Okay. So you go.
So yeah, I like go all the way around and I do the awkward like antlers not scraping the ceiling, just
Sure.
through.
You come out on the other side. You
What
see-
is in this room other than a lacking, not gonna call him a Nothic, but a single-eyed, short, purple creature?
Sure.
People eater.
It's an empty room. The floor here,
Nom, nom.
a little bit cleaner than you've seen it. It appears
Okay.
to be traveled.
Okay. What's at the back there? What's that little sketchy deal?
It's a door.
Yeah.
Different in many ways than the doors that you've seen in the past.
Yeah.
This door,
Is there no source of this light that I just saw?
huh?
The light that I saw from like coming from.
You don't
underneath
see
the
any
door?
light in this room now.
Okay.
And you'd seen it disappear before.
Right.
Not there anymore.
Okay, but
The
that's
the glow is similar to the shade of the eye that you saw on that creature.
Oh, okay.
When it turned its head, I mean, it's an illuminated eye.
Sure. Yeah.
Now that you are in this room,
Yes.
you one sec. So yeah, you see this door, two solid pieces of stone that seem to kind of, it's almost like a puzzle. It goes straight down, kind of like a little notch, and then down again.
Jigsaw.
You can, yeah, very much like a jigsaw, and you can see that there's a circular pillar that seems to be descended down as well.
Okay.
You'd imagine that when this door opens, probably that pillar rises and the two parts pull apart to actually open. However, it's still currently closed.
Okay. Guys, don't pull that last lever. I'm coming back and climbing up there. I think there's going to be a flood.
Okay.
And I'm going to crawl back.
Okay. You kind of crawl back
Yeah.
through.
And-
Again, your antlers, and you can see up on the top of this stone, there are like white marks where your antlers have like scraped away a little
Yeah.
bit.
Little like chalk lines,
Yeah.
kind of. All right. And I run all the way back, and I'm going to climb up the ladder and
Okay.
crouch up here and be like,
While
okay.
while Heinrich is running up, are any of you guys doing anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm gonna climb up.
Okay.
And,
Don't kill Guntir.
Stay real snug.
He's a
Yeah,
fan
nobody
favorite.
noticed. They're all still facing the same
Gunter's a
direction.
fan favorite. All right,
Not
just
fun.
I'm just
I'm
gonna
Do
put
we all
my
need to be
hand
prone?
and Frank on the lever.
Okay,
Do we
so
all need
Frank,
to be prone for this, like
onto
being
the
up
top.
here, or just crouched?
You guys are crouched. You.
Okay.
I mean,
you
I'm still
really
sitting
crouched?
kind of on the
Okay.
edge.
Do
Like,
I
I haven't
crouch
really
too?
moved
How
since
tall
you
are you?
guys.
5'1" or 5 feet.
At 5 even,
think
you,
I'm the
you do not
tallest
need to
part from
crouch.
Heinrich.
The very top
Tallest
of
what?
your
How
bald
tall are
head
you?
would just
6
like
feet.
molecules
Oh, yeah.
would be
Yeah.
touching.
Yeah.
I'm always
Is that
crouched
including
a little.
antlers?
Yeah,
No.
that's kind of what
I'm
I'm
always
thinking.
hunched.
So yeah, you're fine. You can
4.
stand upright.
I'm 5'2", but I slouch.
Yeah, so you can
You said
at
you're
your
4?
slouch, you're standing
4.
upright.
You're 4 feet.
I'm like up
No,
here,
5'4".
I'm like,
5 feet, 4
5.
inches.
I thought you said
5'4".
I'm 4.
So,
I'm
so wait,
four.
so does Gunter
Feet.
climb up
Okay.
as well?
Yeah, I climbed up. I was like, I'm not dying and that. I don't feel good about this door at
Now,
all.
Gunter,
Dying in a
as you
vat
climb
in
up,
a garage.
you climbing up to the top,
Sorry.
you climb up just as you see Morwen. Her hand is on the lever, and you see her just take this skull and just kind of onto the top. You see Gunter. He makes eye contact with you.
No longer snook.
Heinrich, you climb to the top, and you kind of get up, and you and Gunter are now standing looking
Why?
at Morwen, who's just holding the skull on top of a lever, holding the lever.
Aside
Shae,
from,
you see them looking
aside
over,
from
you turn
this,
around, you see Morwen now.
aside from this singular action, I have no idea what else we would do down here other than leave. So, go ahead.
Pull the lever!
Pull the lever.
Okay.
I'm up now, right?
Well, yeah, and while all this
I'm
is happening, I will say now that you're up there, you can kind of you turn and look at the door, as she seems like she's about to pull the lever.
This is God talking to him yet?
There are what?
This is God spoke to him.
Are you asking me?
I don't think that's any of your business.
He's not home right now.
Moving on.
Gunter, you see on
You and I still have to have a conversation, so it's
Well,
a whole
I
separate issue.
don't know.
fair enough. You guys see nothing.
I see nothing.
Apparently not.
Aw.
You guys are having a little conversation instead,
I was staring.
so you don't get lore. So,
Staring.
Bad talking. No lore for you.
Morwen, you are standing there with the skull and the lever. What do you want to do?
I'm making eye contact with everyone.
Look
and reading
around
the
for
room.
lore. Look around for lore.
God didn't speak to him, actually. That's the whole point.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to read the room.
Okay.
Do I feel like they want me to? Or
I
no?
do one of these, like, huh?
I'm like,
Guntir, so
Okay,
Guntir
fine.
looks normal.
I look at you, and you do that, and I say, "That's one vote."
You really need your own mic for this noise. Wait,
I'm sure
wait,
I can hear it.
Wait,
This is-
wait,
Don't do
wait.
it.
That's a long
Okay, no.
whatever. That's undecided.
Just pumping channel 3 real quick.
No, I'm taking actually Frank and looking at them too.
Okay. Shae, you see this kind of skull just...
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
And 3 of your compatriots staring at you being like, I don't know. 2.
I'm gonna say 1, 2,
Just do it.
3.
Okay.
myself
As you
it's
pull
happening.
it, silently, that final chain comes down, and as it does, it's just blank sea. So currently, you see a blank sea, you see the face of Tasada smiling, and you see this misty island. Only one island. It's as if one of them has vanished. And the door and the panels all slide up into the ceiling. You can see beyond that stone pillar, rotating and sliding up into the ceiling, the 2 stone doors separate. Looking beyond, you can see just a long stone pathway that sneaks to the left and then down.
Well, we did it.
I'm gonna look around and say,
You
I
also,
wonder what Bernal's doing.
you also would notice he's. You guys also would
For
notice.
the listeners, Bernal
For the listeners,
Probably dead.
Bernal Arsarius is the person that actually
excluded
invited
from
all of
the
these people
intro.
along. The person that actually had all of these people leave the continent that I designed the game for.
I need another.
They brought him to the Canyon of the Harpies and stranded him there. It is unclear what he is doing to all of you.
To all of us.
Yeah.
What is he doing to us?
No, to you guys it is unclear what is happening.
There you are.
To me, it is very clear what is happening.
Getting
Big oof.
torn apart
Now.
by harpies.
You
Flash cut back to an old man being picked apart at the ribs.
I think Bernal's fine. Anyway.
Sure. You kind of gazing down, you don't really notice any particular differences. It just seems like an almost natural cavern. The circumference of it would make you feel it's probably been carved out over time, scraped away. It's about 10 feet high. It's much narrower than the room that you are in. You also notice, looking down, some of those metal strips, every now and then, just a little spark will come off. Nothing seems to happen. And thinking about it, you have actually disturbed every single Croteggo body but one between all of you.
Finger gang goes
That's just
disturbing.
all that you remember. Nothing else seems to happen. What would you guys like to do?
I'd
So-
like to put the finger in the nose of the only one we didn't disturb. No, I'm just kidding. I don't. I don't.
No. Okay, all right. So I'm sorry.
Chanting
Yeah.
descends from the ceilings. Yeah.
And the dragon kills. Yeah, right. Wait.
That's who we are now.
Hold on.
We're not-
In so many ways.
In so many
Ultimate
ways.
goal is to hire followers that we can make into a cult that will actually chant that at the top of the mountain. I am so excited.
What do we call them?
Fingerlings.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking, but that's better.
No, I'm sorry to everyone who was paying attention to it.
No
The
worries.
door opened,
Correct.
and we saw something
Both
that
doors
wasn't
opened.
what I saw on the other side of that door.
The other door is opened.
Oh, so
Both sets of doors
okay,
open.
so both sets of doors open, and it goes down.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing special seemed to be directly behind the first door,
Nope.
where the things were falling down.
It
Okay,
seems like
maybe like an antechamber of sorts.
you would imagine that, given the structure, given this kind of platform with these weird stairs kind of carved into the stone, there might, at certain times of the day, be guard posted here. For whatever reason, at around Yeah, you guys have no idea what time it is at
Sure,
this point.
and the only guard that may or may not have actually been there was the one that I saw that is now gone.
Perhaps.
Okay.
What would you guys like to do?
Turn to everyone and say, well, they know we're here. Whatever they are, whatever is further down, there was something that was watching you through the door, which means to me that it can see through shit, so...
Creepy.
Yeah. So we gotta be very careful
I'm gonna look around because
in proceeding.
someone must have
Lead the way.
shut the door from the side.
I was
that
about
we're
to say,
not
I'm
on.
gonna.
So I'm gonna scan around and see if there's like another way to close the door.
Absolutely. Scanning around very briefly, you don't need to roll for it because it's really visible. On this side, if you, I'm assuming that you kind of like walk up and like look up there a little bit.
Yeah.
You can see that right up against the wall right here, there is a single steel button, and it's shiny, not tarnished, not worn.
I'm gonna press it.
Okay.
Right.
You press it. You see all of the door. The door starts to descend. The tablets stay up. And did you guys all walk through?
I was
No.
definitely going to.
Okay, so you walked
No.
through. You didn't walk
I
through.
wasn't paying attention at all.
So the two of you guys are now separated. The door comes down.
I'm sorry.
All of the
couldn't we
levers.
place, like,
Yeah. All of the levers.
Beginning, of course, I'm gonna check the shit out. Yeah.
All the letters back to their original position.
That's it. I
Am
wouldn't
I
have
able
moved.
to see through the wall that is now down again?
More when you see Guntir kind of
like
I
inches
copy
away
him.
from like
it's
a
stone. It's-
inches
you can't
away
see-
from a solid stone
Yeah,
door.
you can't see through. It's a solid
Oh,
stone. door.
I don't copy him.
You should totally con on it.
All right, I'm gonna
I'm gonna
survey
count
the
this.
area.
Okay, seems very similar to how it was before.
Well, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you
Should
walked
we-
through. Sorry, my
Should
fault.
we
Roll,
leave it
roll
open
a perception check.
for escape? Or
I
should
mean,
we
that
just
would be
like
smart.
there's a path that we can go through
5.
that does not
Very
require
similar
us to
to
open
the
it?
other room.
But I feel like if we've opened it, it's already been
Can I take a little bit
presence
of time
alerted.
to
type
look?
of
It's
thing.
Taking a
faster to
little
go
bit of time.
the
Yeah,
straight route rather
What you
than
can
around
notice
I
about
don't think
this
anyone's
is
in a rush, so I'm gonna.
it's been carved. It's a carved
Plus,
area.
no telling with all of these dead bodies what
As
actually
it
could be
descends,
reanimated.
what did you roll?
A 5.
A 5. Sure is a cave.
Shae and I are gonna go through and flip all the levers again.
Okay, you go through again.
before-
Same thing happens. Tablet comes down. Tablet comes down.
Okay.
Third tablet comes down.
Gunter, don't push that button again!
I was already pushing the button.
It doesn't do anything.
I was pressing it when it was.
And when the door is down, and it's just.
I'm like pressing it a bunch, and then they start to go up, and I'm still pressing it.
So it does one of those like.
So as you turn the levers the first time, you get to the third lever. No, because you get to the third lever. The 3 all go up to the ceiling. All the levers, and you have to go back if you would like to.
Okay, so we have to go back to the middle one because Shae's at this one and I'm at that one. I flipped this one and that one as we were going
Are you still
across.
pressing the button?
I'm like.
Gunter, stop it!
It doesn't seem to be working.
Ding dong.
it
Gunter,
shuts them. Stop it.
Let it stay open. If we need a fast escape route, sorry, through the tube, you hear, Gunter, stop pushing that button.
Stop crushing the hood.
He's saying
Yes.
start pressing the button.
Oh,
No, stop.
You can actually hear through.
I'm gonna use
the cavern.
thaumaturgy to like send my voice because you can send
Okay, absolutely.
voice
Yeah.
30 feet.
All
I'm
of a
gonna
sudden.
point of reference like the floor at the foot of the tube from here. So like I'm like way up here, like right here. If I can see 30 feet, just
I'm
kind
gonna
of
say
like
at this
throw my
point,
voice
you
with
guys-
thaumaturgy.
But you guys are also aware of the fact that these little drainage ditches,
Uh-huh.
perhaps designed to carry sound as
Yeah.
well as other things.
Oh, okay.
And you can see they flare out at the end and they kind of narrow into this little thing.
Okay.
So with thaumaturgy,
Uh-huh.
it's
Deafening.
people can hear you.
Good. Good.
All these dead Croteggo probably can hear you. It's loud.
Wonderful. So, anyways,
Fool of a tiefling.
yeah, whatever.
As you're going,
The fool of a fucking
All of a sudden
dwarf
you
pushing
just
a
hear-
button over and over again. A fool of a cat.
and it just echoes.
Lever.
The cavern. Gunter.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sorry
Okay.
that I like fun.
He conveys to you.
Did you see that?
Stop pushing the button, please. Let the door stay open if we need an escape route.
I thaumaturgy back.
Okay.
okay, jeez.
And I'm gonna turn to Guntir and be like, someone's having a bad day.
I know, right?
You hear,
Yeah.
I know, right? Just echo.
And I mutter to myself, which is like
Joe,
distinctly
I do have a
audible, but
question, though,
definitely a
about
mutter.
about
Like,
this cave,
Sure.
just in
Fucking
what you saw.
doors.
So is it
It's like right in your
just
ear.
like a dead end?
I heard that.
Which cave?
Where we are, like, is when we
No.
saw a dead end,
So that
or
door-
does it like echo down?
It echoes
like,
down.
yeah.
Okay.
We're alerting things to our presence. Like, absolutely at this
Well,
point.
I don't. Well, because of the picture, I just didn't know how to visual if there was like
So-
closed
So,
off.
yes, moving
You
on.
flip all the levers.
Yeah, I go to the one prior, and then I go back to the one that I did, and I flip it.
Flip
The
mine.
door is open. The other door is behind the two of you.
Right.
Open. The little pillar spins, rises to the ceiling. The two doors draw apart.
Nice
Y'all-
of you to finally join us.
I'm still in the other room.
Nice of you to be still in
Well,
the
then
other
hurry
room.
up.
I'm coming. Hold on.
Right.
I'm
Oh, we
cunning.
didn't need to know that.
I'm cunning. Hold on. And I run
All
around.
right, Shae,
Jump off and
Okay.
join them.
All right.
make a perception check.
16.
Okay. As
Better than
you
mine.
know that you kind of turn around to see if Shae's falling and she's down. You didn't hear her touch the ground. She seems very light. You guys all
We need to talk later.
We need to talk later.
you all congregate in the room.
I swear to God, if you guys talk about God again,
There is a
is a god.
pathway in front of you guys that seems to kind of carve about 10 foot in diameter, but rough, so it gets smaller in places and wider in places, shorter, taller. But it seems
Just
to
the
kind
way I
of
like them.
seems to twist down and around.
shorter. Never mind.
Now that you've kind of gotten closer, there's the air down there is warmer, even more humid if possible. You can see there is.
How far beneath the
Elements-
surface are we at this point?
Make a survival check.
Yeah.
Elements-
Dungeoneering if we were playing Pathfinder.
Yeah, or 4th edition even.
True.
You would notice that there are elements of moisture just dripping slowly down the cave. There
Drink
are little
every time you
puddles.
hear moist.
17.
17, moist.
17 moist.
I'm so thoroughly disgusted. Like at this point, like
Don't you hate when your slacks get moist?
Slacks?
It's
Really?
It's a rough word, right?
Slacks?
Yeah.
You know what's worse?
That's what
sofa.
my grandma calls all pants.
If you say sofa over and over and over
Anyways.
again. Okay, whatever, yeah. Keep
all
going.
pants, even jeans, which makes no sense.
Somebody was rolling for something.
Yeah, I rolled 17 on a survival check
Fair enough.
to gauge how far beneath the surface we are.
At this point, you'd guess you're somewhere between 500 and 600 feet down.
Okay, can this carry over to the depth of the Harpy Canyon?
You are
Far below that?
so
Having like looked down,
the nothing.
saved a friend, and you know,
That's a difficult equation because the nothing is a
Alright,
desert
fair
that's
enough.
below caves that you went through and then down
True.
further to get to the canyon.
plus dunes rise. and
You would
plunge.
imagine that certainly you're below. If you had started at the same level as the canyon, you'd be roughly equivalent. But because you started already all that way down, you are
Yeah.
deep below sea level.
Sure, okay. We're heading towards the abyssal mist
Jorts are not
veil.
slacks.
Jorts aren't slacks. Who the fuck said
Negative.
jorts are slacks?
negative.
That would be Fatboy95CI said that is
Oh,
asking if jorts are
Oh.
slacks.
Jorts are
The
Negative.
definitive answer.
I think they were
Definitive
asking you
answer.
because you said that somebody said that. all
My
the-
grandmother calls all pants slacks.
So
Okay.
what
Including
Fatboy95 wants to
jeans.
know
But I
is- we'll talk about the jorts later.
Yeah. I don't think my
She's
grandma
95.
knows what
I don't
jorts
think she's.
are.
Yeah, exactly.
comment in the
I bet she has a lot of
thing if you think the jorts
Yeah, she's
are
95.
slacks.
So
Anyways,
Alright. We're deep. And it's continuing to get more humid and temperate
a note to
and
self.
moist
yes.
as we descend. Is this a similar spiral
Am I the only one who
staircase?
made
No,
this drink?
this
No,
is-
it's
this
like
is a-
curvy,
But
like natural
I will
drink
cavern,
for
kind
everything
of
moist.
eroded by water,
Mine doesn't
possibly.
It doesn't seem natural because it is, while not uniform, much more uniform than a natural cave should be.
Sure. So like taking advantage of a potential and then making
Tools
it to.
do not seem to have been used.
Tools do not seem to have been used. I turn to the dwarf
Perhaps?
and say,
He has a name.
Guntir. Yeah, well that's his name.
The dwarf.
Guntir.
Hendry.
No. It's Heinreich.
That's what I said.
Heinrich. Not in this.
Do you feel these caves? How do you think
had to
these
sneeze.
caves were formed?
I look around. I'm like,
Make your stone cutting check.
I'm
No joke there.
the shit out of it. That is a 22.
Yeah. Looking at the stone.
Wicked stoned.
No, you notice a number of things. There are elements of, and at first it's easy to mistake
Ones,
for
twos,
crumbled.
and threes.
I poured most of my shot in his. Don't, you know.
I'm done.
I was there.
I'm done. Jesus, go on.
No, keep going.
Looking at the stone, you can see mixed into and very easy to mistake for this gray crumbling stone petrified wood. Beams that have been laid across at some point in the very distant past, because the moisture has been carrying bits of mineral down. The rock has kind of begun to grow over the wood that is petrified. You recognize it as probably parts of a dwarven mine shaft, but old. This is maybe very yes. You're based on just the structure of it and the petrification, easily 1,000 years old.
Do I hear him saying older than me?
Yes. He's just kind of doing older than me and stroking his beard and kind of taking crust out of his lips.
What could possibly be older than you?
Ew.
Is it going into his beard?
Look up there.
Like mouth dandruff?
See that? That petrified wood.
Yes.
Sneaky boys.
This looks like it is an old dwarven mine shaft from many years.
Dwarven.
Now looking at the
Now,
walls.
do dwarves celebrate snake gods and the mist veil? Abyssal mist veil?
I don't know.
In your experience, no.
But look at that.
And I point back at the wall.
Yeah, and so to the wall, you can notice this gray stone crumbly on the outside, and you've seen elements of it that seem almost in their natural state. This is not that. There are just rivets that have been carved, and while not uniform, there seem to be many of them in places that kind of form patterns. You would imagine that some kind of really stony claw could probably make these. Similar to the protrusions from the Croteggo that you have seen.
Those look like claw marks on the walls.
Are they big? Sorry, I missed that. They're like large claws or like about the same size as the
About
ones
the same size as the ones that you've seen. Some maybe a little bigger, some maybe a little smaller, but roughly that size.
Which direction are they heading? When they clawed, which direction were they facing?
Can I discern that?
You certainly can.
I'm going to discern this and say the correct answer.
It appears that they have dug deeper into the earth.
It looks like they were going inward. I'm putting pieces together.
Were they looking for something? Oh. And I write down. I like pull my journal.
Sure.
Just like
Quill at the ready.
just scribbling.
What exactly?
I'm writing stuff. Don't worry. I'm writing stuff.
Sure.
Something.
What exactly is like happening? So are you guys in front of us and
Yeah.
having your own private conversation?
It's not
Yeah,
private.
can't
It's
hear.
it's normal conversational volume.
that we
Guntir
can't hear
volume,
it.
so you hear every word that Guntir's saying.
Absolutely.
And you hear most of what
Noting his
Heinrich is.
All right.
whispers.
Can I like?
My whispers are
Your whispers
How
are
to go
normal
snuck again?
conversation volume.
Yeah, roll self check.
Why are you sneaky? Stop sneaky.
Because that's the only thing I'm good at.
I'm
18.
18. All right.
I'm
You feel very
Yeah, no one's passive is above that. That's fine.
I'm gonna start walking
No. You're very
further
welcome.
in.
cautiously.
Okay. You guys or Shae, you are in particularly surprised as Morwen suddenly just brushes past you and walks past you and starts to go down cautiously down the cavern.
And slowly.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Cautiously.
They're bickering over there.
Cautiously
and
implied slowly.
I want to check shit out.
Sure.
I believe that this
You're going
was
as
an
well?
ancient
Are you going as
dwarven
well?
mine.
Okay, you follow with the torch.
Do you want to
And
grab my
something
tail?
dark and
And
wicked
you're gone,
happened
so-
here.
Oh, that's true.
I can't.
Does it this way come?
I would love to.
You
However,
grab for it and it's gone.
No.
I have the torch,
Okay.
so I'm
I gotta stop with these jokes. They're just not landing.
I liked it.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just trying to keep a relatively neutral.
All right, fair
expression.
enough. True. The true
Whatever.
neutral DM.
Happened here.
it's the idea.
Transformed the
The ideal.
dwarves who worked in this mine into the creatures that we faced earlier. If I were to guess,
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm guessing right now, and I'm explaining to you. That is what I would guess.
I got ears that can hear. Keep going.
That's it. I think that this is an old dwarven mine, and something happened that turned them into these Croteggas.
Croteggas.
The Croteggas are dwarves.
Well, what can we do but continue, I suppose? Is there anything we can glean from this? Should we prepare
I
in
can
any
glean
way?
that whatever turned them into the things that they are is probably going to try to do the same thing to us, and I don't want to turn into one
Aha!
of those Croteggas.
Have you ever seen creatures, small, short, purple, with one singular eye?
You
in
mean
your home
Morwen?
world? Why does that description to you suit the description of? And I turn around and she's just not
Gone.
there.
Yeah.
Like
Shae's
the
gone.
the
You would
well-
have seen Morwen and Shae just both walk past you. It would have
Yeah.
surprised you because
Yeah.
Morwen just suddenly
yeah.
drifts into your view.
Well,
And
the
then the
wherever she
firelight
is,
as Shae
she
walks
is
by.
clearly a cat, or at least of cat nature.
Yeah, cat person.
Anyways, whatever.
Shae kind of vanishes around. You see just the flickering of firelight disappear as they continue to descend.
My extended finger curls, and should we keep up with them?
I mean, we made it this far. If I get turned into one of these things, I'm eating you first.
You guys hear just that from this part of the conversation.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
So, with how we're descending,
Not gonna argue.
because she's got the torch and I'm trying to stay snuck, I want you so what's like the light, size of a torch? Like, how much does it light
60
up?
and then 60?
From a
60,
torch?
60? Yeah.
Nah.
30-30?
I was thinking like 10.
It's 15-15, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I want to stay just
Fucking
out of
gamer.
sight
I've been
of
playing.
her torch ahead of her.
Okay,
So I want to stay snuck, but
sure.
just barely.
Do you explain that to Shae?
Well, no, because she can't see me.
Yeah, she
And I'm
can.
not
You
gonna
stealth
Oh, you
it.
can.
Yeah.
Oh.
She
Sorry,
because
I
she
thought I
was
snuck.
you walked by you stealthed and then walked by all of them, and then Shae watched you and went okay and followed you,
All right, fine. Then I stay 10 feet ahead of you. That's all.
and so every now and then you see a little tail flicker through the darkness, but
Okay.
you don't really see her. She's sitting just outside of the range of your torch.
Okay.
Every now and then, just you see
You know
it.
what? I actually am going to say, I'm going to scout ahead a little bit.
Go ahead.
You say that,
Yeah.
no response. Morin's already
Wasn't
gone.
expecting one.
Should I? Okay.
We'll keep your stealth score from before.
Okay.
You scout ahead. You move ahead a little bit after walking for about
Again,
10
all
minutes,
very
and you guys
cautious.
kind of catch up to Shae. I would assume. Are you guys going to continue?
Yeah. Normal pace. No
Okay.
need to run ahead.
well,
I'm also like a little bit
already down
apprehensive.
this far.
Yeah.
Are you traveling normal pace? Or
They don't know
slower
this
to
whole
kind of-
dwarven shit, right? They don't
Ish.
know.
No, they didn't
Yeah,
hear that
so
part of
so
the
we're
conversation.
like pretty
Not-
apprehensive of this whole
cautiously.
shit.
Cautiously,
Okay.
but not
You guys don't catch up
excessively
to
fast
Shae.
or slow.
You just at certain parts of the cavern, as it straightens out, you catch sight of her. But the way that this twists, it's just like a brief moment, and then she disappears around another curve. You do always kind of keep sight of the torchlight a little bit.
Yeah. That's
Morwen,
kind of the goal.
you head about 10
I am
10
faster
minutes
than you. So
further,
it's fine.
and all of a sudden, there's a
By a
flat
lot.
part of the wall.
Yeah.
By a lot.
Literally
As you
double.
approach it,
More than double.
you see letters in common,
More than double.
but they don't make any sense.
Of course they don't.
It reads, More Abimtar Clamorhold. Odd words.
It's my favorite beer.
The scene that is depicted on this flat part of the wall, there's a scene that's been carved in. It's identical to the stone door that you saw before with the descending tablets, but it's solid. Tasada's haunting smile is even more realistic on this one.
Question.
Answer.
Visuals?
For this, no, it's
Okay.
it's
Just wondering.
yeah, it's a carved tablet. I am not good at drawing, so I didn't draw.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was thinking of...
Physical layout of the
Yeah.
I could draw. I have
No,
the
no,
physical
don't worry
layout.
about
I
it.
could draw
No.
it for you.
All right, well, I guess I'll just wait for them to catch up.
Okay, you wait, and Shae suddenly kind of comes upon you. All of a sudden, your torchlight just... Morwen's just standing, staring at a wall. And as you come across that,
Well,
slightly
that's not
startling,
creepy at all.
you kind of hold
And
the
I
torch
turn around,
out.
just... Turn back.
Very rare.
So
so glad
as-
to meet you here.
Yeah. You see the same thing. The scene very similar to the door you saw. It's roughly the same size as the door. Not a door. It's carved into the wall, and you can kind of see that.
Great.
Yeah, you two kind of approach. Guntir. You see in common a fairly poor reproduction of Dwarvish. More Abimtar Clamorhold is the common way that you would write, not Dwarvish ruins, but
Constant stink face.
common for the Abyssal Mistveil.
Constantly smelling a
In
fart over
Dwarvish.
there.
We're headed into the Abyssal Mistveil. That's about it. Yep.
Is this a portal?
That sounds exciting.
That's
This
the
is the
place
gateway
that Orton was telling us about.
Can we hold on? Look around for the similar markings of the claw marks and all that kind of crap.
Yeah. Make a perception check.
All that kind of crap.
Yeah, you know. Well, I mean, 12.
Still appears to be a clawed cave. The
So,
elements...
Still
Yes,
digging,
however-
very much so.
It's a little bit different. There are elements of this cave that have still not been fully kind of scabbed over, and you can see those very cleanly cut. This tablet, care has been taken. You can see, and like there are claw marks. You can see they've kept this clear on purpose. This was at one point probably also a mine shaft, but at this point the gray stone has completely covered the top, and most of the sides are just elements that you can see of this kind of carved wall. But yes, very much claws still going forward.
I don't feel good about this, guys. This is very much like a
Feel good about any of
place of
this.
worship of these things that have been attacking us and stealing our friends and trying to kill us.
I don't feel good about
So
any
none
of
of
this.
I
But
think
we knew that coming in.
heading into the Temple of Tessara that was briefly mentioned to us earlier, and that looks like Tessara, and also the one back there.
Let's fuck it up.
Can I convey? I'm gonna relay all this
I bring out
information.
Frank.
To go against
Let's fuck it up.
I'm gonna relay all the information of the whole like Croteggo claw digging down to you guys, just so you're within the same mindset.
Very rare.
Yeah.
here's a
aware.
thought as well. Whatever caused these to turn is probably still doing it, given our recent encounters and the townsfolk saying that they have been seeing more attacks recently.
Oh my god.
The pig people.
I
The pig people, yes.
Nico.
Oh my god. I'm so
Yes.
damp.
So perhaps
It is quite moist down here.
Fuck off.
Ha
You
ha!
have to drink too.
the pig
Shit.
people have been turning dwarves into Croteggo for the last 1,000 years.
I don't follow that logic, but I believe the Croteggo are definitely a threat, and we should be wary as we potentially go through here. Another thing, my dude, or
My dude.
or dude,
Mm-hmm.
my dude.
Well done.
See, never mind.
We do.
Yeah,
See what?
we're down here because of him. We're down here to rid the nothing of this something which took our something, which overall somehow is causing a blight upon this land.
Sunteen. You as a
I
tiefling.
am
Close enough.
confused.
It's,
Sunteen.
it's infernal. You should know this. It's
Sunteen.
summarized. Yeah,
I should, but you know,
fair enough.
shot a mezcal and a few beers later. So this seems to be the route that we should cut out to,
Fuck shit up.
well, no, solve the problems of the land.
Well, or
We could also just piece the fuck out and leave.
we could kill the Baron, go back to Gria, get paid for that,
Now you guys
kill
want to kill the
her,
Baron.
take the money from her. That sounds like a win-win.
Fat boy, for whatever it's
It's-
worth, any kind of URL gets blanked in the chat, so I can actually see it. If you want to message it to me, I'll show them. But I can't see what you're putting down.
So, Joe.
Yeah.
Incredibly convoluted.
I
Side note,
want to
Guntir.
know. Okay, so
I'm curious as
the
to
door
what this
in
dude's
front of
sending
us, is it wall to wall?
It's dick
There's
butt.
no ground?
No, the cavern goes. This is carved into the wall on the side. So you can just keep going down this
Oh,
cavern.
I'm sorry.
yeah,
I thought
we're
this
gonna
was a
keep
dead
going.
end. Well, fuck me.
That's why I offered to draw it.
Well, Jesus.
Fair enough. Would you guys like to continue?
Jesus,
Hell
my favorite
yeah.
deity.
But
Jesus.
I'm gonna go snuck again.
Okay. Roll a
And-
stealth check.
Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you again, like, let me scout
I love
ahead.
how, like, now replaying all this in my head, I'm just staring at a wall. And, like, a mural on a wall.
Yeah.
Being like, this is the thing! But we can
19.
keep going. Fuck.
Anything.
Alright, whatever.
You disappear into the dark ahead. Your group continues.
Gonna follow.
Oh, yeah, sure. At least in the heading that Morwen disappeared into the darkness.
So I'm
Well-
going to just stay in front of the
Sure.
light, stealthily but cautiously.
You. All right, Fat Boy. We'll check it out after the stream. We'll check it out as a stream.
Also, love that name.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
That boy's cool.
Quite original.
In the house.
It's
Fat Boy, do me a favor and message me, and I'll get back to you after this. Or us. So,
Or
as you guys continue
Or
to
ass.
travel, Morwen, you staying a little bit ahead of the group, come across a second tablet.
Okay.
Similar writing above it. More Kraskin Orom. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Get good on that shit.
This is a much more vivid scene. Descending from the top left, you can see an elf with radiant wings. In the stone, there have been carved these little lines that seem to show emanating light. Lunging from the sky, her wings folded back as if in a dive. She's about to strike down Tasada, who is kind of holding her arms up. The snakes all recoiled. Some of them seem almost dead. You can see that this elf is holding a chain above her face. The chain wrapped around her hand, almost like brass knuckles. They seem to be shining with similar light. Her face is twisted into this snarl of righteous fury. Below her stands a dwarf wielding a massive stone hammer, crushing another dwarf. The dwarf that is being crushed seems to have kind of darker hair, more sunken features.
That's me!
Mid-ground, there is...
Sunken for
I'm
sure.
picturing a really elaborate magic card. Keep going.
You're
Is this
not wrong.
Ravnica? No, I'm just kidding. It's not.
Mid-ground, there is a turtle, bedecked
I
in
love
flowing robes. It has
I
a
like
smile
turtles.
on. It's wearing these kind of almost like little tiny glasses. And it holds a hand outstretched. On the other side of the hand, there are several sickly-looking dwarves that seem like they're kind of grabbing onto elements of the ground as they're being pulled into the air.
Abductions.
Standing behind this dwarf, kind of back to back with this dwarf, there's a
Still
human
ancient
knight
aliens.
whose helm appears to be festooned with dragon scales. And finally, in the background, eyes glowing with necrotic energy, is a tiefling. Horns shaped like antlers.
Is it me?
You're not there yet.
Ominously
You don't know.
Does it look like
standing in the background, at his feet, bodies. 5, 6, 7. They appear maybe dwarvish in nature, but too far in the background to really see. And given the scope of this mural, there's not a ton of detail, but you can just make it out.
So I'm going to.
You don't
run-
see this tiefling. Shae, you do not see this tiefling.
Oh, but they caught up to me.
They do.
Okay. I was gonna
No, you
say,
do not
just
see this tiefling.
just as a
However,
joke, I was gonna run back to you guys and be
above-
like, nothing to see, keep going.
The writing where Morwen saw the words "more Kraskin Aram," you recognize it as a similarly poorly translated dwarvish, and it roughly translates to "the monsters arrive."
And then I see the tiefling.
Does
Then
this
you see the
remind
tiefling.
me of any old folk stories
I
or
see
anything like
nothing.
that from
Roll history
You
check.
see something.
That's weird. Like,
dwarven history lessons? That's 14.
You do sort of recognize something. That dwarf, that stone hammer. It's a holy symbol. Not sure what god, but this dwarf seems to be maybe a paladin. Outside of that, not much comes to you
What was the text again?
that you can read.
I suppose I'd have it.
What you read is common. It says more Kraskin Aram.
I turned to Guntir. What does that say?
It says the monsters arrive. I think that these are panels of some sort of story about what's going on in all of this here.
Welcome to everybody who just joined.
Is there any like, I don't know, trace of things falling from the sky in and or around the tiefling?
Kind of look.
Okay, Henny Penny.
No, the
Huh?
The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Oh.
the tiefling is standing kind of in a doorway.
Doorway. Okay.
There's still not a ton of detail, so you can't really make a lot out. It's
Do I recognize any sort of like symbology with this tiefling? Any sort of like
roll an
cultural
investigation check.
cultural like implications and things like that? Yeah, that's. I gotta stop. You know what? I'm gonna change dice soon.
What is it?
It's a 4. It's a tiefling, right? I'm
It's a
certain it's a tiefling.
There is, now that you're really focusing on this, there's something, but it bothers you. You don't quite, can't really tell what it is. Something about this mural is troublesome to you.
Is it racist?
No.
Okay. Well,
Interestingly, actually, one of the very few depictions of tieflings that you've seen, having grown up in Port Quinn, in
yeah,
Dominion,
there's
that
nothing
is not
that's ever
racist.
been printed or.
It looks like a tiefling. A lot of tieflings depicted in Dominion,
Yeah.
sharp teeth,
Yeah.
and like
Very,
very
like,
exaggerated,
devilish kind of-
demonic looking.
yeah.
This looks like it could maybe be you. It's again gray stone, so you can't see the
Sure.
skin color. There's not a lot of details, but it's not a racist.
I'm taking a very accurate sketch, and I'm going to take as much time as it takes
Okay.
to like take the most accurate sketch of this.
Okay,
However long that
Look at
takes.
it.
sure. Make an investigation check.
Are there other panels
7.
like further down?
You need to look.
I'm gonna start walking.
Excuse me.
You begin to
Expecting
walk.
Right,
that there's like
dragon.
another panel
Sure,
that I'll
you-
see. And
So Guntir, you
You're
guys notice as
putting
Guntir
the
kind of
direction I
depicts
require.
it.
Wait, whoa.
Guntir
Listen, thank you.
begins just walking down the. Ooh,
Sorry, everyone in the 4th dimension. Your worldview just totally shut.
Oh.
I can take a look.
Yeah, I'll take a look because I'm already up.
Okay. You
That looks like it's
Notice
just
Guntir
at me
just
right now.
Right?
Gun-
That's a lot more
It's
direct.
like looking at me.
Guntir just walks away. Continues down the path.
Fuck that. I follow.
Okay, you
But
follow.
I'm gonna sneak.
Okay, go ahead and roll your stealth for some reason. Shae, what are you doing?
Natural 20.
So I am a 31.
And let's
Jesus.
the slightest bit. Perfect, thank you.
Following, but cautiously.
Okay, you follow cautiously, Guntir. You see Morwen go around the corner to follow Guntir, and as you turn around, it's just Guntir. Morwen again, just kind of that quick Batman move.
Fine.
Heinrich, you continue to sketch. Probably takes you about 5 more minutes
Yep.
than them all leaving. So
Yep.
you follow them at a little bit of a distance.
Yep.
Guntir, you're the first to arrive to the 3rd tablet. The depiction above it just says Sombrum, dwarvish for sleep. The scene depicts many dwarves sleeping in tunnels, safe from the evil-looking humanoids getting off ships and seemingly bringing off the elements, crates, hammers, wood, maybe establishing a town. But these humans, though they are humans, they look evil, they look, buck-toothed, ugly, real, and you would recognize, being 287 years old, this is like an old, like, even old for you school depiction, like a kind of racist depiction of humans that dwarves would have had. Dwarves, having arrived at the very end of the Second Age, consider themselves kind of like the ultimate of the civilized races. So it is a very old racist depiction of humans establishing a town.
This is from the Second Age.
You say to yourself. About 5 minutes later, you're still alone. More when you come across Guntir, who's just kind of muttering to himself, looking up at this tablet.
Okay. I want to stay snug when the light comes.
Okay. You still stay behind Guntir. You see the light beginning to approach. Shae, as you approach,
I don't
you
know
see
why I'm being
Guntir
so
just kind of,
sketchy.
and you see Morwen just kind of standing behind him quietly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, you stop.
Okay.
5 more minutes go by. Heinrich, you
Moving on to the next one.
appear. Right as you start walking, you see Guntir as he just kind of just starts going away again. But you come across the same tablet depicting evil-looking humanoids establishing a town as the dwarves sleep peacefully below. When you get back, make an investigation check. The two of you
Me?
see Guntir continue on his path.
Hmm?
What would you like to do?
Thank you.
Investigate. Fuck.
Okay,
Just ignore it.
fair enough.
It's a 1.
You see a tablet.
Therefore a 4.
Yeah.
Did I follow Gunter?
Hey,
Okay, you follow
yeah, I
Guntir. Morwen, what are you doing?
It's very difficult to, like, we're
I
squeezing
want
in.
to look too.
I would pull that chair a little bit further away than.
I'm against the next one.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, we can pull this closer here. So
Alright.
We'll do it next time. We'll set it up a little. We'll have. I'm going to order some end tables here
Here's
so that
the
we can
thing.
just use them for the.
We're still learning.
Yeah. This is all.
Alright,
this is
Everyone
Yeah.
who's
all-
witnessing this is witnessing the learning
I'm going
process.
Still a
to
better process than
the
last
door
time.
out,
It's
too.
all good.
So far.
Make an investigation check. Again, this is a tablet on the wall. You can continue down the path. And
Right, tablet,
Shae
not
and
door.
Guntir
Yeah.
have already continued. Okay,
9.
fair enough. You look at, and it's all the things that I've described.
Sick. All right, I'm going to go ahead. Snuck.
You don't need to roll stealth. We're going to keep your stealth. You kind of stopped, looked, continued. You guys are about 2 minutes
I want to
ahead.
get ahead of them.
You want to try? It's like a 10-foot deck. You could try.
Are you trying to go in front of me?
As you
She's
guys walk,
trying.
there's this brief moment. You guys both blink at the same time, and Morwen suddenly, like about a foot in front of you. You can't really. You want to just try to dash into the darkness?
No,
Okay.
but I want to be in front of them.
Okay, so you kind of quicken your pace. Shae, you've already been told by Morwen that she wants to stay ahead of the light, so you are kind of expecting that. Guntir, you see her just kind of get to the point where every now and then you just see the tail kind of, but otherwise she's invisible.
Whatever. Don't give a fuck.
10 minutes go by. 20 minutes go by.
Still
Oh,
okay.
wait, hold on. What? You want-
No,
Gunter.
just lean back.
Oh,
Roll,
I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Not too.
roll just like your stone cutting check.
Ooh, that's an 8.
Okay. You come across the 4th tablet. You two arriving first, or you really getting there first, but just by a couple of minutes, by a couple seconds,
It means
really.
something to me.
Fair enough. You guys all roughly arrive at the same time, and you see more Asguat Romum. You would understand that as a translation to either the pools or the water rooms, is the literal translation.
What was the tablet before? What did it say?
Sombrum.
And translated through Gunter, who I'm assuming would translate that for me.
I'm just muttering to myself.
You would hear a mutter. Sleep.
Sleep. Got it.
The tablet shows 2 perfectly circular pools, filled with a bubbling liquid of some kind.
Sleep.
Between them is a carved
I'm
Between
still
them-
listening.
is a carved symbol in the stone wall. True Croteggo, the kind that you guys have seen, now emerge from the pools. Their eyes full of that kind of cold indifference that those bulbous black eyes possess. In the very distant background, with a shadow that appears behind him, that appears to be maybe more slender than it should be, all of you now see an old, hunched figure. Just out of view. Except for the shadows, you see antlers.
Sorry, I think my
We all see it?
All
I
of you
think, I
see
think
this
my
now.
kind cursed your kind and took Croteggo. Sorry. I think. Maybe. I'm just drawing all these tablets as I see them. I'm just like
Yeah,
making
yeah,
sure to
no
like
worries, yeah.
trace down all this so that
You would notice as you
Yeah.
do that. They're getting simpler and simpler.
yeah,
The
it's like
detail,
older and older.
the very these are newer.
oh.
The ones towards the beginning
Are
were
more
all
ornate.
very finely crafted. You recognize it as dwarven craftsmanship right off the bat, no problem. Getting further and further down,
They're losing
they're
their
a-
dwarvenity.
perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make a history check.
Ew.
Make a history check at advantage.
That gurgle
14.
dude.
Right?
Gross.
The
You're
symbol
gross.
carved between the 2 pools on that wall is very familiar.
Does it look like... I never sent it to you.
Yes, it does.
Does it look like
You said yes.
this?
Quite a bit like this. Yes.
Shit.
Did you say that out loud?
No, I am sweating and panicking internally.
Do we? Oh.
It's internal.
I'm
sweat.
trying
It's internal
to.
sweat.
It's internal sweat.
Okay.
I am coursing blood through my veins. That is.
I mean, that would have a physical
same.
effect.
Right.
In your ears, you can hear like the.
Can I try to like hide this like weird reaction that I'm having right now?
Yeah.
It would have
what
a
I would
physical
say,
reaction.
you don't necessarily need to hide it because make a performance check.
Because
You're
that's like
actively
terrifying.
trying-
That's like yeah. I
If
mean,
you're
like,
actively trying to hide
there's
it, yes.
literally no
Shitting
way
your pants a little
that
bit?
there's literally no way that Heinrich would see that symbol that he has sketched as a child
Make a
without
deception
knowing
check.
why, and like, yeah,
It would have an effect.
deception.
Yeah.
Fucking perfect. How does a 24
You
on
guys-
deception?
As you're looking at this, you kind of look at Heinrich. Just sketching.
Sketching, but the pulse behind my eyeballs, if someone was like inches away, would see them like forcing its way out of my skull.
I want to try to see what he's sketching.
Okay. Peek over. Looks an awful lot like exactly what's in front of him.
I'm
Yeah.
moving to the next panel.
Okay. Guntir begins to walk.
I'm gonna do my
Shae
usual.
follows.
I'm gonna.
You rush ahead awkwardly.
Stealthily?
You don't need to roll a stealth check.
Thank you.
You finish your sketch.
Mhm.
Follow a couple minutes behind.
Mm-hmm.
Guntir, you walk 20 minutes. About another minute or two passes. You come to another tablet. This one says more Gunat or good not.
Guten Tag.
It means
Yes.
the work in Dwarvish. The final completed tablet depicts Croteggo spilling out across Biss, taking humans over their shoulders and gathering 6 of them. This large stone arm. It takes 6 of the Croteggo to carry it. Another foot can be seen being carried by 4 more of them towards a temple that you guys can see is very familiar.
Yeah, the one that we're in.
The one that you're in, the one that you entered, in the nothing, but it's surrounded by trees. There is no nothing. There's a forest.
They sucked the life out of this place. I say out loud to everyone. Kind of somberly too, like very much like very.
What do you say?
They sucked
Guntir,
the
what you
life
would
out
also
of this
notice
place.
about this,
Likely.
very
The
poor
Croteggo.
craftsmanship. Extremely poor. And there are areas that don't
It's-
even really match. There are some areas that look like
Very
they were done
They're
with one
running
person, some with another.
An automated process. They're doing their own thing without thought. There's no leader. There's no guide. They're just doing
Then-
now.
I will not sleep until we kill every single one of them.
There's gotta be someone though who's directing it.
Then we kill
We've
them
seen
too.
her face. She doesn't seem to be looking at theirs though.
Fair enough.
Either sever the tie or sever her head. We need to end this right now.
Alright, I'm hype. Whip out my shit.
Okay.
So stab in the
Stealth.
darkness.
Stealth. Go ahead.
Darkness.
I attack the dark.
You stealth. You begin to go ahead. I'll have you roll a stealth check now.
I'm standing still and
20.
trying to
No,
fade
that's
into
the
darkness
last
as well.
panel.
I mean, so the way that,
Like-
so the reason that you know that's the last panel,
It's like
when something ends,
like
in-
stick
scribbled
figures.
off at the end. It's
in
like-
Dwarvish, when something ends in OT, that seems to be the end of a sentence generally. So it's grammatically the end of this. In the same way that you would see a period somewhere, this is kind of what you're saying.
So they still retained a bit of their origin at this point.
Morwen's just kind of disappears.
Whatever direction I
If I
saw
was a
her heading,
barbarian,
I like
I would be raging.
Okay.
whatever direction she headed off in. I like somberly like take out the great sword and just kind of like walk into the darkness like after her. like cautiously in a way, but like very much determined to kill whatever the fuck is doing this.
Your shoulder moves back about an inch, and you feel cold fingers kind of closing in.
It's me.
I
It's okay.
I turn to look, I suppose.
And
Just
the
like I
pressure-
stop walking and I just like
Initiative.
kind of like glance.
The pressure releases as your head turns. There's nothing there.
Yeah. I turn fully around.
Okay. Nothing there. You see behind you probably.
I'm gonna shout, like, what do you want? What do you want?
I want answers.
Shae, you being the last in line, I'm gonna have you make a perception check real quick.
That's a 20.
Fancy.
You hear
29.
Fancy.
very faintly. However, your hearing is quite good.
Mhm.
You hear Heinrich in common.
It's in Infernal.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You
That's like
hear
my default
That's
reaction.
kind of what I figured.
Yeah.
You hear Heinrich shout something in Infernal.
Joe, may I?
We still need
I'm
to
really sorry.
Even more so now.
Intense
Even more so.
situation.
Sure.
But before I equip my stuff, I'm gonna tuck Frank away.
I know. I assumed.
Yeah.
You continue.
Because I've had Frank out this whole time.
You only walk about another 5 minutes,
Okay.
and you come across another tablet. This tablet's weird. It's uneven. It's not quite well carved into the rock. The language above it, not common.
Not dwarvish.
You're not there.
I thought
I mean, we're all moving in a
You
line.
guys catch up in a
Assume.
couple minutes, but
Oh.
you're seeing this first. It's alien in appearance, this writing, but it seems like maybe based on some of the lettering, almost dwarvish ruins. Not common though. The beginnings of the scene have been carved out, and it appears to predict Tasada again, maybe sitting on a throne. The throne hasn't been finished. The style all over, almost every couple of carvings, different style, different shape, looks like different pressure. Interestingly, it doesn't maybe appear like claw marks. It's much more even in places, almost as if human or dwarvish hands have done this. You would see. Make a perception check.
14.
14.
Not bad.
Wait, hold on. Let me double. Yep, 14.
You feel like this mural has probably been carved by multiple hands, and based on the roughness of it, maybe not by choice. And as your eyes kind of go across it and you look, you do notice there's just a little purple toadstool kind of nestled into the nook. It seems to be kind of sprouted out of a little crevice of stone.
Well,
Guntir and
I'm
Shae,
gonna-
you guys catch up at this
I'm
point.
gonna tear a little bit because this seems really fucking sad to me.
Okay,
I'd assume.
sure.
Yeah, if it was by force, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm gonna start
I'm
feeling
looking
bad.
at this. Do we know all of this, having caught up and looked at this?
For you, having arrived, this alien language definitely has bases in Dwarvish. You have never seen anything like this. It's a weird kind of like bastardization of what Dwarvish should be.
Slang on top of slang on
Based
top of
on
slang.
yes, and based on the way that this has been carved, you can tell tools have been used, and the Croteggo don't seem to use tools. Yeah.
Can I tell, if it was recently carved within,
Yes, based on your knowledge, your stone cutting and everything, without even rolling, much more recently. There's still stone dust on the ground. Maybe not today, but very recently.
Well, I have a hunch, but I don't like it.
Do tell.
Whatever is down here, creating these Croteggas, is making more to try and resurrect or bring back a second coming of this Tessara. And it looks like these panels were created by some prisoners who maybe got turned into Croteggo's after. And I suspect that whatever lies ahead, I'm going to want to kill.
Likely.
So,
I'm like stone cold silent right now. Like uncharacteristically like silent right now.
it appears that there was an affront to the nature of dwarves in this area, and the whole place is cursed.
Let's bring it down.
Let's kill it.
Shall you go first, though?
Further into the darkness. I'm assuming this hallway continues, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hike up my.
Okay.
I'm gonna actually at this point.
How
I'm
long
going
has
to,
this been, by the way?
How, like, time-wise?
Like from the start of
I'm gonna.
the first floor to this room, and then back up, and then down, and further down, and down, down.
About 4 hours,
4 hours.
give or
Okay.
take. It's hard to really estimate.
How are we feeling at this point? Like tired? Not so.
You would imagine that
At
it's
the-
getting close to like 9:30 at night. Should you, be out in the real world? You guys, it's up to you. I mean, you haven't done a ton of fighting since you guys rested.
Right.
It's entirely up to you.
I'm tying up my loinclothy.
Just getting a real nice.
Should
nice
we-
into like a diaper mode?
Okay.
After
Should
you,
we-
Guntir.
Should
There
we
you go.
possibly take a moment of respite and I worry the gravity of where we are and what we may face, the desperation and the devotion to this creature, the fact that they
Whatever.
dug this far down, the fact that we've come this far too.
Whatever is down here, carved this recently, I think that they are getting closer to their ultimate goal, whatever it may be. And they know we are here.
Are we at our best? Should we at least take a moment, a pause,
Like a short pause.
a short pause, a one of
We
our
should
6 of pool
strategize.
of something pause.
For what is to come.
So if you guys wanted to, you could take a short rest and strategize during that.
That's kind of how I'm feeling.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking on edge. Like Heinreich is absolutely terrified of a number of things and thinks that at best we should all be at our full strength. At least if that is what we can do within a 1 hour period of pausing and recuperating.
I feel differently, so I'm going to come up to you and just, I feel like you feel very uncomfortable going forward, and I'm just going to put my hand on your shoulder and say, man up.
I am no man. That means
I
nothing
am
to me.
no man. Sorry. And I rip my cat face off. No, I'm just kidding. And it's just bleeding.
Yeah. Muscles. Shattering teeth.
Croteggo, killer! Would anyone else feel the benefit of
No,
a
you're right.
short
You're right.
respite?
No. Actually, you're right. I'm going to
Just for a moment,
take
we
my
need to
hand
collect ourselves.
and-
This is very
and I'm
disturbing.
going to brush your other shoulder. I'm going to say you're right. Woman up. Because fuck the patriarchy.
Either way,
Let's
I
go.
still believe that if we are to be prepared, we should be prepared. We have no plan. We are just
gonna-
walking into the mouth of the
I'm
beast, as it
sitting
were.
down and I'm
Do you
like,
even know the beast?
Getting battled.
I know at
with
least
Dragon.
a beast
diaper extra tight.
that I have
Fair
seen.
enough. You get those depends dependable.
Yeah.
So I know at least a beast that I have seen, and it
Myself.
was able to see us before we could see it, which means that it at least can probably see us now. Whatever these things are, whatever
So we should rest while
whatever
someone's
has-
watching us?
whatever has created
Well.
this cavern disturbs me deeply, and I would rather at least come up with a plan aside from walking straight into darkness?
They haven't attacked us yet, so they're probably watching to wait to see what we're going to do.
Correct. And
If we
within
keep
And they're
watch,
probably
within an
listening to
hour's
us.
time, it would be quite easy to all stay aware of our situation.
sooner or later we are going to come to the end of this hallway, and they are going to be waiting for us.
Or there
So
would
we
be
should
no
take
end to the
our time
hallway.
and prepare now while we can.
Correct.
I sheath my shit and sigh.
All right.
Fine.
Shae?
Fine.
I will take no action outside of the group.
I'm just gonna start eating jerky.
Okay.
Like,
I'm gonna sit down and pour through my shit.
Absolutely.
Just like any reference, anything at all that would like resemble what I've seen recently. Notes, writings, anything from my childhood, because
Sure.
all of the writing that I have is from everything that I've ever done.
Make an investigation check at advantage. This is what Heinrich's spending the hour doing while resting.
yes.
Okay.
It's 20
Okay.
plus investigation, so 23, but natural 20.
Sure. Natural 20.
Yeah.
Going through, you look at that first image that you had seen that really put you on edge, and really examining it now, you see the way that these dried. Actually, in this picture, it wasn't dried. It was just a number of vines kind of hanging off the wall. The vines themselves almost seem to shape that symbol. You also now, very bizarrely, that you look back on your drawing, you remember sketching out this slender figure.
Mm-hmm.
It's not there.
Of the tiefling?
No, the
No.
one that was kind of like a almost feminine figure with the hand reached out over that old tiefling.
Okay.
Kind of a shadowy silhouette maybe of a woman. That's
Yeah.
just not there. It's just blank paper. Parchment. So you're eating.
I'm gonna eat a portion
You're
of
eating-
my
okay,
or
so
a
you guys-
ration.
I'm going to use a hit die also during this
Fair
short
enough.
rest to, full
Use a
health.
hit die.
What
Okay,
up?
so-
Max, I rolled an 8 on a d. I don't know.
Are any of you guys keeping watch?
I'm like
I couldn't be.
eating,
I
but
couldn't
I'm
be
staying
while I'm doing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
on guard.
So the two of you guys being on guard, make perception checks. Just
That's a 20.
15.
23.
What's your passive?
That's a good. So passive is 10 plus.
your
bonus.
wisdom,
wisdom
modifier
modifier.
plus. If you are proficient in perception, then you're.
It's a 17 then.
Wait, you have a passive perception of 17?
Yes, I do.
That
Yeah, she
for
does.
Shae's character, that does make sense.
She's got fucking golden eyes, kid.
Well, I do
Look at them
too,
golden eyes.
but
No,
for
you
different reasons, I'm sure.
Not literally gold in your
Our
skull.
register.
I'm just kidding. I don't know if she has gold in her skull.
No, I have like yellow eyes. I hope them.
You. Yeah. You don't know.
You don't know shit.
You don't know
man.
shit.
I don't. That's true.
Shae, you don't hear anything. Guntir, somehow, despite your smacking and eating this jerky, there's a moment where you kind of fish around, and you kind of, in the distance, just kind of feel more than hear something. You know what? You wouldn't even really feel it. You just hear kind of almost like very small
Pitter-patter.
bits of wood kind of twisting and then being pulled apart. It's a weird sound. You haven't really heard anything like it. And then it's gone. It's like a brief instant. You're not even really sure if it was really there. It could have just been you chewing on jerky. The hour passes without anything especially remarkable happening. You guys have taken your short rest. What would you like to do?
Press on.
Draw my shit.
Puss Butts, are you leading the way?
I think so. I guess. I'm like, oh,
Make a perception check.
What bun? Is he on?
Bun's doing cute shit.
Oh.
Well,
The
always.
real.
Buns are always doing cute shit.
The real.
where did I just put that thing?
I chased
Which
my
one?
bun.
Yeah.
At work.
Like, the one that is important.
Right there.
and
I wanna
matters.
make
This symbol meant
I'll send a
Eight
picture.
something, and I can't remember.
plus 4.
Monday.
Zoomies and banks.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, As you guys are walking, there's a moment where you kind of see in one of the seams of the cave wall a purple toadstool. Strange, kind of dull, not really like vibrant purple. But it does
trying to
have
hide.
4 small white dots on it. And then as you guys continue to progress, you notice another cluster. Smaller, a little further on, then a few more. You guys continue. You're all beginning to notice this now.
Mm.
As you round a bend, there's an entire carpet of these fungi. Some as small as a quarter, others as large as an anvil. Every now and then, they seem to almost kind of wiggle. They seem to shift.
I stopped moving.
You stop moving.
Same.
You stop moving.
I'm gonna approach a wiggly one.
Okay. As you approach,
I kind of
you kind of
back up a bit.
okay. You back up a little bit. You kind of come around a little bit of a corner, not like a long corner, but it just kind of angles a little bit. And as you do, you see the largest one. This is massive mushroom. It's like roughly maybe 6 feet tall.
Oh, damn.
But then you realize it's not a mushroom. It's moving. Ever so slowly, you can see the roots at its base creeping. And it does make a sound. It's just kind of as the roots kind of pull and snap and leave little bits of roots in.
The same sound that I just heard earlier.
It is. It leaves the earth churned behind it, and you can see all of a sudden these 2 long arms, and you hear this almost wood-like creak, this as it reaches out and very gingerly begins to move one of those mushrooms.
I back up.
Okay, you kind of take a couple steps back. None of you guys have noticed. This is just Morwen has seen this at this point.
I'm gonna say these shroomies are creeping.
And you see kind of at your foot one of them just kind of wiggle.
Then I take a toe.
As you tap it, it is very warm to the touch. Doesn't seem to react. And every now and then, just you see one or
I'm
two
gonna
just
sniff
kind of
it.
wiggle. Kind of get down. It is earthy, pungent. It has the faintest bit of like a petrichor kind of smell, like the earth after it's rained. Very earthy, very mushroomy.
I
Dang.
lick it.
Okay.
Okay.
Your cat tongue kind of scrapes along the top. How hard do you lick it?
I meant more of like a.
Or just to taste it?
Investigative.
Okay. You just kind of lick it. Couple things.
Oh, jeez.
It's bitter. But beyond being bitter, as you lick it, you feel it almost kind of lean into your tongue ever so slightly. Pull your tongue away. Just a mushroom. Weirdly, it doesn't taste like any mushroom you've ever tasted. And roll a perception check.
9.
Okay.
That's it.
Oh, 13.
Okay. What are you guys doing? At this point, you would hear kind of again the of it just kind of moving
Where is it going?
from.
Like in what direction?
Seems like it's
I'll say-
maybe heading not towards you, but like so the bend goes like this and then slowly around. It seems like it's maybe coming towards the bend, but there's like a larger kind of almost like a bigger cave room, not huge, maybe 15 feet around.
Sorry. Up.
With the
Not up. So sorry, it goes like this and then like that.
Okay.
And so there's like a little bit of like a 15-foot kind of cave right here. More just like an opening, like a larger part of the tunnel. And it seems like maybe it's moving in that direction. There's tons of toadstools over there.
with a passive of 17,
Okay.
would it matter?
Passive of 17. I mean, you hear these sounds.
Sure.
You're gonna go towards it again?
Can I cut
See-
one off?
Yeah. Using like a
Pull out
dagger.
a dagger, yeah.
Okay. Pull out a dagger. You cut it off. The sound stops.
Okay.
Completely.
Yes.
Does
And
the
then-
movement stop?
And then you hear. And then again. And it seems a little faster, and it seems like it's coming towards you.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw up some protection from evil and good on myself.
Okay.
I'm gonna give
I'm gonna
Guntir
get
the
snuffed.
mushroom.
Okay.
Guntir, you like mushrooms, right?
Not this kind of mushroom.
I'd like forcibly place it in his hand, and just kind of like
Okay.
with
Gonna
the
just
empty
hold in this
hand
mushroom?
continue and then draw out
Your sword. Okay.
the great sword.
I'm gonna sneak.
Okay. Cool.
Alright.
Roll your stealth check. What are you doing, Shae?
Waiting.
Okay. You wait.
18.
18. You creep up, and as you round the bend, this creature is right there. You hear the wood creak as it looks up at you, these two unblinking, glowing eyes. Faces down. Kind of creeps, begins to pass you. You guys see this creature emerge. It's like a dull purple, very similar to these toadstools. And it just very slowly, you see these little roots just carrying it along, and they snap off. And where they snap off, now that you've seen kind of the path, you see those little roots kind of beginning to plump up and turn purple. It creeps further and further. Are you guys doing anything as it approaches? It's heading towards you.
I've got protection from evil and good up.
That's great.
And
Probably neither. I'm gonna just back up. I'm gonna like move
I'm
to a
gonna
distance
also,
where I wouldn't be within what I
um,
perceive to be striking range, at least, of
I'm gonna
melee
sort
attack.
of hold up the new hammer that I've been just holding
Okay.
this whole time. And I'm just sort of like readying an action in case.
What action are you ready?
A defensive strike.
So if it
attacks me or like gets close to me in some sort of threatening way,
Okay.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of it.
I want to follow the other end of the route and see where, like...
Okay. You
I'm also
keep
like
walking.
I'm mimicking Gunter's like defensive stance, but also
Okay.
like farther away so that
Yeah,
I would come
I
in
got
to
you.
come and save if it attacks him because I gave him the mushroom.
15, 20 feet off. 10 feet
yeah,
off.
I'd say like 15.
Okay.
Lingering behind Gunter,
Okay.
kind of maybe in between. Maybe.
Kind of gets up about 10 feet away from you and stops. Head turns up, these two big glowing yellow eyes blink once. Head turns down. You hear just this kind of weird sound as this cleft appears in the kind of flesh of this creature. And then again, just... Why do you hurt us? Still facing down.
What are you?
We?
I'm also now threatening this mushroom that I'm holding.
Oh shit!
It's not looking at you.
Not like threatening, but like holding both of them in such a way that I can just smash it if I
Sure.
ever feel like it.
We are all that remains of us.
What's us?
We call ourselves Ferglet.
Are these mushroom ends?
Its eyes look at you.
Uh-huh.
What happened here?
Turns to look at you. Our memory is very long. What do you mean?
The panels, the Croteggas and the dwarves.
As you say Crotegga, but
Croteggas.
it gets the gist.
Croteggas.
It just sort of
Dang Croteggas.
really quickly just turns for it. Turns back. Many years ago, Lassitar, the mightiest of the divine court, far away in Everest. A winged monk who wielded the righteous chain and aided the dwarf paladin of Evertorch, Sir Stoat Stoneluck, as well as the turtle wizard, Marma the True Shell. The knight, Sir Ter O'Dunstan. Its eyes stare directly at you. And Omen, the tiefling warlock. Kind of turns back down, facing the ground.
What about them? What, they kill someone? They turn the Croteggas into pig people? What's that?
It looks up again. Looks down. It's hurting my voice to do that sound every time. It's rough.
Yeah.
Forgive us. We are very old.
Ah! I know about
gotta
that.
Do I have to?
You don't have to talk into it, but you
Looks
gotta
at you
check it out.
again.
It's a little super cool.
Unlikely.
It's a little fun.
Turns its head back
It's a
down.
little fun, right?
They came. Heroes, all of them. And they drove the Croteggo away. It would seem that they are back.
The Croteggas?
We have seen them.
They're Croteggo.
They do not bother us.
They bother me.
Their mists help us grow. They are not good, though. They only do not harm us out of convenience.
Well, then I guess we have something in common.
Doesn't respond.
Because I would kill them all if they weren't giving me information right now.
Do you say that out loud?
No, I'm just thinking that.
Jeez. Tracing the roots.
Mhm.
Do I see anything?
Tracing the roots, if you go back about 15 feet, they're just very small mushrooms at that point. You can see they seem to just slowly kind of bulb out, and then the top comes out. These roots become mushrooms. It's almost as if it's kind of dropping them. And as you are kind of doing that, you hear from behind you. Or no, yeah.
Do I hear the conversation?
Yeah. You're not far enough away where you wouldn't hear it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start creeping back.
Okay.
Because this sounds really sad,
Yeah,
and
creep back.
I want to Robin Hood the fuck out of whatever's hurting these people.
Just Robin Hood the
Okay.
fuck.
What did you roll for your stealth check? Do you remember?
My last one? Oh, 18, yeah.
18? As you walk up.
I'm not necessarily trying to be
Okay,
sneak
fair
anymore, but I'm not trying to scare either.
Fair enough. You join the group.
I'm gonna be like,
It's cool, right?
Where'd these Croteggas come from?
Miles wants it.
Okay.
Well, no, just
He went to school for it, let him have
It
it.
Let them have it.
kind of turns its
No.
head and says,
There you go. There you go.
if they are back, it means she is free.
Who is she? What is up with these misplaced modifiers?
The queen
How very
So fun.
grammatical
of
of
the
you.
mists. Tassara. One of its arms reaches out, and you can see it gently begin to kind of peel one of these toadstools away, very gently. You can see the little roots on it, very, very small, just slowly kind of pulling through the dirt so as not to harm them. And it's just root by root. It's taken a while.
I'm gonna watch this happening, and I'm just gonna like slowly put the one that's in my hand down and like sort of gently place it like a baby. Just like, you stay
And
Stay
the
on.
baby just falls on its side.
And funny that you should mention that
Stay
because
humble.
as you watch this creature kind of gently pull this toadstool away, it does remind you of just this very maternal kind of touch.
Well, what would you say if I was gonna go and kill all those Croteggas? Because they did something to all the dwarves that were around here.
We would not be sad to see them go.
Great. It's settled then.
Same.
Well, have fun, mushroom people. We're gonna go kill some Croteggas.
Wait, so you've been like
It looks at you. We are the last. And we are sporing.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
In time,
I've spored once or twice in my life.
there will
Once or
be
twice.
more of us.
Not
No
recently.
more than twice.
Well, good luck to
More than
you.
twice.
Not recently.
not really.
Not
Turns its
recently.
head,
Depends on the season.
kind of
Definitely not recently.
regards for a moment, and then finally,
I've been like silent, just like staring the whole time.
strange. We remember you,
I love that you sit on it every time.
but we don't.
I made it warm.
That's certain.
As it begins to kind of
No.
slowly crawl along, it's heading back towards you.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
You
Just
remember?
gently
I'm gonna
holding
ask
Wait,
it for
hold on. No,
any
no, 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 no,
advice.
no, 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 no. I'm absolutely just like, what do you mean remember?
As it continues to go towards you, you just hear, it doesn't turn, but you just hear it as like little,
Yeah.
the roots are pulling away.
Sure.
You are not the first that she has sent. Should you fail, stops moving. You will not be the last. Begins to walk probably about 10 feet away from you.
I'm gonna ask if
Did
they
I hear
have
what that-
any advice on
Yeah, you would have heard that.
how to kill all the big baddies.
I'm not looking at you. I feel you looking at me. I'm not looking at you.
It
I'm
stops.
looking at it
and kind of thinks.
intently.
But I am gonna bring out pus and butts
Okay.
and be like,
I'm also turning and walking away and going to scribble in my journal, but also like actually just like I turn in like a weird way of just like I can't hide it. I'm not gonna try to use a deception roll or anything like that. I just turn in like a like fuck kind of way and just like go to write and try to recount and relay all this to other things that have passed and transpired already.
Sure. Yeah, you begin to document.
Yeah.
As you ask for advice, you say for the big baddies.
No.
Okay.
I
I will
say,
let you know.
do you have any advice on those fucking pricks?
Well, this
Turns up to look at you.
Alice table.
Turns back down. If you do not like them, then stop traveling with them.
Hey!
Begins to kind of crawl by you. Heads in the direction of that kind of cavern room with all the different mushrooms that you see as it gets
That's
there.
funny.
It very gently kind of begins to replant this toadstool.
Rude mushroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk towards you guys now and be like, yo, Shroom's got jokes. In laugh purr.
In laugh purr. Okay.
Well, that's how actually, yeah, because you know how purring has like a, like
Oh yeah,
this?
no, it definitely does.
And when I laugh, it's like,
Okay. Fair. I
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So,
And I'm super happy it's both.
what would you guys like to do?
I'm just grilling Hendrik right now.
Well, I'm gonna have Puss and Butts out. I'm
And
gonna look at
super
you
sus.
guys in my very Morwen fashion with one eyebrow up and being like, "Shall we?"
Wait a minute. Why would Mushroom Guy know you? And what was all that talk about her sending you? Her seeming like the same misplaced modifier used once again to refer to Tessara?
Here's the.
And hold on, recounting all this too. What's the name of the current
Mushroom?
temples? No, the temples like deity kind of person.
Us?
The
Medusa.
veil, the veil thing.
Tasada.
Tasada.
That's the same. It's the same one.
Tasada is the person with the snake hair, the
Yeah.
really kind of weird smile. The
Sure.
figure that you
Absolutely.
sketched and then was gone
I can do this.
Yeah.
is certainly not Tasada.
Right. So then, you're asking me about Tasada or whatever.
Like, I think it
Asada.
seemed like he was implying with his poor grammar that Tessara sent you.
You hear it turn towards you. We would consider us a she.
Well, excuse me for
Turns
being
back.
the one to mispronounce your gender pronouns.
I
I
like
did not know
with that clarification.
that
I like
mushrooms.
ignore and just like walk after and
Okay.
try to talk to it.
Fair enough. You
Yeah.
Not
go
I'm also
over
gonna
to-
go pee
mushrooms had a gender.
Right now, currently.
I thought they produced a.
Would like to have a private conversation with them that may not happen in front of everyone.
Fair
Just
enough.
out of curiosity might be meta later.
Okay, we can
Yeah.
we can do
Yeah.
that. What are you doing?
Well, since the person that I was addressing just walked away from me, I suppose I will just bottle up those feelings about the things that are happening in front of me and move forward.
Okay.
Now do tell. I'm in
Also,
front of you.
I haven't seen Miles as drunk in a bit.
The three of you guys, leaving Miles to have this conversation, begin down the path. You travel maybe 10 more minutes, picking your way through areas of the cavern that now dip. Little bits. First one you see like a small puddle. Definitely seawater, smells of the ocean. Next dip, maybe almost 2 feet deep of seawater. And there are just areas now as you walk, 3 feet of seawater in places. You sense that you are descending. It's getting warmer to the point where it's like uncomfortable, especially for you. You
It's
begin to
already
get the sense
uncomfortable, but-
that should the tide come in, these tunnels may rapidly come underwater. But eventually you do come to an area that opens up into 3 archways. They seem to lead to different levels. The one on the far left kind of slopes up, the one in the middle going straight, and the one on the bottom kind of goes about 30 feet and then dips into water, seawater. And you can see that this water every now and then gently laps up on the surface as if it has a little bit of a current or tide. What would you guys like to do?
I want to check the floor to see the traffic of these paths.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Why the
Survival
fuck-
check.
I don't know why the fuck it's me.
This is a survival
doing
check.
this.
Can I help
Even
you? with
still,
that?
oh, shit, natural 20.
Okay.
Nice.
I have a 0 to add to that.
You
so
kind of drop
that
down.
was- yeah.
You smell the ground. You examine it with all of your kind of enhanced feline senses. There have been Croteggo here. You see footprints. You see this kind of weird dragging shuffle. You see human footprints. You see perhaps dwarvish footprints. You see.
I'm saying this all out loud, by the way,
Okay.
as I see it. I'm telling them. Yeah.
There's one thing that really stands out to you. There are boot prints, fairly recent. And in the sort of damp, almost mud that this gray crumbling
I
stone
thought you
is
were going to
becoming,
say the other M word.
in this moist kind of almost mud that the gray stone is becoming,
I don't know if it counts, but
It does.
you basically made it happen. You see boot prints. There is a word in common that is part of the soul, and it says Duluth.
Wait, I would read that?
Yes.
I could read that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You rolled a 20.
Oh, fair.
That boot track seems to lead down the middle cave. Or into the middle archway. And you can see now that you followed these boot prints kind of up to the archway, it extends along to out of your sight range, maybe 150 feet. This path seems to fall off into a cliff that maybe goes to the water that you saw on that lower path. You can see up maybe like a 15 feet rise. There's a top layer that kind of goes across, but in the middle, hunched over, shoulders kind of going up.
Please tell me it's a Croteggo that I can pick a nose.
What is it with you and the noses?
I just like it.
You like noses?
I whip out, you know what?
This
I sheath my shit and I bring out Frank. That side eye.
In the middle of the path, hunched over, is a creature, huddled, seated, with its legs folded underneath it. It shudders quietly in the dark, its body jerking with each quiet sob. The white blouse is stained and darkened with patches of deep blue. The red and brown leather armor is corroded in places, and patches of her brown hair are missing. Only the corkscrew horn remains.
Oh,
The other
shit.
broken near the base.
Shit.
You cannot see her face, but it appears to be something. Her body hitches. The silent sob. And that is where we're going to end for tonight.
Oh my god, are you
shit.
serious?
So,
I just found something.
for this
Or some
particular
team.
session, thank you guys very much for joining us.
Oh,
We
no.
will, I don't know which, you guys have any idea if you're free next week, Friday?
Yeah,
I
free.
have nothing
Yes.
for like.
Most likely.
Yes, most likely.
I'm
Most likely.
All right,
always
so
free.
June 14th at 8:30, we will pick off.
Like,
Pick
Pick
off.
up where we left
Wait.
off.
We'll pick
We
off
have
the
to-
scab of
we
the
haven't
sore
yet.
ending
I
of
said it
this.
once.
Right.
I'm
Was I in
doing.
the bathroom?
No,
Sorry.
it was when I said something really dumb, and that's gonna go on the highlight reel.
Yes.
Right.
It's like my once we reach a pinnacle, that's when I'm gonna throw it out. every
Gunti's
time.
grotesque mastication.
Yeah.
So, next week,
Grunts-
June
Grunts-
14th.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
you can join us for the second stream that we will be doing. It is actually going to be the 16th session in our
Right.
campaign,
Hence level 6.
hence level 6. Everybody's at level 6.
Maybe for you.
Slouches.
All of us.
Really
Should
hope
be.
you guys can join
Also,
along. Thank you very
yeah,
much
I'll
for
be back.
watching.
And be sure to also stick around after next week for Gunti's Grunts and Gobbles.
Where Guntir gets a direct mic to the face, and you get a full earful of all of the wonderful.
Help yourself
Blah,
fall
blah, blah.
asleep.
Quick
to the
muted
dulcet
Jill.
And the
sounds
gusty
of
noises
Shae.
of.
Bye.
Bye.